artificial intelligence can compromise the integrity of information systems, the media, and indeed democracy itself.
Good morning, everyone in the room, and good afternoon, good evening to those of you who are joining us from other parts of the world. A very warm welcome to UNIDIR's Innovations Dialogue 2022, the fourth edition of the dialogue, but the very first time that we're bringing it to New York City, and we're absolutely thrilled about that. And in this regard, we're very, very thankful to the Ford Foundation Center for Social Justice for hosting us in this fantastic venue. And if you look around, there's a lot of things that are fantastic, but what really blows me away about this venue is the inner garden that you pass when you enter this zone of green, a calm zone within a hectic city. And I just wonder whether that has some lessons for our innovations dialogue and discussions here today. We're going to discuss a new technology that very likely will accelerate things much further than where they are currently. And they currently are in a hyper-dynamic global security environment that's at boiling point. So I think we can do well with some zones of calm, some speed bumps in the international system. And maybe the innovations dialogue has something to contribute in this regard. The innovations dialogue was launched for the first time in 2019. And it's a pretty unique format among our major flagship conferences at UNIDIR. We also run the Outer Space Conference as a big annual event. We run the Cyber Stability Conference. But with the Innovations Dialogue, we had specific features in mind. We wanted it to be a 360-degree multi-stakeholder platform to allow more informal, interactive dialogues between a broad range of stakeholders, of course, government, diplomacy, but also the academic sector, private sector, civil society, next generation voices, and many more. So it's about inclusiveness, it's about collectively discussing difficult and challenging questions in the science and tech environment, and about digging deep and maybe deeper than everyday business allows us to do on some of these issues. The other major point about the Innovations Dialogue as a format from the beginning was that we wanted it to focus on new technologies, of course, on the horizon trends, but specifically on issues that don't currently feature on formal multilateral agendas and where we have a feeling that they deserve much more attention than they currently get. So in the past, we focused on quantum computing. We've focused on deep fakes, nanotechnology, genetic engineering, and this year it's artificial intelligence, its disruptive effects on peace and international security. And I think, as AI advances rapidly, the transformative and potentially disruptive impact that it is going to have on the international peace and security environment is becoming more and more apparent as we speak. We've seen significant recent advances in AI and machine learning going forward. We are seeing these technologies now increasingly be applied at scale and across different sectors. It's transforming slowly but gradually all aspects of our societies, and of course the security and defense sectors, the military, are no exception in this regard. But while the technology is developing rapidly, we feel that policy discussions are sometimes still lagging a bit behind. There is still significant uncertainty, at least in policy circles, I would say, around what AI actually is and what it isn't, what it can do and what it cannot do, what its technical limits are and what its legal and ethical limits should be, and where all of this is headed in the future. And that's what we want to put on the agenda for today. That's what we're after in discussions with you. And of course, the overarching purpose in this is to get us all onto a pathway of exploring a culture of responsible AI. That's a nice and sweet buzzword that you'll hear a lot throughout the day. And of course, the task before us is also very much to give further meaning and spell it out what we actually mean by this culture of responsible AI. If we think of artificial intelligence now in a military context, more specifically, I think it's becoming quite clear that AI is going to shape the battlefield of the future in so many different ways. Not all of them concerning, but some certainly are. There will be great advances in speed, in accuracy, in process optimization generally, and for data processing, of course. It'll have an effect, significant transformative effect on intelligence collection, surveillance activities, on cyber operations, on robotic warfare systems, of course, as well, but also on recruitment, training, and logistics across the board, like in any other dimension of society, really. Now, the closer, of course, we get with AI applications towards the actual conduct of warfare, targeting decisions, target identification, target selection, engagement of targets, the more concerning some of these applications are, and especially when the risk of the loss of human control over weapons, but certainly also over any aspect concerning decisions regarding the use of force, when that is at issue, there is significant legal, ethical, moral concerns that we still need to overcome, and quite urgently so, I would say. Now, today, many AI applications are still at an experimental stage. It's hard to say what will eventually stick, and that's a challenge also for our governance and policy discussions here, because some of the things are still quite abstract and lofty, and we don't always have concrete problems in front of us to solve yet, but we certainly know all of this is coming. And it's also the case that we don't exactly know how many of these AI applications will react under the fog of war in dynamic battlefield situations when there's adversarial engagement and unforeseen reactions from the other side. So all this is still out there and certainly adds to the uncertainty in an environment of heightened geopolitical tension and accelerating competition for first mover advantages in various technological domains. It's quite concerning, and there is of course a risk that some of these technologies might be rushed and that they might be applied and deployed before they reach actual technical maturity. Another concern is that at a time where we have a profound global trust deficit, as the Secretary General has rightly said, a trust deficit among major military powers, and where we're at a stage when we deploy and apply a new, potentially revolutionary technology, the risks for misperception and inadvertent escalation, they loom very, very, very large. How do you assess an AI-driven, roboticized system that crosses the border into another state? Is that an act of aggression? Is that a use of force, armed attack triggering the right to self-defense, or is it really just an accident? There is a lot that we still need to learn and agree on, I think, in this domain. There's also the issue of AI being increasingly applied across domains. That should come as no surprise, as it's optimizing processes in all domains. You will also, step by step, see it influencing cyber and bio, nuclear, and outer space. And of course, that poses entirely new and possibly unforeseen challenges. To give just one example, there was research recently published in the Nature Science magazine. It was about AI-supported drug discovery processes for benign pharmaceutical purposes. But it showed at the end of the experiment that these pharmaceutical-driven AI applications could also be misused and then develop catastrophic chemical and biological weapons. Now, it's not all doom and gloom, and I think we also need to be very clear about that. We cannot adopt a tech-averse approach. I don't think we will go very far in our endeavor to govern this technology. There is a lot of good that AI can be harnessed for. First and foremost, the achievement of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. AI can, of course, support global health systems, disease recognition, the development of new drugs. It can help in the fight against poverty and hunger, and it can help to predict and mitigate the effects of climate change and extreme weather events. More specifically, with regard to the topic that we're discussing here today, international peace and security, we're already seeing artificial intelligence being harnessed for humanitarian purposes. Conflict prevention, peace building, disarmament verification, and ceasefire monitoring, to give just a few examples. So I think the American writer Kurt Vonnegut, he was quite right when he said, science is magic that works. And it does, but I think the onus upon us is to limit the black arts, the black magic in all of this. And so where does that leave us for the day, really? It's one thing to speak about all the risks that are out there, but what we're really after, as I said, is really making progress on governance ideas for this very complex, enabling all-purpose technology. And I think we need to free ourselves from the idea that there could be this one-off treaty regulating AI, this panacea, and once we manage to agree and reach consensus on that most AI problems will be solved. I don't think it's going to go that way. The challenges before us are extremely complex, and my personal view is that we can only meet complexity with complexity also in our regulatory approaches. By that, I mean we would probably be looking for a multi-dimensional, multi-layered governance approach for this new technology, one that is solidly based on a multi-stakeholder engagement, because we need to harness all the various perspectives from all different stakeholders that are out there to really make progress on this issue. So we should probably be looking to a mix of different things, rules and binding hard red lines where they're needed, of course, but also looser principles, standards, joint shared risk awareness, confidence building tools, and transparency measure. And I think when we refer to a culture of responsible AI, then really that's just another term for this rather complex governance mix that, in my view, we should be going after if we really want to progress and ensure that, on the one hand, we mitigate the many risks that come with artificial intelligence, and on the other side, that we really harness AI for good and make good use of it for all the many opportunities that it will bring. Now, before we dive deep into the discussion today, let me just take this opportunity to thank all of our co-sponsors and donors to this event. Without them, this event would simply not be possible. UNIDIR is a voluntary funded organization, so unless we manage to find the money for our activities, they're not happening. So in this regard, we owe sincere gratitude to the governments of the Czech Republic, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and Microsoft. And now, with that, let's dig deep. I look forward to stimulating and hopefully fruitful and constructive discussions throughout the day. I'll now hand over to Dr. Giacomo Percy Paoli, who's really together with the team, SecTech team at UNIDIR, the creative mind behind all of this, and he will be the MC, the master of ceremony throughout the day. Giacomo, over to you, please.
Thank you, Robin, for these inspiring opening remarks. And let me extend our sincere gratitude to all of you for joining us in person or online. And I think we have the privilege today of having so many great speakers that I will keep my remarks to the minimum possible because I really want to save as much time as we can to hear from them. Nevertheless, I would like to take this opportunity to give you a little bit of an overview of what you can expect from today and how you can interact with us and engage in the discussions yourself. So you can expect to be taken on a journey of discovery of, first and foremost, what is AI? I mean, we're going to talk about an hour. We can probably have a whole day, a whole week dedicated to just trying to figure out what is AI. But the purpose is really to give, with the first panel, at least a basic shared understanding upon which we can then build the discussions throughout the rest of the day. After this initial panel, there will be 3 consecutive panels that are really going to focus on potential applications of AI that are relevant for peace and security. We're going to be looking at military applications of AI. We're going to be looking at cross-domain implications of the use of AI in a variety of systems. And we're also going to be looking at how can AI be used in support of peace processes. So AI for good in the context of peace and security. And this will be the springboard to the last part of the day, where we're going to be focusing on the responses. So what can we do about it? Once we understand what are the risks and what are the opportunities, how can we design responsible governance frameworks that can allow us to take advantage of the benefits while managing or mitigating the risks? So this is the journey that you're going to be taken on throughout the day. And you're very welcome to engage with us and be part of the discussion. If you have any questions, you can ask them throughout the day using the virtual platform Slido. And you should, for those of you who have joining us in person, you also have a printout of the QR code. Just scan the QR code or go on slido.com and insert the hashtag ID22. You will be able to ask your questions there. These questions will be fed to the moderators. You can vote questions that have been asked by others, and that way you will be an active part of the discussion. But we also have the luck and the benefit of having great speakers that we have invited to be here with us. And I'm now looking at you, sitting in the first 2 rows. If you want to take an active part to the discussions, even beyond your own panels, please feel free to flag your interest in doing so, and we will make sure that you have the chance to contribute. We have microphones that we can use. So I think this is it for now. If you've missed this slide, for those of you who are following us online, don't worry. Every moderator will kind of repeat this instruction for you to engage. I think we're now ready to start with the interesting part of the conference, and I'm very happy to invite my colleague Joanna Puskas here on the podium, who will be moderating the first panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin and Giacomo, and welcome all to the UNIDIR 2022 Innovations Dialogue here at the Ford Foundation Center for Social Justice in New York, and to those following us online. I hope you're able to stay with us through the day. My name is Joanna Puskas. I'm a researcher on AI at the UNIDIR, and it is my pleasure to moderate this first panel and session today, which is dedicated to really unpacking and understanding where AI is today. Now, let me just say a few words to frame a bit our discussion for the next 1 hour and 10 minutes or so. As I'm sure you all know, there are few scientific fields today that are as controversial, as misunderstood as AI is. Views on AI range from hopeful expectations that the technology will help us solve pressing global challenges to fears of sentient machines taking over. Some view AI as an existential threat to the human race, while for others, this is just hype and sensationalism. Further still, within the AI community itself, we encounter numerous methods and approaches, as well as several AI subcommunities. A publication in 2014, for example, referred to the AI's anarchy of methods. So as you can see, we are indeed faced with very different and many dueling perspectives of the same technology. And now, to help us sort through this maze, in this panel, we aim to have a frank conversation about the field of AI. This conversation will help us set the foundation for the rest of the day and provide us with a conceptual baseline from where to start. So as Robin mentioned also, and Giacomo, in the next panels, we will have a deeper dive into use cases of AI, or we will also cover the topical research of subject of responsible AI. But in this panel, what we will try to do is really focus on AI as a concept, as a scientific field, and also try to understand a bit better in more realistic terms the state of play of AI technologies and obstacles and opportunities for future development. So it is now my great pleasure to introduce our outstanding speakers for this panel. We have two of them here in the room, and one is joining us online. Abhishek Gupta, Julia Stojanovic, and Jason Lin, and I invite those in the room to join the stage. Well, I will briefly introduce them and their affiliations, and they will have about 15 minutes each to max to present, which will then be followed by a discussion amongst us and questions, of course, by you. And we already invite you to express your reflections or questions as the presentations are ongoing. I think you already get the briefing about Slido and how you can use it. And if you have any questions, please address them to the speakers. So Abhishek Gupta is the founder and principal researcher at the Montreal AI Ethics Institute, and senior responsible AI leader and expert at the Boston Consulting Group. He's author of the widely read AI Ethics Brief and State of AI report, which covers the latest in research and reporting in this domain. Julia Stojanovic is Institute Associate Professor of Computer Science and Engineering at the Tandon School of Engineering, Associate Professor of Data Science at the Center for Data Science, and Director of the Center for Responsible AI here in New York at the New York University. And Jason Lin, that I hope you can all, yes, we can see him on the screen. He's joining us virtually. He's a research fellow at the Stanford AI Existential Risk Initiative, an AI architect at DeepMind. He is specialized in autonomous vision and natural language processing, and he has founded Faber, an AI discovery startup, among others. Now, without further ado, let's hear from our speakers. Abhishek, we're really looking forward to your introductory remarks. You have the floor. But please, no, take the mic. I think it's not.
Hello? Oh, very loud now. All right, fantastic. They're going to pull up the slides, yes, I think.
Sorry, it will appear on the screen shortly. They're on the screen.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Sorry. It will get, it'll take a little getting used to as we all go back to in-person events, because previously it was all easy. It's all on your screen. You join via Zoom and life is simple. I guess not so much anymore, but glad to be here in person. New York is very exciting. Huge thanks to UNIDIR for inviting me here, and hopefully we'll get a chance to, not just through this panel and intervention, but throughout the day, to talk a bit more about AI, responsible AI, and how we can achieve some of the goals that Robin mentioned, that AI can enable us to achieve in practice. Next slide. All right, well, hopefully to the folks who are in the room, I'll give you a second to read, and those who are joining us online can enjoy a fun little comic to lighten up the day as we get started and move into heavy discussion territory in a few seconds. So if you've read it so far, for those of you who are familiar, this is Randall Munro, who writes the very famous comic XKCD. And there's a couple of interesting things happening in this comic. It's first, I think, when Robin was talking about AI, being, appearing. It's magic that I guess works, right? I like to think about it as, AI not being magic dust, because I think there's, as we see more fantastical capabilities emerging from these systems, it's quite easy to attribute a lot more to them than what's actually going on. And I hope that you already agree with that, folks who are here, folks who are listening in online, that's something that you've come to believe and understand as well. And the other important thing as you read this comic that stands out is that AI systems aren't objective either. They capture what we put in, right? So, that old adage of garbage in, garbage out, and that we end up interacting and interpreting the outcomes from these systems, which, and we choose to use the results in a particular fashion, which ultimately leads to the impacts that emerge from these systems. So they're not objective either. As you see, he says, stir the pile and wait till you get the results that you want. And when we think about the power that modern AI systems have today, it reminds me of the quote from Arthur C. Clarke that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. And that's what really is happening with AI systems today, is that they are quite advanced in their capabilities. And I'll show a few examples as we move forward. But it is still, fundamental pieces of technology. In fact, at the core of it all is matrix multiplication at the very basic level, combined, of course, with advances in specialized hardware, and our ingenuity in putting those things together. But when we think about what AI is and how do we sort of go about defining it, it starts to become a problem. And the reason it is a problem is historically AI has been a constantly shifting goalpost. So things that we previously, elevated and highlighted and showcased as AI, as years pass on, they get integrated into existing products and services, and we stop calling them AI. We just, think of them as something that operates in the background, makes our lives easier, and something that we accept as a part and parcel of our existence. You can think about the movies that you get recommended on Netflix, which, frankly, sometimes are not great, or products that you get recommended on Amazon, songs on Spotify, your news feed on Facebook. If you use Facebook still, you should be using TikTok. I'm kidding, but you know what I mean. So it starts to fade into the background, and we forget that these are still AI systems, right? So it's a constantly shifting goalpost. Next slide. Sorry, I'm going to have to do this awkward turn and see what comes up. And that it is the right one that comes up. So we still need a definition though, right? Hopefully, as we go through the day, we can use this as a starting point. And it's, the science and engineering of making intelligent machines. So it's the OG, John McCarthy, 1956, Dartmouth Conference. They were ambitious people. They thought in the grant application that they had written that they could solve the problem of intelligence with 10 people over a summer. 60 years later, we haven't quite figured it out, right? So nonetheless, I think the definition serves as a good starting point. And each of those words, I think, carries a significance that I think is important to consider. So when you look at science, at the heart of AI is the idea of experiment and iteration. And that, of course, is something that's fundamental to science, formulating hypotheses and validating through experimentation and evidence gathering. And of course, science here is important as well because modern AI, combines inputs from a variety of both technical and social sciences. Engineering, in the sense that it's, one of the most delightful systems with amazing capabilities that we see emerge from the combination of advances both at a hardware and a software level. And this includes things, like algorithmic advances like the notions of dropout, things like gradient descent, transformer architectures, but also hardware advances like GPUs, ASICs, so application-specific integrated circuits, TPUs, etc. Then if you look at the word making, I think this is very important because it highlights the fact that it's still humans who are behind these systems. It's still humans, it's organizations filled with humans who are building these systems. So they don't just automatically emerge out of nowhere. So there is an aspect of making, it's an artifact of human construct. And yes, there are some emergent capabilities that are present in these systems, especially with newer systems, but most of them are still purpose-built and have goal-directed behavior and intention coming from the humans and organizations who are behind these systems. Intelligence, eesh, that's a big one. I wish I had the answer for that in my short opening remarks, but we'll keep touching on that subject throughout the day. So, and of course, you're free to bug me during coffee and lunch, and I can chew your ear off about what I think about intelligence. But all that to say, we don't have really a firm definition that is widely accepted across all disciplines. So everybody has their own, formulation and their own way of thinking about it. So, let me say I can take a stab at it and think, articulate what I, use as the operating definition for intelligence for myself. And it's being able to perform well at goal-oriented tasks and exhibit behaviors to achieve those by interacting within a dynamic environment where there are uncertain conditions and partially visible information, visible states. And that's a bunch of things that are thrown in there. But really, when you start to dive deep into what intelligent behavior is, that's where you start to see how the facets in this definition come to action. And I'll illustrate that through a few examples as well. And then the last word, of course, machines. They're human artifacts, human constructs, and that's really important, that we don't assign to them moral agency and intention. That still firmly resides with the humans and the organizations behind these systems. Next slide. So we have a brief definition of AI, let's say. AI is good at a few things, right? I mean, if it wasn't, I guess I would be out of a job. Some of the other folks who are listening in would be out of a job. There are returns. This is not like crypto where, NFTs, where I still don't understand what it is and what the value is. AI is good at stuff and has returns. But they're good at narrow and well-defined tasks that are often repeatable. They have a clear definition of success and identifiable ways that you can judge that it's achieved the purpose for which you're using it. The first example that you see up there is a system from OpenAI. They built a robotic hand that looks like a human hand, and it's a Rubik's Cube solver. This is a very difficult task, at least for me. I've tried with YouTube guides and I still fail. Machines are better, as you can see. And and I guess the graphic is perhaps too small for the folks in the room, but there are a few screenshots in there that show disturbances that are added to the system, like shoving a plushy giraffe to disturb it, occluding visibility by throwing on a cloth over the Rubik's Cube, etc. And it's amazing that the system is still able to solve it. But I think what's important to realize here is that there is just fundamental science and engineering behind it, which is it uses the techniques of reinforcement learning with automatic domain randomization to achieve this robustness where it is able to perform in this sort of uncertain environment where you're throwing in some sort of disturbances. The next example that you see on there is the progression in solving games with complete information from DeepMind, which is the progression from AlphaGo to AlphaGo 0 to AlphaZero and then Mu0. And again, it's an amazing set of capabilities that emerge through algorithmic advances with a creative formulation of the problem itself of trying to solve these games. And you arrive at a final state here where AlphaGo, started with learning from human games. AlphaGo 0 was able to perform without input from human knowledge. AlphaZero was able to generalize across multiple games with a single system, and then Mu0 pushing that even further and operating in an environment with uncertain dynamics. The last one that you see very, very exciting recent work from DeepMind called AlphaFold, which I'm sure some of you have already heard about, helps solve this protein folding problem. They've released a structure for 200 million proteins. And again, it's a well-defined task, which is something that I want to emphasize, even though it is extremely challenging. And they've been able to build 3D models of proteins using just inputs of amino acid sequences. And since 1994, scientists have been trying to do this who were interested in this protein folding problem, put together this competition called the Critical Assessment of Protein Structures prediction. And now we have the system that's able to do that. So ultimately, AI can work across a variety of domains where problems have incredibly large solution spaces. They are stacked with advances from a variety of fields coming together to advance the state of the art, and they require multidisciplinary expertise, which something that Robin highlighted, and that does deliver really astonishing results. Next slide. Well, so AI is good at some stuff. AI is also bad at some stuff, right? That's why we still have humans around and we're needed. Otherwise, I guess we'd all be obsolete. But worry not, we're still relevant. The first example that you see up there is classifying hate speech. And that's often used in social media platforms for content moderation. It's a particularly challenging task because there's a lot of variability. The definition of it is itself quite vague because you have specificities of language, specificities of culture, nuance, the context. So, you can think of an example where if someone's replying back to hate speech using, let's say a term, a vulgarism that's been used against them, but they're owning that as an empowerment in order to reply back, even that gets suppressed because the content moderation systems aren't intelligent enough yet to figure out that context. And there's also, of course, an uneven distribution of training data, and the approaches are still very much performant on dominant languages, not so much for those that aren't. And ultimately, I think what constitutes hate speech still requires articulating policies that even when you have human content moderation teams, they struggle to implement it in practice and end up having difficulties in operationalizing it. The second example that you see is of self-driving vehicles. There is a horse buggy that comes in front of that Tesla. The vehicle thinks that it's a semi-truck heading towards it. I like to think of what Tesla's capabilities would be if it were to show up in India, where I was born and raised. You have all sorts of participants sharing the road with you, including animals, including overloaded auto rickshaws that have astoundingly different footprint from what you might imagine it looks like, with just hay and produce and everything sticking out. I wonder how Tesla would perform it if it can't even handle a horse buggy. And so what I mean by that is all of this works well and good if you're on the sunny roads of Phoenix, Arizona or San Francisco, not so much in other parts of the world. Even if you come to Montreal, where we've got tons and tons of snow on the road, turns out it doesn't perform all that well. So what I'm saying here is that some of these problems are quite challenging, and what is good driving is, again, sometimes it's difficult to assess and evaluate because there are a lot of conditions that are dynamic. How people behave in circumstances, sometimes bending rules to avoid disaster on the road isn't something that necessarily is something that we can qualify or quantify even for machine learning systems. And the final example that you see on there is YouTube, where the quality of time spent is something that we ideally want to optimize for in these systems, but of course clash with underlying metrics of maximizing view time leads to unintended outcomes like the one that you see on the screen there. Next slide. That's doom and gloom, but AI is getting better, right? Again, if it wasn't, I'd be out of a job, and others similar to myself. So you see in the first image there, You've got recent advances from DALL-E 2, from Midjourney and Stable Diffusion, and these are astounding outputs in terms of images that it's able to generate based on input text prompts. Everything from things that are physically impossible in the real world to events that might have happened in the past, ostensibly with people. You can dream those up even if they weren't recorded and visualize them. And this can, for example, create more compelling storybooks, as you're reading out to your child. But it can also, at the same time, proliferate more believable disinformation, which I think is a huge problem. And there are creative ways that people are using it now by plugging it into tools like Figma and Photoshop that will enable even a broader set of capabilities to emerge. The second example that you see on the screen is GPT-3 and OpenAI's API playground for that. It's enabled a vast ecosystem of apps to emerge. It's been adapted into things like code generation, automatic code completion in tools like GitHub Copilot, generating HTML websites by just providing a text description, reading and parsing legal contracts, and of course, malicious uses will still abound from it. And there are some ingenious hacks where people joke around by creating generated content and boosting it to the top of a news forum like Hacker News. And the final item that you see on there, which truly, I think, starts to get at that definition of intelligence that I was talking about earlier, is Gatto from DeepMind, which is a multimodal, multitask model that is able to perform reasonably well across a variety of benchmarks and state-of-the-art performance in certain things. And it's the same network with the same weights that is able to play Atari, caption images, chat, stack blocks with a real robotic arm, and do a lot more. And ultimately, what we're seeing now is a progression towards broader, more capable systems. They are larger, have more generalized capabilities, and pull closer to our definition of AI or definition of intelligence that I articulated earlier. And pulling up to the next slide. How is it different? It's the scale of impact and the pace of impact. Technology has always been around, but that really is the core differentiator where AI is really changing the scale and pace of impact that it creates. Next slide. The future of AI and humans, I believe, is interactive, and we'll see an ecosystem of interactions and structures emerge. A great example of that, for those of you who use Instagram, is to look at the DALL-E Instagram account, where people started to become more creative as they interacted and shared prompts, and the owners of DALL-E put out images. There have been plugins and apps. You're looking at Discord servers where people are interacting with these systems, open source code sharing. Prompt engineering is a new field that's emerged, and I don't have enough time to go into it today, or right now rather, but happy to chat about that very, very exciting new field of prompt engineering with people during coffee and lunch. And ultimately, humans and machines working together, that's what separates us. That's what's pushed us forward as a species. So, you can think about Centaur chess teams, you can think about co-creating, co-discovering, making scientific discoveries, creating art together. And we now have an intelligent thought partner, who can better help us explore the problem and solution spaces and really advance the state of the world and help, with human flourishing. That's all that I have, and I'll turn it over.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Abhishek. I think, Julia, if you're ready, we can move to your presentation now. Okay, sure. No. You can just say next, and my colleague.
Okay, so you'll be hearing next most of my talk. All right, so a pleasure to be here. I'm Julia Stojanovic. I was asked to give a general overview of AI. So here it goes. Next slide. My overview is based on, in part, on a public. So next slide, like I said. Thank you. My overview is based in part on a public education course that I developed called We Are AI, Taking Control of Technology. Please take a look at the link on this slide for additional information. Next slide. No universally agreed upon definition of AI exists today. And like Abhishek, I will also venture to propose my own definition now. And that is one that is going to work as basis for my introduction today. So for the purpose of this conversation, I'd like to propose that we think of AI as a system in which algorithms use data to make decisions on our behalf or help us, humans, make decisions. And now let's consider each component of this definition: algorithms, data, and decisions. Next slide. A simple example of an algorithm is a bread baking recipe. An algorithm is simply a sequence of steps, as shown on this slide. The first step is prep, buy ingredients and measure them. Then we mix, combine yeast, flour, and water. Then we cover the mixture and wait for the dough to rise. As the next step, we knead, shape the dough, wait some more, and repeat as needed. And then finally, we bake. This recipe is an algorithm. It lists the steps we take to transform the ingredients into a loaf of bread. Next slide. The algorithm may be fully prescribed. It may list exactly what ingredients to get, exactly how much to take of each ingredient, in what order to combine them, how long to wait, and at what temperature to bake. We call such algorithms rule-based. If we know the rules well enough, then we can always execute this algorithm and always get roughly the same loaf of bread. Next slide. Alternatively, our algorithms may be adaptive. They may learn to bake. As their name suggests, learning algorithms learn the recipe to bake bread from our experience of what a good loaf of bread tastes like. How does this work? Well, we may keep the structure of the recipe the same, or we may try different combinations of ingredients, different parameters, and different baking temperatures and times. And then we may ask a person, as shown on this slide, do you like how this bread came out? And if so, then we will keep the same settings, or maybe we'll try something slightly different or a lot different and see which results we like better. And from this, we can figure out what ingredients and combinations of parameters will work well together. Next slide. So I discussed algorithms. Now, what about the data? Data comes in multiple forms, and these are shown here. We have the input, of course, as one form of data. That is the ingredients we took for our recipe. Another form of data is the parameters, such as oven temperature and wait time. And then there is data that describes the output, the loaf that we baked. How much does it weigh? What is its nutritional value? Can we quantify and measure the degree to which it's chewy on the inside and crusty on the outside? These are all objectively measurable factors. The final kind of data is human judgment. Did the loaf come out well enough or not? Is it tasty? Is it Instagram worthy? And this data, the subjective feedback on the output, is very often more important than the objective properties of the output. Next slide. We talked about the algorithm and about different kinds of data. Now, what about decisions? In the process I described, a human is making a decision after every execution of this algorithm. They express an opinion about whether the loaf is tasty, Instagram worthy, good enough. The human decides whether to give this result a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Now, another decision is, now that we've tried a bunch of recipes, which will we consider a success? Will we decide to always or never use specific ingredients or specific combinations of parameters? An even more consequential decision is, do we think that we've tried out enough recipes to pass our experience onto a machine and trust that machine, an AI, to bake bread on our behalf? Will we also trust the machine to bake something different, like baguettes, rather than, let's say, sourdough that we started with? What about picking different ingredients? And most importantly, what about making judgments on our behalf, deciding which baked goods came out well and which did not? How much autonomy do we give to a machine, to a learning algorithm, to an AI? This is the most crucial decision of all. Next slide. An example of AI that makes very consequential decisions on our behalf is depicted here. This is an automated hiring system. We want these systems to do something that is very difficult and sometimes impossible, and that is to predict the future and furthermore, future behavior of people based on some past data. We want these machines to be able to predict whether somebody is going to do well on the job if they are hired. Next slide. This task of predicting the future is very difficult, and this is what we often ask machines to do. And because this task is difficult and sometimes even impossible, machines will make mistakes. A customer service AI at your favorite online shoe store may misunderstand your order and the wrong pair of shoes will be shipped to you. Annoying as this may be, the consequences of such a mistake are not severe and they are reversible. You return the shoes and you get your money back. Next slide. However, there are cases where mistakes can lead to catastrophic, irreversible harms, even to the loss of human life. For this, let's consider an autonomous car, an AI that is about to cross an intersection and that doesn't recognize a person on a bicycle as one of the types of objects that it expects to see on the road. The car will then continue on its path and possibly run the cyclist over. Now, a big question is, can we prevent such mistakes from happening? Next slide. To start, we of course need to first check whether AI systems actually work, and Abhishek spoke about this as well, whether they are picking up useful signal from the data or are an elaborate coin flip at best. AI tools are engineering artifacts. To know whether they work, we should use the scientific method. Formulate a hypothesis that states in a falsifiable way that the tool indeed, let's say, selects individuals who are creditworthy or employable, and that it's better at predicting that property than a random guess would be. Then we would design an experiment. And if our hypothesis is falsified, we should be prepared to rinse and repeat, or if we cannot achieve this goal, we should be prepared to just decide to not use a machine in this situation at all. Now, another reason that machines can make mistakes is that they may be biased. And this is a term that we hear a lot, so let me spend a couple of minutes on this. Next slide, please. So for our discussion on bias, I always like to invoke this classic. It's a paper by Batya Friedman and Helen Nissenbaum from 1996 called Bias in Computer Systems. And it's as relevant today as it was when it was written. And so the authors speak about bias along three dimensions: pre-existing, technical, and emergent. We use pre-existing bias synonymously with bias in the data. Technical bias is introduced by the operation of the technical system itself, and it may amplify pre-existing bias. And finally, emergent bias arises in the context of use of a system. We will map this bias roughly to bias in decisions, and then the consequences of these decisions that an AI makes autonomously or semi-autonomously, thus changing the world. Next slide. So to start quickly with pre-existing bias, I like to use the following metaphor. Data is an image of the world. It's mirror reflection. When we think about bias in the data, we interrogate this reflection. One interpretation is that the data, the reflection, is distorted. It may underrepresent or overrepresent particular parts of the world in the data or otherwise distort the readings. Let me give an example. Next slide. Consider, again, an autonomous car that does not recognize the presence of a pedestrian in a wheelchair as one of the types of objects that it would expect to see on the road. This could happen if, for example, this AI was trained on a dataset in which there were no pedestrians in wheelchairs. This example immediately extends to a domain that is relevant for our discussion here, and that is lethal autonomous weapons. I'm quoting from a UN General Assembly report on the rights of persons with disabilities, saying that, quote, the deployment and use of fully autonomous weapons systems, like other AI systems, raises concerns as to the ability of weaponry directed by AI to discriminate between combatants and non-combatants, and make the nuanced determination as to whether an assistive device qualifies a person with disabilities as a threat, end quote. This example illustrates that mistakes and catastrophic irreversible harms, even the loss of human life, can be due to biased data, a distorted mirror of the world. Other examples of pre-existing bias are when training datasets are simply unavailable that would be representative of the intended context of use of an autonomous weapon, a specific type of battlefield, for example. with a specific kind of terrain, soil composition, or other environmental characteristics. Next slide. And I'll wrap up in maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Beyond data representation, other interpretations of pre-existing bias are that even if we were able to reflect the world perfectly in the data, it would still be a reflection of the world such as it is today, and not of a world that could or should be. In the domain we are discussing today, this would translate to perfectly accurate data sets representing a history of military conflict in which lethal autonomous weapons were used without sufficient regard for civilian casualties, or with less human oversight than would be required to comply with international humanitarian law. Now, a couple of points on bias in the data. The first is that a data set or an algorithm can't know whether it's biased or distorted and for what reason, right? It can't know whether it's a distorted image of a perfect world or a perfect image of a distorted world, or if these distortions compound. People need to make that determination. The second point is that it's also not up to technical systems, but rather up to people to decide whether the world is how it should be, or if we should improve it in a particular way. And this is the difficult work of democracy, right? Is coming to consensus about how we want to change the world. Next slide. My third and final point here is that changing the reflection does not necessarily change the world. It may sometimes be worthwhile to debias data sets and algorithms, but usually we need to work much, much harder, bringing lasting change to the world, not simply brushing up the reflection. And I'm out of time, unfortunately, but I just want to highlight a couple of other things, maybe in 1 more minute or so. On the next slide, I speak about technical bias, about how the properties of the technical system itself may exacerbate inequities that exist in the world. For example, these relate to how we state objectives for our systems. Suppose that our task is to classify individuals into civilians, the negative class, and combatants, the positive class. Will we consider our lethal autonomous weapon to work well if it never misclassifies a civilian, thus having a low false positive rate, or if it never misclassifies a combatant, and this would be having a low false negative rate? Because unless our weapon has perfect accuracy, we cannot simultaneously achieve perfect performance according to both of these goals, right? So this is as simple as that. Understanding which goals we prioritize and why. And the next slide is really about decisions. And this is, I guess, where I will end. And that is on the next slide. Thank you. We need to ask ourselves, what decisions are we automating with the help of AI? Are we hoping that an AI will magically help us accommodate a multitude of divergent and often incompatible requirements into the operation of lethal autonomous weapons, for example? And are we hoping that it will learn to embed our norms and values? What if it does not? What if instead we take biased and incorrect decisions made by an AI and we implement them in the real world? And why are we fully automating some of these decisions? Are there decisions we should not automate, that we should leave to humans? Because if our AI makes a mistake, then a human must ultimately take responsibility. So let's go to the very last slide in which I want to close. So there's a discussion of the trolley problem that applies here. So let's skip through that. The very last slide before the thank you. More. Here. No, one before. So what I want to end on is that my question was, what is AI, right? And my answer to that question is AI is what we make it. And to support this opinion, I'm quoting from a wonderful book by my dear friend Serge Abitboul and his colleague Gilles Devec called The Age of Algorithms, in which they say that creations of the human spirits, algorithm and AI, this is my paraphrasing, are what we make them. And they will be what we want them to be. It's up to us to choose the world we want to live in. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Julia. That was fantastic. So let's move to the final speaker in this panel. Jason, I hope you can unmute yourself. see if we can hear you well. No, we can't hear you. We can't hear you. Okay. So I'm getting suggestions. Okay, I think he's offline already. So he's, the old plugging and unplugging the system to see if something changes.
Or the Microsoft approach. Try turning it on and off again.
Yes. Let's see.
And I can make that joke. I used to work at Microsoft.
Hey, Jason, so we got advice from the room to suggest you to take off your headphones, your speakers. Maybe it's gonna work. No, we cannot.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
we can hear
okay.
you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, that worked. Thank you. Hi. Yeah, sorry for a technical glitch. Can everyone, see my slide as well? Is it being presented?
Not yet, but we're going to upload them now.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, your slides are on the screen.
Great. Yeah. Hi, everyone. So this is Jason, and I'd like to think Abhishek covered or has whet your appetite on the fascinating applications of AI, and Julia gave a very visual and beautiful introduction to the ins and outs and also the ethical concerns of AI. And today, I would like to go into more of the technical aspects about AI systems in the real world. So next slide. Yeah, so I wanted to open my talk with an anecdote from just this past week. As some of you might know, the deep learning success is due in large part to the increase in advances in compute capacity, as kind of brought forward by a company called NVIDIA that makes graphical cards and graphic cards. And just last week, we saw that they have announced a new series of their graphic cards. And this is a consumer grade, like 1500, kind of not super expensive graphic card. And surprisingly, with just 8 of them, you can crack an 8-digit character password in like 48 minutes or under an hour. And to put this into perspective, 15 years ago, it would take about, I think, over 2 days to hack a 6-digit or to crack a 6-digit numeric only password. And so, like, this is an incredible feat. And as you know, this graphic card is also used to optimize algorithms for AI. And so this kind of alludes to the theme of a talk later today, which is that AI, as with technologies, is multi-use, dual purpose, and we will like to discuss the goods and the bads. Next slide. Yeah, so this is some of my, just like some places I worked at, and I previously worked on the system side at Apple, as well as kind of recently shifted more on the research side. So I think I'll be able to hopefully provide some perspectives from both as a practitioner and also a researcher who's also collaborating right now with Stanford and MIT folks. Next slide. Yeah, so I'd like to take stock with where we are now. I believe Abhishek mentioned a little bit about this as well, where on the spectrum from narrow intelligence to artificial general intelligence, I like to say we're the second category here, where we can handle complex tasks more than classification in many cases nowadays. But still, like, it's very vulnerable to outliers or adversarial examples, and it doesn't really reason as well as or like the way that we as humans would do. Next slide. So I'd like to kind of dive deep into the case study in self-drive. And I specifically worked on a perception problem in Lyft, where I led the incubation of the original algorithm on LiDAR deep point clouds. So on the bottom left, you can see these are the output bounding boxes predicted by our detector. And this detector takes LiDAR point clouds, which is not shown here, but they're essentially a dense like points that are collected by a LiDAR sensor that's spinning on top of your self-driving vehicle. And on the left here shows 3 modalities or sensors inputs that are fed into this algorithm, this machine learning algorithm that we created. And that's LiDAR, camera, and radar. And the reason being that this is kind of relates to the trade-off between software and hardware, where in the absence of intelligent software, we can compensate with, especially with regards to redundancy, with more hardware sensors. So like camera is good, for example, because it has a very far range compared to LiDAR, but then in the dark, in night times, it doesn't see as far as well. And whereas LiDAR does not really see well for fog, for example. And on the right here, the circles show that in the recent trend is that instead of the rule-based systems Julia mentioned, we're moving more towards a deep learning architecture for a lot of these subtasks listed on the right, like tracking and intent prediction. And just to also quickly go over the perception, the role of perception is the first of the 4 main modules or phases of a dominant pipeline for self-driving in industry. Next slide. Yeah, so there are many challenges in applying or like deploying AI into safety critical situations like self-driving. And even not just self-driving, there's this paper called Hidden Technical Debt in Machine Learning Systems that shows that unlike research, the algorithms, which is in black here, is just a tiny fraction of all the code and pipeline and workflow infrastructure that's needed to bring to market or bring to product an AI algorithm. And so the reason being that AI pattern matches on what it has seen, but as humans, inevitably, we wouldn't have been able to construct all the imaginable test cases or data set. So that results in the algorithm not being able to cover a long tail edge cases. And this can be seen in either chatbots or self-driving in this case. However, depending on the end application for chatbots, it might be okay to give an incorrect answer sometimes, especially if the user lacks access to even the minimum information. But for autonomous vehicles or autonomous robots that are related to human safety, for example, aviation is also kind of related to this, where 99% accuracy is often the minimum bar. Next slide. So some solutions to this before 2020 is kind of described in this machine learning data flying wheel diagram here, where to battle these continuous data shifts in the real world, we'll continuously fine-tune machine learning model on data we collect from initially an operational design domain, as we would call it in the self-driving industry, which is a small region in the map of a system where we focus and improve that by collecting data, looking at the errors, and then collecting more data regarding the error, and then training the algorithm again, and then continuously in the loop. And then we'll expand the ODD one at a time. So from, say, Phoenix to San Francisco and a different city or country. But as you can see, it's not hard to see that it does not really scale, or it doesn't scale necessarily very well. And as a result, a lot of engineering effort in the industry has been to black box test these algorithms and run regression analysis, which is kind of a method that's borrowed from or inspired from software and systems engineering, because regression tools were also something I was building at Apple. Next slide. And there's some mitigation strategies around this, or improvements, such as distilling these models into a smaller version, like a student model from a teacher model, and they're more like recent like algorithmic ways of systematically routing these different input types and tasks into different smaller student models. But that is also something that is being phased out as we look forward to the future of AI. Next slide. So the event of foundation models has been very exciting. It kind of takes advantage of the rise of unsupervised pre-training, where given input prompt, as an example, you can see on the left here. In this case, is actually an example of code. It can output lifelike answers. It can be stories, text, code, or anything, even images, right? Like DALL-E 2. And so this is all good and like very impressive performance, as you can provide it template examples to dynamically improve the answers to tailor it to the distribution that you care about or the domain that you care about. but still, this has like even the latest DALL-E 2 fails on a very specific set of queries or like capabilities. For example, from a very recent paper from this year, some analysis on the DALL-E 2, not the DALL-E 1, the latest DALL-E 2, has shown that even today, like for complex compositional captions, like the one showing a red ball on top of a blue pyramid with a pyramid behind a car, all these images are generated for the record, and none of them are exactly correct. And so this kind of goes on to show that this AI still has a room for improvement and how we can use it, think about it, using it in the applications of military. Next slide. Yeah, so kind of a segue into AI for weapon systems after discussing a lot about autonomous driving. As I mentioned earlier, there are 4 key stages to AI deployment in autonomous driving. So perception to prediction, which takes the bounding boxes that are generated by the algorithm to, and usually these are concerning pedestrians or cars, and we anticipate the movement of these bounding boxes. Then we do planning, and this planning is from the agent side, in this case, the vehicle side, what to do in response to these predictions of these objects and obstacles on the road. And then finally, we communicate that to the control system that drives the vehicle. And so you can see that is actually somewhat surprisingly, speaking about lethal autonomous weapons, maps one-to-one almost to the different kind of stages it takes for a killer robot, in this case, to execute a target, from locating the target to selecting a target and executing. However, we don't see fully autonomous weapons just yet, because as with self-driving cars, that is not solved yet. Roads are messy, and let alone war zones that are much higher dimensionality and complex. Next slide. And so I would like to kind of close by discussing or bringing in a food of thought example where this is the Cybertruck that's about to be released. And Tesla Autopilot is a semi-autonomous robot, as we know. So all vehicles that are autonomous can be also considered a robot that has a human in control, which I believe is also kind of the future of how we work with AI. But it could also be fully autonomous one day with just a software patch. And if you think about it, it's a semi-autonomous robot becoming an autonomous robot. So that could constitute as a weapon as well. And so in some definitions, right? So like, and in fact, if you think about it, that's exactly what, well, the fully autonomous capability is what Tesla is promising with full self-driving. So that's still pretty, so that's another food for thought discussion point. Next slide. Oh yeah, this is the final slide here. So I want to kind of close with by bringing your attention to some of these outstanding AI research problems that are still yet to be solved, even for these foundational models. As I mentioned, with DALL-E 2, the spatial inconsistency or relationships are not very well modeled in those compositional errors, but also like out-of-domain adaptation for fine-tuning the data wheel that we saw earlier, but and as well as hallucination of foundational models, which is particularly an issue on deploying chatbots and dialogue agents in the real world. And finally, counting and intent analysis is also something that the current machine learning models don't perform very well on, and behavioral planning as one of the biggest roadblocks to deploying AI for self-driving, like at scale. So these also, I would like to say, map kind of pretty well to the military tasks that the UNIDIR has kind of planned out in some workshops previously, where you can see that because of these issues, we still don't have a fully kind of militarized AI kind of military-based capabilities. And so, like, if you want to discuss any more about this, you can always reach out through email or the coffee chat, for example. Yeah, so I think that's my final slide. I should thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Jason, and all. As we're starting to collect questions from Slido, let's kick us off with some further reflections, perhaps let's go back a bit to the concept of AI and the characterization of this field. So I'll start with Abhishek, also because he was the first speaker today. So Abhishek, when we discuss AI, we often encounter comparisons between AI and human intelligence, human creativity, and even consciousness. Do you think these parallels harm the debate and misrepresent what the technology can actually do?
Yeah, I think they represent an ambition, right? They represent our ambition that we want these machines to be those things, right? To be creative in a true human sense, to have moral agency, to have all of those things. And I think that's perhaps where it comes from. But it certainly harms the debate because it distorts the real capabilities of these systems. And especially, I think, from an international peace and security standpoint, if we wrongly estimate the capabilities of an AI system that might be deployed by an adversary, then that leads to all sorts of preemptive actions or approaches, initiatives that can cause more harm unnecessarily and ahead of time before anything is actually even happening. And so when we talk about all these ideas, each of these words, even the word consciousness, I think, again, like I'm not an expert on consciousness, but from my reading of it, there isn't a widely accepted notion of how it comes about, why it seems that humans have that, and how it could, if it ever does, manifest in a machine. So it is very harmful when we project these anthropocentric ideas onto machines, because then that leads to a distortion, a misunderstanding, miscommunication, and a departure from what these systems are good at, and also recognizing what these systems are not good at, so that we don't use them in places where they're not good, because then that leads to a lot of harm.
Thank you. And Julia, you spoke a lot about AI being what we make of it, and in a way us shaping it, but also at the same time that we're still lacking a unified sort of theory or a commonly agreed formalized definition of AI. What do you think, does this tell us about the field of AI? And what does this lack of an agreed interpretation and definition tell us?
Is this on? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't actually think that we need a commonly agreed upon definition, because what AI is used for very much depends on the domain of use. But what we should agree on, and I feel very strongly about this, is that there are things that we should not be asking AI systems to do, even if they somehow can do these things, right? There are certain questions and certain decisions that should be left to a human. And I think that every definition and every formalization of an AI must include that human component. So in my definition, that was decisions, right? AI is helping us make decisions. But ultimately, then the responsibility for these decisions is with the human. And so even if we technically are able to predict things perfectly, there are some situations in which we should not attempt to do this. I don't think it's the job of AI to be creative. This is our job. And this is why I use humor and comics in my discussions of AI and AI ethics. It's because only people can appreciate this, right? And this allows us to understand that we are the active agent here, that it's not the machine. And so whatever conversation we have about AI, I think it's harmful to be speaking about AI only in technical terms. That would be my main point here.
Thank you. And Jason, I hope you can still hear us very well. You spoke a lot in your presentation. You walked us in a way through several areas of application of AI, from chatbots to generational models to then autonomous driving, and even hinted at autonomous weapon systems. How do you think, or can we develop a definition of intelligence that can be applied across all AI systems?
Right. Yeah. So I think that's a great question. I think there is a lot of effort on AI alignment and AI safety community that is kind of spawning out of academia and also a lot of researchers in a community independently that kind of focuses on building differential AI. And there's a lot of morally kind of like enhanced, fortified AI where there are like paradigms like moral debate, where you encourage AI to debate to see whether the decisions from a technical, this is pretty mathematical as well, that they're grounded to making decisions that are only safe for AI. And so in that sense, I think there's a caveat or a peril that's around that, which is the AI can be kind of like cheating on humans in that sense, where it's very intelligent to do that, but also because of these discussions about how we can future-proof such kind of AI from happening by these methods I just mentioned earlier, I feel like in the long run, the AI should be intelligent as, but also still differential to humans. So hopefully that answers that question.
Thank you. I'll continue with you because I wanted to follow up on something you said also in your presentation, which was well, you went in a way from discussing rule-based models to deep learning. So you talked a lot or mentioned often the concept of deep learning, and we know that it is currently one of the most prominent methods in AI. It's making impressive strides, impressive progress, and even breaking a lot of performance records. However, we still have obviously limitations to creating algorithms that produce truly intelligent behavior. So can you summarize for us in a few sentences, what are some of the persistent limitations to scaling powerful methods like deep learning to truly cognitive behavior and to real-time applications?
Right, yeah, so this concerns the reasoning capabilities of AI. I think with regards to perception, that's pretty kind of like at least like in the realms of recognizing objects and scenes around the agent, that's pretty much solved, like in some sense. But kind of cognition, which is kind of deeper than perception, like how do you make use of the objects that you perceive around you to take an action? And there's a whole research subfield called embodied AI, or like that's still not solved. And a few reasons being, as we saw, the spatial kind of reasoning. So like when a pyramid is next to a bottle, like or a cup is next to a bottle, like which one's to the left, which one's to the right, that one's not as well solved. And also biases, and then also like generalization to unseen data, and that's goes back to the kind of long tail edge cases where there is a belief that in the future, potentially by prompt tuning and kind of leveraging these foundation models that are trained on internet scale data without labels, because I forgot to mention, like there's two paradigms of kind of large paradigms of training these models. One is supervised with labels that are provided by humans, which is harder to get because you have to have humans explicitly label them, versus just cheap labels that you can derive from replacing parts of the input. That's much more successful, and I feel like still, I guess time will tell whether these emergent capabilities will carry us to solve these fundamental flaws in large models.
Thanks. So, of course.
So I think that it's not enough for us to have technical maturity to proclaim that the problem is solved. Because as I pointed out, and as everybody will agree, machines will make mistakes. And so ultimately, we cannot consider a system to be mature and usable, especially if it's used in a domain with very, very high stakes for the risks, where we can't also equip a human operator to decide whether the predictions of the machine are good enough and to feel entitled to override these predictions. Because when a mistake is made, it's their responsibility ultimately. So with models like deep learning, right, they are very complex. And so we cannot really start deploying them in production in domains like, let's say, warfare, unless we can bring the human on board as far as how robust these predictions are, what they mean, what are they based on, so that the human can truly operate and take responsibility. And we're very far from that, right? So there's a lot of effort being put into, marginally advancing the state of the art in terms of accuracy of some of these predictors. But we're not nearly spending enough time on understanding what are the legal and the policy safeguards that we need to put in place, and what is the human AI interaction. And this is what will make or break the use of this technology.
I think one of the other things that, as I was concluding talking about the future of AI and humans being interactive, that's really the power, right? Where we can enable human machine interaction to achieve some of these goals. In fact, to your point, I think when we look at some of these places where in high stakes situations, machines are being asked to take these decisions without maybe necessarily having humans in the loop, or sometimes even when you have humans in the loop, there are two kinds of problems that emerge. One is automation bias, and the other one is algorithmic aversion. The problem of automation bias is where humans trust the machine too much, right? So they get fatigued into believing, maybe fatigued is the wrong word, but fatigued into believing that the machine is always right, and they delegate away their authority and just take the decisions that the machine outputs, the predictions that it outputs, and incorporate that into whatever workflow they have. Algorithmic aversion, on the other hand, is not trusting the machine enough, because you might have had some early interactions where the machine gave you a wrong prediction, made a wrong decision, and you don't trust it enough or at all. And even in places where you're making the wrong decision and the machine could have provided you with valuable input, you don't trust it, and you don't take that into account. So this is, there's a concrete way that these problems manifest, and it's not just technical problems, as you were saying before, but it's also simultaneously equipping ourselves as humans to work better in a world where machines are going to continue to exist and assist us with various facets of our lives.
Because we own ethics, machines don't, right? This is ours to own and to be responsible for.
Thank you. That's a very interesting point. I'll come back to that maybe in the last minute or so. I just want to follow up with what all three of you said with two questions we received from our audience. I will combine them. There are two questions, but I will try to combine them. So the first is perhaps a yes and no answer. One question, one participant asked if self-learning AI systems are inherently unpredictable. And if that is so, can we say that meaningful human control is essentially impossible? That's one question. And related to that is someone else is asking if computer scientists, AI computer scientists, can measure the concept of brittleness. And is this a sliding scale? So perhaps, I don't know if Jason, if you heard me well, I would like to follow up basically what you said, because I think they're obviously very related as points. So maybe, Jason, you can go first.
Yeah, I can be fast. So the first one, I think no. Like, I think humans can still have control if we factor in the differential and like AI, like moral debate when we were building that. And there's like a whole literature around that. And for the second question, could you remind me what was the question again?
Yes, the second question was about was whether AI computer scientists have a way of measuring the concept of brittleness, and if it is a sliding scale.
I see. I think there are methods to develop another AI to measure the brittleness of the target AI. And I believe in that sense, you can get a qualitative scale, but that's a pretty meta question. So I'll leave it to the rest of the panel to take it as well.
I can respond to this if that's, or did you? Yeah. So we actually work on some of these questions of stability or robustness or brittleness, and there are very many ways in which you can and should look at this, depending on what part of that entire environment is brittle. Is it the data? Is it the model? Is it the decision making? And also depending on whether we're talking about domains in which having some unpredictability is actually helpful, like giving you some pieces of information that you wouldn't have expected, right? So serendipity, or where it's harmful, such as behaving in a way where your bridge suddenly breaks, although there is just a small variation in the load. And I'm using this metaphorically, right? So there is a lot of work on this that is starting. We need to work on this a lot more. How we measure stability, or lack thereof, again, depends on the application domain, depends on what we're worried about in terms of harms. And the first question, I didn't quite understand what is the yes or no component
It was
of it.
whether, well, I don't think I can find it now.
It was on meaningful human control.
Yes, exactly. So it was whether self-learning AI systems are inherently unpredictable.
I don't know. That's a very broad thing. But yes, certainly people can meaningfully control AI systems, self-learning or not, by allowing ourselves to also just not deploy them if we have no reason to believe that they would work. I think that should be always the first question to ask. What are we asking the thing to do? And do we have reason to believe that it can do that? Like, can you predict a person's personality, in quotes, from their resume? Probably not. So like an AI is not going to help you. Yeah.
Brilliant. So the next question I have is concerning more, I guess, the infrastructure that is behind AI. And I'll combine something that I meant to ask you, Julia, and others, the other speakers, of course, while you were talking. And also, I see this is raised by someone in the audience. You spoke a lot about data and about the human element that goes into curating data, into feeding data into a system. That data is just a representation of reality, because there are always decisions that affect what data to collect and so on. So I was wondering if you can perhaps give us in 30 seconds, just a breakdown of an example of a breakdown of steps that go into building an AI system, such as a computer vision system, and tell us a bit about the human decisions that go into it, the kind of human decisions that go into it. And because I want to keep this on larger infrastructure, then if you can connect that to the element of software and hardware, because someone in the audience is asking us if from a hardware perspective we can even distinguish between fully autonomous and semi-autonomous systems, for example. So it's a two-part question, really, about sort of the infrastructure, the technical and the human enablers behind a deployed system.
Right. So, yeah. I mean, the way I like to visualize an AI lifecycle is through 8 sort of phases that, really it's from, cradle to grave in a sense, which, it all starts with ideation, conception, doing, data collection, doing design, then, development, testing, evaluation, verification, and validation, which those of you, more familiar with the military domain might recognize that term coming from there. Deployment and monitoring, maintenance, and then end of life or decommissioning a system. And that's, each of these phases involve a sometimes non-overlapping set of stakeholders. The decisions that go into making that often are optimized for achieving the outcomes of that particular life cycle, especially when you have non-mature organizations building and deploying these AI systems where they perhaps don't take that entire life cycle view. And that's where some of these questions around the broader software infrastructure, the robustness and maturity of that practice come into question. And when we, even connecting it back to the concepts of meaningful human control and all of those other ideas, the organizations who are more mature, those who have more experience building and deploying these systems, are better positioned. Not that they always act on it, but they are better positioned to put in place controls. And the reason I bring up this example is if you look at something like Stable Diffusion and its public release, even though they promise or make the promise of having responses to moderation requests, because they're so small, and they they had an ethics statement. But an ethics statement does not mean action. We're all about ideas to action here. They had the idea of, hey, we want to be ethical, but what's the action? Nothing yet, right? So when we're talking about infrastructure, it's not just technical infrastructure, but it's also human infrastructure that needs to go into supporting the development of these systems. And of course, there's an entire set of invisible labor behind AI systems as well, in terms of how data is gathered, collected, with or without consent, often without consent, amongst others. And I forgot what the second part of that question was.
You've kind of answered it already. I think I think it's in the interest of time. Unfortunately, we'll have to wrap up unless Julia wants to add something to this. And I hope you don't all hate me that I'm taking from your coffee break, but it's been so interesting, and we're getting some fascinating questions in the audience. I did not even manage to ask a third of them, unfortunately, but
That's what the coffee break is for.
Exactly. We can continue for those who are present here. We can definitely continue during the coffee break, and this is just to show what a fascinating discussion this is, and what important things we still have to discover and unpack about AI, even as it's a field that has existed for decades now, but we seem to still have to struggle with a lot of conceptual and developmental sort of questions. So I think we'll just wrap up now, because we really have to stick to the program. But thank you very much to all our three speakers. This was absolutely brilliant and fantastic. Thank you so much. And also to the audience who asked questions, and I hope you can continue the conversation outside. So thank you all.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you enjoyed a cup of coffee and you found the discussions this morning as stimulating as I did. So my name is Alicia Anand, and I'm Associate Researcher with the Security and Technology Program at UNIDIR. And it's my pleasure to be chairing this panel today, which will be focusing on the uses of AI in military operations. In the first session this morning, we addressed the vital question, what even is AI? We learned that there is not one definition. AI is what we make of it. It's not fairy dust. And that we learned about what it can do, what it's good at, what it cannot do, and what the future of AI is. So against this backdrop now, in this session, we will unpack the disruptive impact of AI developments on international peace and security, starting with this panel in which we will examine how AI developments could potentially transform the conduct of military operations. We will discuss military uses of AI and associated potential risks, challenges, and possible benefits. We will also reflect on what and how governance frameworks can mitigate the risks and dangers of military applications of AI. I want to note here, though, that we will focus on applications beyond the integration of AI into weapon systems, which has been the primary focus of multilateral discussions at the UN. While indeed autonomy in weapon systems is one of the most important issues in context of international peace and security, due to the significant legal, safety, security, ethical questions it raises, which we also discussed briefly reflected on in the panel before us. But in this panel, we really want to draw attention to a wide spectrum of military uses where militaries and defense forces currently are looking to leverage AI. Now, these range from AI in military decision support systems and intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance operations to tactical, operational, and strategic planning and military training and logistics, which could all, in varying degrees, also have an impact on the use of force. So to do this, we are joined by a distinguished group of experts. Thank you for joining us. So in the room, we have Margarita Konav, who is the Deputy Director of Analysis at the Center for Security and Emerging Technology at Georgetown. Next to her, we have Kirsten Vineyard, who is a Senior Analyst at the Johns Hopkins University Applied Physics Lab, a research scholar for science diplomacy and tech policy at the Institute for Assured Autonomy, and a non-resident senior fellow at UNIDIR. And next to her, we have Martin Hagstrom, who is the program manager at the Swedish Defense Research Agency. And last but not the least, online, we are joined by Kate Devitt. Good evening, Kate. I know you're joining us. It's late for you there in Brisbane. So she is the chief scientist at Trusted Autonomous Systems, a Defense Cooperative Research Center, and an adjunct professor at the Center for Robotics at Queensland University of Technology. You can read their detailed bios on the event program that is available on the event page. So a warm welcome to all of you. We are thrilled to have you join us today. But before we begin, I want to just make a quick note on the run of show. So for the next 35 minutes or so, we will hear from our experts through a series of questions that I will pose to them. And then we will turn to questions from the audience. So I invite you to submit your questions using Slido by scanning the QR code, and you can submit your questions at any time. So let's dive straight in. So my first question is to you, Rita. Could you help us set the scene? So what are the military uses of AI beyond weapon systems? And which uses are most prominent in military operations today? And what future trends do you foresee? Over to you.
Thank you, Alicia. Great. Okay, this is working. Thank you, Alicia, again, and thank you to UNIDIR for having us today. It's such a pleasure to be here with all of you, and I'm really looking forward to the conversation and the Q&A portion. So I really appreciate the opportunity to follow the panel that we just had, which I think really showcases how the conversation around artificial intelligence, and particularly artificial intelligence in military affairs, has progressed and is
getting closer into line with reality and the technical limitations of today's technology. Because when I kind of entered this space and coming from more of a background that focused on military operations rather than military technology, conversations about AI in warfare were very much on the side of magic and fairy dust. And I think today we have, not everywhere, absolutely, I don't want to create a false impression. There's still a lot of hype and a lot of misunderstanding and misrepresentation. But I think there's greater clarity about the limits of the technology. And not only that, but the limits of how humans and institutions and militaries as a subset of those institutions are going to be able to integrate and scale AI across their mission set. So one thing that is very clear in these discussions is that, hopefully it's increasingly clear, is that AI is not a weapon. AI is not a nuke, AI is not a missile, AI is not a landmine. What AI is, and the way that we often talk about it in these conversations of military affairs, is an enabler. But what exactly is it meant to enable? So the way that I approach that question is trying to understand what are the military capabilities that militaries around the world want, and why they are spending all of this money, all of these research and development investments into these sets of technologies. And I look into the set of capabilities and focus predominantly, or at least chiefly, on speed. We often hear, also from the commercial space predominantly, and then transitioning into a conversation of the military affairs, that speed is the name of the game when it comes to modern warfare and future warfare. So speed and what? You often hear about this conversation is the execution of the OODA loop. The OODA loop is your process of making a decision. It's the transition from observing something, orienting yourself, deciding, and acting. So the integration of AI as an enabler is meant to increase the speed within which militaries and decision makers and operators in the military execute that OODA loop. Another capability is a focus on coordination. Modern warfare is incredibly complex. You have all sorts of forces in one theater of operations across different domains, all operating in the same space, are also connected to different systems, different decision makers, different forces outside of that space of operations. They all have to be able to talk to each other in order to be effective. They also have to be talking to their allies. They also have to be able to differentiate between friendly forces, civilians, potentially other unknowable factors. So the integration of AI into military operations is also meant to improve that coordination. Another set of capabilities focus on survivability. So the ability to endure and persist under harsh conditions. So we can talk about survivability in terms of protecting the warfighter. So you can think about leveraging AI for force defense, or we can talk about areas where we can employ semi-autonomous and increasingly autonomous systems in areas where humans are certainly unable to survive or unable to operate effectively. So whether that's underwater or in very hostile environments or in the conduct of these dirty, difficult missions with hazardous material eviction, for instance. So we can talk again, speed, coordination, endurance, survivability. Another area, another capabilities that's exceptionally vital for military forces is precision. It's the ability to, again, differentiate and discriminate between legal and illegal targets. And AI, as we've seen in some of the example of the autonomous vehicles, is in some areas helping us get there, helping us differentiate between, helping us get to that point where we're able to use force much more precisely and therefore much more effectively and in congruence with international humanitarian norms. So all of these capabilities is essentially what militaries want, what they aim and believe can win today's war, and equally important, the wars of the future. So it is a process of investing and leveraging AI for these sets of capabilities as an enabler. 2 quick points before I let my colleagues continue the discussion here. In our research, and I work at the Center for Security and Emerging Technology at Georgetown University, and the past 4.5 years, we have spent a lot of time investigating the implications of developments in artificial intelligence on all sides of national and international security, with my team working predominantly on the military side. And two things that I think are quite important from that body of work. The first one is that right now, and I think for the short to medium term, we are not talking about artificial intelligence replacing humans. We are absolutely talking about human-machine interaction and human-machine teaming. And that is something that I think really should frame the conversation of how we're going to be thinking about the inclusion and integration of AI into military software and military hardware and military missions. Because it's no longer just about the humans and how they relate to each other, or even just the humans and how they relate to machines. But it's precisely more about that relationship, because that is something different, and that's something that we haven't really encountered under situations of duress. And that, again, gets to that conversation that one of the previous panelists referenced about automation bias versus algorithmic aversion. Under which conditions are humans more likely to be reliant on their machines? Under which conditions can we justify it? Who is in charge? So right now, and I think for the next 10, 15, perhaps even 20 years, we are very fundamentally talking about human-machine teaming, and perhaps even moving to human-machine integration. Second, I think is really, really important to point out, and the question was phrased as, what are the uses of AI are most prominent in military operations right now? And if we look at military operations around the world, there are not really prominent uses of AI. They are rudimentary, they are initial, they are perhaps groundbreaking in the fact that they haven't been attempted before, but they are absolutely not at scale, they are not revolutionary, and they are not setting the pace of warfare or changing it in a really real way. But I'm talking about October 2022. I'm not talking about the next war. And I'm not even talking about the end of the current wars, because technology moves very quickly. Still, it's important to understand that especially AI capabilities for warfighting are still, for the most part, except for some applications in intelligence processing and information processing, some limited decision support applications, are still very much in the research and development phases. And our ability to use them effectively under the extremely complicated realities of warfare still is unproven, and in many ways even untested. So that's something that I think is really, really vital to bring out before we get into a discussion about what are the specific uses in military AI. Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you, Rita. That was really helpful. And also you bring out really important points. First about AI being an enabler, and then about laying out really very eloquently the use of AI in the speed, precision, endurance, survivability, and the fact that it's pretty used rudimentary right now. It's not so widespread and at scale. But because of the AI's use in, for example, in speed, in precision, as you pointed out, many militaries around the world have started to develop AI strategies as they seek to leverage AI throughout their operations. So my question now to you, Kirsten, is what is missing in their AI strategies, and what could be improved to help translate national AI strategies and defense-specific strategies to operational impact?
Well, thanks, Alicia, and it's a pleasure to be part of this conversation today. And it's really great to be following Rita, because I'm going to talk about some of the connective tissue between national AI strategies and what the military says they want. So around 60 countries in the world have some sort of version of an AI national strategy document. And national AI strategies tend to focus on all of the aspirational ways that the nation tends to leverage AI. There's a remarkable similarity, if you read these documents, in the overarching theme along the lines that we're going to integrate or we're going to leverage AI for good across all sectors of our society, including military. And while it's terrific that so many countries are moving ahead with national strategies, and I believe that AI, when responsibly designed and deployed, can be a force for good, I'd like to point out 3 areas that sometimes get overlooked in the high-level strategy documents, and yet they are that crucial connecting tissue when it comes to operationalization and having the impact that we desire. First, there has to be clear recognition that AI is all about trade-offs. When you train an algorithm to optimize for some objective, it isn't optimizing for something else. It's crucial that those being asked to operationalize high-level principles have methods to consider trade-offs in context or how to prioritize among different objectives. And these trade-offs include concerns about operationalizing ethical principles, how that could impact system performance, how deeply one must consider these principles within the constraints of project timelines or even budgets, or even consideration of how to weigh different principles against each other when they're in tension. Clarity about these trade-offs at the earliest stages of a project can really help to avoid or mitigate costly delays or even failures. And as Julia said in the opening this morning, being clear about which objectives have we chosen and why. Government entities need to be explicit about this in their needs requirements for researchers and for industry contractors. And this requires going on beyond just kind of restating and rehashing AI principles, but rather communicating these priorities to contractors and the research communities and giving them concrete guidance as to how to assess trade-offs and put the principles in context. And if you're looking for a really accessible example of this, check out the DoD's Defense Innovation Unit's Responsible AI Guidelines in Practice. That's a great document for illustrating this sort of thing. Secondly, AI innovation involves uncertainty. We have scores of examples of how AI has surprised us with its outputs or its behaviors that we did not expect. And sometimes this is a good thing, and it illustrates a novel strategy or a previously unrecognized pattern, and we're charmed or we're astounded, and sometimes we're a little bit perplexed. But other times, the results will not be as endearing or beneficial. And normal accident theory tells us that things will inevitably go wrong. It isn't a freak occurrence. It isn't an unforeseeable possibility. Things do go wrong. So if we accept that innovation involves uncertainty, policies related to risk identification, risk mitigation measures, and mechanisms for redress when appropriate must be carefully thought through in advance, and the appropriate supporting policies put in place at the front end, not post facto. Lastly, and this is to me, I think the most important point, is not every nail needs an AI-enabled hammer. As nations, and particularly their defense sectors, adopt AI strategies, an absolutely critical element is developing a process for consideration of when an AI solution is worth pursuing, or when sophisticated automation and expert systems would do, have done, continue to do, and in the future could continue to do just fine. And so to put it maybe in a slightly cheeky way, contrary to the messaging we often hear as citizens and as consumers, not everything tastes better when you sprinkle a little bit of AI on top. So an important consideration for us in the development of policy about AI is a robust way of thinking about how you decide whether an AI-enabled solution is the right one. What's the business case for AI being the right technology to solve this problem? Do the potential benefits outweigh the known risks? What might be the societal consequences of using AI-enabled systems for this task? Governments don't have a crystal ball. We can't expect them to identify all the unknown unknowns. However, going back to the previous statement that innovation involves uncertainty, how deeply have we explored at a minimum the known unknowns and considered whether these might be sufficient reason to give us pause on the adoption of AI-enabled solutions while we seek to address these potential issues? And technologists must be part of this conversation. I've had a foot in both camps in the multilateral policymaking discussions on digital technologies for many years, and now I'm at a cutting-edge research institution. I am flummoxed daily about how differently these two communities characterize risks, what concerns they articulate, what their estimations are of when and if we will see progress on certain open questions, and how cautious we should be, and even what we should be cautious about. There's a disconnect between the rhetoric at the policy level and at the research level. Asking questions like, can language models be too big, as a group of top AI researchers asked last year, seems directly contrary to the policy and public discussions among non-technologists that for the most part has accepted the premise that bigger data sets, bigger models is always better. In the past few years, I've heard a lot of governments, representatives from around the world say something like, I have funds to do something on AI. And now this is a recipe for a solution in search of a problem, right? So as the old saying goes, if the only tool you have is a hammer, you tend to see every problem as a nail. Governments need to be vigilant about resisting that seductive track, the thinking that going forward, AI is our only hammer, or the best hammer, or the most effective hammer, the mother of all hammers, you name it. We have a variety of tools in our toolbox. We have toolboxes that are overflowing with tools. AI isn't our only hammer, and not every problem is a nail. If the goal of a national AI strategy is to something like support diffusion of AI through all sectors of society, then it is no wonder that we are all in pursuit of AI hammers. So when we think about national AI strategies, what processes or guidance or signals are those documents giving us as to where to prioritize our AI efforts? Coming at it from another angle, are we constantly asking ourselves, given the state of the technology and its likely near to midterm trajectories, given what we know about strengths and weaknesses in open questions of AI, in particular applications, what makes us think that this problem is a good candidate for an AI-enabled solution?
Oh, wow, Kirsten, that was fantastic. And of course, it stuck with me that not every nail needs an AI hammer. And the fact that you said that different communities, in fact, look at risks differently, the technical community versus the military versus, governments. So this is a really good segue to my question to Martin. So Martin, how do militaries engage with the civilian technical community with respect to identifying and leveraging technological solutions for military uses? And what sort of engagement do you think is needed to ensure that civilian-built AI systems that the military deploys and uses meet the required legal and safety standards that Kirsten was laying out for us?
Many questions on a row. I think regarding nails and hammers, military. First, I should say I'm a government employee, and everything I say reflects only my own opinions, etc. Blah blah. So no one thinks that I speak for my employers. I think militaries are constantly trying to solve problems. I mean, that's their mainly business. So they look for hammers, and there is still a lot of expectations on AI. And then I think we should be careful speaking about military organizations as a homogeneous set of organizations or people. They are very different in different nations. They have different backgrounds, different sort of organizational strength, etc. If you compare, we are in the US, you all know that the military budget of the US is sort of comparable to the rest of the world. So there is a big difference in funding and difference in ability to spend money and explore and test and trying out different different kind of hammers. But I think there are, so the engagement looks quite different. I think there is still quite a lot of expectations and hope in solving problems with a new tool. But I think the most sort of the way forward, how it should be done, is to gather more knowledge on, as the previous speaker spoke about, the limitations of the tools, because there are a lot of limitations. And if you look at civil AI solvers or hammers, they are developed because they could be developed They are developed in to solve a problem that could be solved. Military problems are not defined by the solver, but by the opponent. And that's a big difference. So you need to really stress the limitations of the tools. I think there is also a need for, if you look at the producer side or the tech side, to understand military problems, because they are quite different from many other problems. And they always exist in a context. It's never sort of a general problem. It's always a very special problem that need to be solved in a specific time, specific place. So there needs to be more knowledge about these problems. There is also a need for understanding the legal restrictions or conditions on new tools. This is something we all work on. And personally, I don't think the legal system is inadequate, but it needs to be interpreted in the context of new tools and new technology, and that's this big work. And then, although my colleagues in humanitarian law refrain from talking about ethics, I think we need to get a sort of deeper dig into the ethical problems to understand exactly what we think is a problem and why we find certain solutions less attractive and what we really are afraid of. And so essentially I think we need to be more knowledgeable and work deeper, and we need to share that knowledge between the different fields of expertise.
Oh, thank you, Martin. And yeah, on that point, on increasing knowledge of limitations and risks, so we turn the next set of questions on exactly those issues. So I turn to you, Rita. You outlined for us what the uses of AI are in military operations and what the possible uses could be. So also, can you help us unpack what the associated potential risks and challenges would also be, or even if you think there are benefits which you already pointed out in your first intervention. And then how do we ensure that AI applications then are developed and used in ways that are compliant with legal and ethical requirements?
I'm really glad that the rest of the day, there's such a heavy focus on trustworthy and reliable AI.
Yeah.
So I don't have to get into the technical details of how to ensure such compliance. So I'll take a step back and think about, using artificial intelligence or machine learning tools for decision support, or even we talk about decision advantage or something like that. Why are we interested? What is the premise? What is the impetus for including these types of technologies in military decision-making and decision support? To an extent, it's driven by an idea that human decision-making is flawed, especially under pressure, especially in a war situation, especially when it's affected by sincere and perhaps to an extent inevitable human nature qualities and some of our biases, some of our problems with racism, hatred, violence, all of the problems that plague us. And the notion that if you introduce technology into the mix, especially if you introduce data-informed or data-based recommendations and decisions, we can achieve unbiased precision and correctness and accurateness that would then enable us to make decisions faster, better, and win through them. And you can talk about it in any commercial setting, or you can talk about it in the military setting. The impetus itself is still very much the same, is that human problems and faults can be, to an extent, corrected, improved, and perhaps even eliminated by the introduction of technology into the mix, and then maybe even through the replacement of technology in human decision-making. The problem, however, one of the many problems with those assumptions, especially this notion that data is truth and data-based is real or somehow correct, and I'm not even talking about moral or ethical, just the sheer notion of reliable or precise, is not necessarily true. And we had a few examples in the previous panels that really illustrate that tell you that your algorithms and your models and then their recommendations are fundamentally shaped by the training data that they are based and informed and that they learn from. So garbage in, garbage out, but even if it's not necessarily garbage, there's still so many parameters that are involved in ensuring that we are even reaching an approximation of precision, correctness, and context-specific, mission-specific, task-specific recommendations. So if we already from the commercial sectors have so many examples where poor or unrepresentative or otherwise problematic data produces then decisions that not only replicate previous human biases, but enable them to become even more profound and at scale, then we should absolutely worry about that in the military space where life and death decisions are much more common than they are in banking or finance. So if we have algorithms for hiring, and this is a popular example of a massive organization employing hiring algorithms that scan through previous resumes of individuals who have proven to be successful, only to learn that it can't hire women and it can't hire people of color. And this was a diversity push to bring on a better sense of candidates and a better, diversified workforce that can really take this company into the future. It looked to the past, learned from human mistakes, and decided to do it with the precision and reliability of a technology, of data. I'm being facetious, obviously. If we, and a lot of the people who design these tools are by no means idiots. These are some of the best, minds of our generation who believe fundamentally that if you build the correct tool, it can help you make better decisions. But the problem is that our instruments for building these tools are still ones that we have built and still reflect some of our own problems, and then have problems with that we cannot even begin to understand because of problems like black box that exist that are pertinent to these technologies. So when we introduce such algorithms to inform our decisions, to shape our decisions, let alone replace our own decision-making capabilities, we're introducing not only our own problems from the past, we're introducing a whole other set of issues, and we're bringing them to already a really complicated environment. Another thing that I think is worth pointing out about the risks is this tension between real-time decision-making and precision. So if you want your models that tell you how to make choices, how to make decisions, be as accurate as possible, they have to change with the environment. They have to learn in real time, and they have to account for all of the complexities of where you are, for how people move, where are they going, what is changing, how you are behaving, how people are behaving in response to your behavior, and how you are responding to their behavior, and all the bridges that collapse around you, all the roads that, where goods and people and everything is moving. But to do that, you have to have such sophistication in these systems that they inherently become almost unknowable. And the more complex and the more complicated these tools become, the less we fundamentally understand them, and the less we know what they're basing their decisions on. So there is a tension there between complexity and utility, between our pursuit of accurateness to our desire to understand what are these things doing and what are they telling us to do. So I think we're at a point where there is kind of a geostrategic push to begin and even really start to scale integrating some of these, especially on the information processing and decision support side, to push these technologies forward. And they can potentially be truly revolutionizing. I don't want to undermine their potential by any means. But we really need to think about the changes and the policies that we have to make on the organizational side of things to ensure that we use them in safe, secure, reliable, trustworthy ways. And I think my co-panelists and the rest of the day will really look into that.
No, yeah,
Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. No, that was really helpful. I think you brought up some really important points about the challenges and the risks, and of course, how to address them. We'll be discussing that through the day. So I now go to Kate. Kate, thank you for waiting for us so patiently. So given the risks that Rita just laid out, what are the challenges of establishing or adhering to responsibility and accountabilities for existing AI projects in military contexts?
Yeah, isn't that the million-dollar question? I'd also like to just say at the start that the views and opinions that I'm expressing on the panel are those drawn from my personal capacity and do not necessarily reflect the views of the Australian government or any other institution. So with that out of the way, we have a challenge both in the civilian and the military spaces to achieve responsibility and accountability for the development of artificial intelligence. And it's going to have to be tackled at a multi-stage affair. So at the level of voters and citizens, they need to remain active and engaged and asking questions about AI technologies used in military contexts. They need to apply their rights. If they're in a democratic country and there's the right of the free press, then these are tools that can be used to ask questions of their elected officials in terms of policies that they are supporting, at various governance levels that will affect who gets voted in and who gets to be in charge in countries where militaries must act at the behest of a democratically elected government. It's a much harder question how militaries are going to respond in countries that are not democracies. And the way they manage AI could be quite different and is likely to reflect their broader governance structures in terms of they may not allow the citizenry to be as interactive with the government at the time for different reasons. And then governments can determine to use artificial intelligence in ways that might be coercive and manipulative, and the militaries may use artificial intelligence in all kinds of ways that are already identified as concerns in the civilian sector, in terms of things like smart city surveillance and other kinds of citizen surveillance and evaluation. So that's at sort of the most core level that the public needs to be engaged and allowed to have that conversation. There needs to be some sort of reckoning, and this is happening sort of as we speak, that different parts of the world are trying to understand how to govern AI. So, for example, the UK is looking to try and regulate AI by sector, right, to sort of allow experts in particular sectors to determine some of the parameters around which AI should be deployed. The EU is looking to try and regulate AI more sort of overarchingly, to sort of have a kind of top level view to say, look, you need to comport with certain types of principles, regardless of the context of use. And the United States just released their AI rights, Bill of Rights proposal, which is it's a sort of third way to try and regulate AI. And it's an interesting question how that's going to affect the militaries of each of those nations or groups of nations, because there's likely going to be a push to try and make sure there is an alignment between civilian frameworks and military frameworks where possible. And then when there are differences because of the unique nature of military applications, that there is that compliance with international frameworks that are currently existing that are applicable to those uses of AI. International organizations also have a role to play, particularly NGOs, to provide best practice frameworks. So, for example, a lot of countries commit to Article 36 reviews of all new means and methods of warfare. But to date, there is not a sort of practical guidebook that actually helps technology developers to know, well, what does that actually look like? How do I set out my requirements for test and evaluation? So if we go back to that sort of US responsible AI strategy and implementation pathway, there's a lot of steps and stages recommended there to provide advice on how to do the implementation of AI, responsible AI. But what we need in addition to that US handbook in the US, of course, that's relevant to the US, but then we could use some advice perhaps from organizations like the ICRC or CIPRI to say, well, this is what we would expect a nation that is committed to compliance with international legal frameworks. This is the way we would go about the test and evaluation of AI. So those are some of the organizational requirements. But I also just want to step back for a minute and say one of the sort of elephants in the room, I think, is that militaries acquire AI technologies from external industry. So big platforms like Google, while they have committed to an ethics framework and that they say they're not going to use AI for weapons systems, do supply the Department of Defense with AI products that the Department of Defense may then utilize in a variety of ways for military purposes. So these digital platforms have a huge amount of power, both in the civilian sector and when their products and services are utilized by militaries in the service of different operational requirements. And I think there's a really important interrogation around how does any nation actually, the military or civilian government actually respond to or fight back against the digital platforms. So 2 years ago in Australia, the Australian government made requests of Facebook, and Facebook shut down their operations in Australia as a response. And that shut down access to a huge range of community groups and community fire emergency services that were totally reliant on the digital platform of Facebook in order to undertake their day-to-day operations. And it revealed a huge vulnerability in nations to big digital platforms and the governance structure that would regulate the use of the AI emerging out of those platforms or the uses of military. There still isn't a good mechanism for the responsibility and accountability that the public may expect. And in fact, in some senses, militaries in democratic countries are actually working very hard on AI governance structures that we may not even be seeing from big digital platforms that could ultimately be providers of a huge amount of the artificial intelligence that those militaries want to.
Oh, thank you, Kate, and also for raising all of those issues with responsibility and accountability and the legal questions as well that we would need to consider. But you also talked about the fact that a lot of the systems are developed by industry and then integrated by the civilian and what that interplay would look like. And we're lucky we have a 100-minute panel in the second half of the day that will unpack exactly that. And we do have members from government and industry to answer those questions. So now I'll turn to you, Martin, to ask you, even if we say AI, there are AI solutions that can provide benefits as we've been discussing, but what are then also the challenges of deploying those AI systems in military operations?
Challenges are many. I don't know if there are probably people here been working in the military, and the process of actually feel the system into a military organization is or acquisition. The acquisition process for military organizations is typically 10 to 15 years. before it's when this decision of acquisition until it's fielded and incorporated in the organization. And for technology that is typically monthly or yearly innovative, this will be a challenge. Then there are new acquisition processes that are ultra fast, and they are typically 2 years or something like that, because when you want to introduce something, you have many safety aspects. You need to train the troops to use it. It might be a tool that is only in the command and control centers, but still there are many people who need to be trained and understand and use it, etc. There need to be handbooks written and very formal, and this takes time. And this is actually something that I think all military organizations struggle with at the moment, how to keep speed of modernization in pace of technical development. So that's an interesting challenge. I think it's also important then regarding the hype of AI to learn to differ between hard problems that are not easily solved and sort of solvable problems. And that's not always easy to see from the civil point of view, because the civil tools are developed just because they could be developed. But with enough engineers, you can always crank through and build a machine. But then there are problems which are really hard or maybe not impossible to solve, but really scientifically tough. And that's not obvious from the outside, the difference. So again, we come back to the need of more knowledge, not only one expert in every organizations, but a lot of experts and things. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. I think it's really important to also consider that even if we have AI solutions, there's then the question of actually deploying them and using them, so which are also important considerations. So I'll go back again to the governance frameworks, because I think that issue is really important. So I'll go back to you, Kate. You already discussed, you reflected upon the fact that militaries use AI systems that are built by the civilian sector. So how do real-world military AI applications align then with civilian and military governance frameworks?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I mean, I think one of the interesting things is there's a huge overlap between military AI frameworks and civilian frameworks. So I would start at the Venn diagram that shows a great degree of overlap. I mean, if we look at the principles of responsible use released by NATO a year ago, lawful, responsibility, accountability, explainability, traceability, reliability, governability, and bias mitigation. If you look at the sort of top AI ethics principle frameworks that have been released in the civilian domain, there's a lot of overlap there. And one of the notable differences would be the inclusion of lawfulness in the NATO strategy that reflects the unique legal apparatus around how do you deploy AI as well as humans in societies that have as their basic tenets and ethics to not harm others. And then in these special circumstances, it's somehow ethical to harm others, which is the particularities of military operations in some contexts. So I think the NATO strategy there reflects the civilian expectations with a layer of a military application. And those legal frameworks, of course, represent a sort of deep philosophical underpinning from just war theory. And there's a lot of things that emerge once you commit to legal compliance in warfare. So once that is accepted, and of course the AI strategy was accepted by all NATO nations a year ago. So once it's been accepted, there's a lot of expectation I think that populations should have with regards to what their nations would be doing if they were complying with those NATO principles. But there are some differences, and it's probably good for the public to understand some peculiarities around military acquisition and the kinds of challenges that militaries have and frameworks that they have that makes adopting AI for military purposes a challenge for militaries within their own frameworks. So I'm just going to draw attention. Again, I'm going to draw back to the US Responsible AI Strategy and Implementation Pathway. So they have Tenet 3, they talk about the AI product and acquisition lifecycle. So a lot of militaries that we're speaking of, I'd say, have a requirement through the acquisition of new technologies. How do militaries acquire them? How are they sustained? And how are they validated through the test and evaluation, validation and verification process? Now, militaries traditionally use waterfall project management, which is to say that you have a requirements list, and we've talked about that tonight in the panel, which has been great. You have a requirements list, you get an industry often to create the product, and then defense, military signs off on it, and it gets utilized operationally, and then it's sustained often for periods of decades. And as our previous speaker said, sometimes it takes 15 years of preparation of documentation and training in order to actually even get a military technology from an innovation stage to a deployable stage. That's traditional waterfall, often long cycles to operationalize. And in a way, it's very familiar to old software engineers of like the 1980s and 90s, where software was created and then put onto like a CD or a floppy disk and sort of shipped out to consumers who would then utilize that software for a period of time, a long period of time sometimes. Now that's contrasted with agile software development that's been really prevalent since 2000. And that, of course, is the underpinning of all big AI platform developers today is agile. So any military looking to acquire AI products has to imagine what is the capability life cycle for AI products that are going to have to undergo constant updates to ensure that they are not brittle and are not sort of hopeless against a changing environment, particularly open world environments. So militaries actually have to examine their own governance frameworks in the acquisition stage. And if they're not careful, they won't be able to acquire and deploy these AI capabilities because they simply won't have fit for purpose processes of test and evaluation or requirements to even ask external providers for exactly what they want. So there's a big task ahead for militaries to get a handle on what they expect to ensure these products perform with all of their expectations from a safety and legal compliance perspective, and all the way through to military ethics, where if an AI or an autonomous system is deployed and there isn't a human present in a platform, and they want that platform to represent the nation's ethical stance, that platform, for example, an unmanned ground vehicle, that it comports itself on the battlefield in a way that is consistent with the values of the nation that takes ownership of that platform. So I might leave it there. Thanks.
No, thank you. No, thank you, Kate. I think especially, your point about overlapping principles and requirements, that's definitely there. But I guess your intervention raises the importance of also having a closer engagement between the civilian and the technical. I think that is something that also is the transformative aspect of AI, the closeness and the amount of more, close relationship you would need, the military would need with the technical community, as well as the legal community. So my final question from my side is to you, Kirsten. So if the perception is that government institutions consistently lag behind industry and the AI research community, what levers do governments still have, other than regulations, of course, to ensure that that those that are supporting defense innovation can actually conform with the expectations for responsible AI?
I think there's a lot of different things that can be done besides regulation. I'm going to maybe just harp on one of them for a moment. I believe that governments, regardless of their AI maturity, have a role that is pretty much underutilized across the board, and that is helping to shape societal norms on AI by leading by example. National strategies tend to assert that we shouldn't overregulate or hinder innovation. And there's a desire in many countries for what's called a light touch regulatory approach, in some places a no touch regulatory approach. But governments could consider how best to exploit their influence in shaping and raising the expectations of citizens and consumers about what responsible AI looks like, and essentially helping to fast-track consolidation of norms around responsible use, development, and design of AI. Governments can set a good example by demonstrating good practice. Transparency in their national policies is a good first step. Requirements that public sector agencies embody good practice, for example, using documentation such as model cards, and being consistent in doing so. That linkage that was just brought up a moment ago between a bit the national strategy and a sector, for example, defense-specific strategy, making sure those things are coherent and consistent as much as possible. Modeling good practice in the public sector helps to consolidate these baseline norms. And the public sector might lag behind in adoption of AI and in regulation of AI. That's no different than any other field of innovation where regulation and policy is almost always far behind the science and the engineering. But the public sector has quite a stage, and it has a captive audience, let's be honest, to model good practice through the use of things like data and model cards, test and evaluation plans, et cetera. The AI norm ecosystem is getting extremely noisy and very diffused. And while meta-analysis have shown that there are many common conceptual clusters of principles, Kate just mentioned that, each entity kind of packs different things into those terms, right? And so I think we maybe are a little bit overconfident that we all, when we say transparency or we all say explainability, that we are talking about the same thing. We take comfort in the fact that the more or less agree on those big picture principles, but the devil's going to be in the details, right? And how each of our institutions decides to interpret and turn these principles into practice, it matters deeply. We could attempt to negotiate, sure, a shared international understanding of norms of responsible state behavior. Maybe that's not impossible, but it would take a very long time. And those negotiations, I participated in some of them on digital technologies, it will be the lowest common denominator outcome. Not the best practice of the day upon which there is an agreement, and certainly not even good practice, which is constantly evolving. Norms don't have to be negotiated. They can emerge through practice. They can be demonstrated by influential actors, and that includes the public sector. I believe we have a very small window, and that's rapidly closing, for these efforts to consolidate and socialize a body of shared norms before various actors become really too entrenched or too invested in their own way of seeing and interpreting and doing things. Norms consolidation is happening in specific sectors, for example, in some sectors of industry, but governments need to do and move much faster on this to model AI norms of responsible behavior.
Thank you, Kirsten. I particularly like your point about that you can all have norms like transparency, fairness, but are we all talking about the same thing? And I think that requires a lot of unpacking. So I have a lot of follow-up questions, but I think I should move to the questions from the audience. And there is this consideration of human control, which I have a couple of questions related to that. So the question is, how do national militaries retain control of technologies when they're so dependent on external industry? So this is, we already reflected on this, but if I could also add, how, if we include AI not in the execution phase, but AI in different applications of AI, or military uses that lead to that phase, how does that human control impact in that later phase? So if you include AI in decision making, in reconnaissance, how does that also impact human control in the execution phase? Yes, go, Martin.
It's a good question, and I think it's a problem with the word control, because the word control means different things for different people. It's easy to think of someone actually physically controlling something, but typically in military organizations, as I said before, there are development, as Kate said as well, there are development of manuals, training, procedures, etc. And during this, training and procedures, development of tactics, etc. Things are tested. Since militaries train a lot for good reasons, usually you detect sort of problems in that process, and that is a way to maintain control, because there is still rules of engagement. There are humanitarian law, etc., which actually guides what the outcome and what should be possible and allowable. So during the training and development and etc., you develop that kind of control, I would say, to a large extent.
Yeah, no, thank you, Martin. I think that's an important point, and I think it answers the question as well. I do have another question that I want to take, is about the fact that we were talking about diffusion of principles, but don't the UNESCO and the UN, the UNESCO principles, for example, don't they also represent consensus? And what do you think of that? So we were talking about diffusion of principles. This is a question from the audience. So, UNESCO principles are the globally accepted currently. I mean, they're not defense military specific, to note, but if you have any reflections on that as well, on how they could be applied in the context of peace and security. Anyone? Kate?
I'll go for it. Yeah. Look, I'm just going to benefit from the really fantastic discussion from the panelists and reflect on this. I think one of the most important points of the night was talking about the importance of having methods to consider trade-offs. I think that's such an important point about how do we manage these principles, because as you say, the UNESCO principles, they've been adopted by the greatest number of nations on earth. I think it's in excess of 200. So we should all go to them to understand where there's a shared awareness across the nations of what's important to consider. But once we've decided what's important to consider, that doesn't provide us much guidance on how to manage trade-offs. And of course, in military context of use, there are lots of trade-offs. And in fact, in warfare in general, there's a lot of trade-offs in ethics. It has nothing to do with AI. It's just constantly a battle with what is the correct or reasonable action at any point in time in incredibly difficult, challenging and uncertain environments where it's unclear what the consequences of one's actions might be, and one has to do one's best to be ethical in the moment in time and to have had the training to lead you to the point where hopefully you can conduct yourself in warfare in a professional manner. So I think you take those UNESCO principles, you've got to run it through your own profession of arms. So if you are in a nation, again, I think it depends on the culture of your own military. But if you have a nation that has a military that is answerable to a democratically elected government and has a professional approach to the way it trains and sustains its military forces, then there's the opportunity to look at the culture of those forces, look at the UNESCO principles, and think about any doctrines or any behavior guides, and to say, well, how then should we expect our AI to conform with the standard of behavior we'd expect from a human, and where should it be asymmetric and when should it be symmetric, right? So bravery, for example, for those bomb robots is a sort of absolute sort of where it all begins. You send the bomb robot in, it helps save human lives, hopefully, and also, disarms mines and things like that. So, of course, very brave and sometimes destroyed in that bravery. So there's a lot of extra brave stuff that robots can do that humans really shouldn't do. We can't afford to lose humans in that sort of way. So there's quite a level of analysis that's the process of going from those overarching civilian frameworks like UNESCO down through the nation's own values and military culture, and then to look at the ConOps for any particular application of AI for a use for the military that then can be examined often in simulation, trial and exercises. So a big hope for the future, I think, is that the best militaries in the world and the best governments in the world will be real experts at using digital environments, simulations and digital twins to explore and play basically with technologies and human machine teams to find out where the parameters of comfort is with using these technologies, in the same way we all use Google Maps right now, we rely on Google Maps when we feel it is a reliable app. But then if we see like cows going across the road, we might be like, yeah, maybe Google Maps is not reliable for me right now. I need to use something else. And we need a training process and an experience with AI that gives individuals in the context of use of these technologies confidence to use them when they need to use them, and confidence to say, I'm not going to use this technology when it's inappropriate.
No, thank you, Kate. I think AI in military training is a topic that I think needs to be unpacked a bit further as well. But we have Abhishek in the audience who also had a point he wanted to raise.
Hopefully my voice. There you go. Or I could have yelled. So I think, just riffing off of the question that was brought up around consensus, we need to think about whose consensus are we looking for, right? With the UNESCO principles, there is, yes, 200 or so nations have accepted those principles, but are they the ones that are actually being utilized in practice by the very entities who are building these systems, right? And to your point, where you said, you have these entrenchments that are going to happen if we don't move fast enough. I think that's the problem with very trying to achieve very broad-based consensus before taking any action, is that nothing will happen. We'll wait for consensus. All the while, systems are being procured by government agencies, by military agencies, and being deployed and used. And so I think when we're talking about consensus, I think we need to also reformulate consensus in the sense of, is it consensus for those entities who are the majority builders of these systems? And that's not to say that military organizations and governments are not building them. They are building some in-house capabilities, but a lot of the state-of-the-art systems are still coming from industry actors. And I think that's where we need consensus, because they're the majority, at least in this context.
Thank you, Abhishek. I think that's really important to also understand the operationalization. But yeah, Martin, please take the floor as well.
I just take the opportunity being here. I think regarding forming norms, you should really. I think there is a need for education on law, international humanitarian law, for example. I think it should really be compulsory for all employees in defense industry to have a basic course in international humanitarian law. I think that engineers who are generally problem solver, you give them a problem, they are happy to solve it. I'm an engineer myself. But they are not really it's not part of the education to reflect on the outcome or the use. Compared to medical students, for example, they have ethics in the first. They start in the first 6 weeks of their education. They are introduced to ethics. So it's a continuous discussion within that community, which is not in the engineering community. It is within the military community because they have the education. I think that is a way, maybe not to reach consensus, but at least reach more knowledge and better understanding.
No, yeah, thank you, Martin. Of course, knowledge building on these issues is, of course, really important, and hopefully, the Innovations Dialogue is one platform that's doing that. I want to ask so many more questions. Also, I'm getting a lot of questions, but we're running out of time. So, and I'm eating time out of our lunch break. So, there's one question, just short reflection. It's about the use of AI in information warfare. So we didn't reflect on that in our panel, and I think that's a really important point. So, Rita, you're nodding. Do you want to take the floor, or anyone?
Is there a specific question?
No, just about how is AI being used in information warfare, because we didn't reflect on that in our discussion.
Yeah, I think that is probably an area of immediate and principal concern in terms of some of the applications that we're talking about are more directly into the future, especially like integration of AI into, say, autonomous ground vehicles. There's a lot of technical problems to solve before it's used. But because AI and information operations, a lot of it is effectively software. We are already here today. And I think AI really does have the potential to aggravate what already is a pretty severe problem when it comes to the spread of disinformation online. And the solutions, the technical solutions exist and they continue to develop. So it's not necessarily a technical problem, but it is to a great extent a much broader problem to tackle: the societal, democratic, media literacy issues that exist, much more beyond the question of what militaries can do and what technology can do. And I think we're actually fundamentally unprepared to how much worse it's going to get.
No. Thank you, Rita. Does anyone have any quick intimate? Of course, Kirsten, please.
Maybe?
Yeah.
So I just want to double down on that. This last year, the Innovations Dialogue actually talked about synthetic media. And on the panel that I had the pleasure of moderating, I asked if anybody wanted to speak to this issue of kind of where do we draw the lines between when I do it, it's information ops, and when you do it, it's disinformation, right? And that's something we're going to have to grapple with as a community. I really recommend that if you have some time, you're interested in this, check out last year's Disarmament, the UNIDIR's Innovation Dialogue. I'm sure the videos are online on the YouTube channel. She didn't pay me to say this.
We also have a report. So please do.
It's really useful. There's really challenging questions there. And I think the international security and stability communities are not yet really getting their teeth into this in a way that we're going to have to, because as Rita says, it's going to get a lot worse.
Okay, thank you, Kirsten. Any last reflections?
I can't resist. I can't resist.
Yeah.
It's such a huge topic, information warfare.
Yeah, I know.
So, I mean, I think the book Like War, The Weaponization of Social Media is sort of a must read because every individual, I get back to the citizens' obligation, is to understand every action they take on social media is an action of political import. And every time you allow yourself to be aggressive for any cause or any reason online, or disseminating hate or disseminating anger, you are contributing to this sort of volatile information environment. And I thought it was very interesting that the CIA recently came out with their own podcast and their own sort of guidance to try and say to the public, they basically need information literacy. They need to think about where is the source, where did this information come from, how did it get to me? And so CIA is not alone as being an intelligence organization that has traditionally been quite secretive and is now sort of emerging from the shadows to try and talk to the public about what it is to be an information consumer in our society, how to manage the onslaught of disinformation and information in their own lives every day. And that is sort of an ongoing project for many nations to try and figure out how to manage it. And of course, with the rise of AI, being able to be used to synthesize agents and to create artificial agents, then there's this sort of magnification and exponential increase in the potential for, not helpful for the societal well-being energy to proliferate.
Thank you, Kate. And you're right. It's a really big topic, and we're lucky because we're going to have the panel after lunch is going to discuss AI in domains of warfare, including cyber. So we'll take the discussion there. So that brings us to the close of this panel. Thank you so much for joining us and for your active engagement. Thank you to all our panelists. It's been an absolutely fascinating discussion. I could go on and on. I have so many follow-up questions, so I'm going to follow you right out the door through lunch. But yeah, thank you so much. And thank you, Kate, for joining us. Have a good night. And now we'll break for lunch, and we will resume back at 12:20 p.m. Yeah, thank you so much, and see you after lunch.
Okay, everyone can hear me. Perfect. Thank you very much for sticking to this panel, especially after lunch. My name is Beyza Ünal. I'm the head of Science and Technology Unit at UN Office for Disarmament Affairs. In the next session, we are going to discuss specific potential benefits and risks of integrating AI technologies across domains of warfare. Especially, we're going to look at the convergence of AI with other potential dual-use technologies. The panel will particularly focus on 3 core technologies, cyber, nuclear, and biotech, and their relation to artificial intelligence. I might, time to time, add some points from outer space-related things because we do not have an outer space expert in the panel, unfortunately. Time allowing, I might do that when appropriate. I'll briefly introduce the panelists to you as well. We have Alexander Liskin. He's the head of threat research at Kaspersky. We have Eleanor Powells, senior fellow at Global Center on Cooperative Security. We have Lee Bin, professor in the Department of International Relations. And we have Andrew Reddy, the faculty in University of California, Berkeley. Lastly, about the format, before I turn to the speakers, we are planning to have an initial conversation on the subject within the panel. But I would like you to start thinking about your questions and putting those questions into the Slido so that I can actually check your questions here. If I see questions that are really linked to the questions that I already have, I might just take it during the panel. So heads up to the speakers on this. So, you do not need to wait until the end. We may just go ahead and do a Q&A during the session throughout. So I'll see how that goes. I would like to ask, I think Eleanor and Andrew are here, or speakers that are here, to come on forward. Thanks. Perfect. And then we have Alexander and Lee there. Perfect. Nice to see you all. I think what I'm going to do is I asked each speaker to kind of like limit their answers to 3 to 4 minutes. So I really appreciate if you can do that. And we will have this like rapid interaction. I'm going to first, I think, start with Alexander and then turn to Eleanor on the first question. Alexander, what are the potential benefits of integrating AI technologies in particular domains?
Hello, everyone. Hope you can hear me well. So my name is Alexander Liskin. I'm from Kaspersky, and I'm a head of threat research team, which deals with all the possible cyber threats we face. And I'm responsible for protecting our customers from cyber threats. And we, of course, rely on artificial intelligence a lot. We have a lot of automated systems which are based on threat intelligence, which allows us to do our job more effectively. As for the benefits of AI technologies within the warfare, currently we can clearly say what could it be. Because now, currently, there are no evidence that AI is really employed in cyber warfare. At least we at Kaspersky haven't seen such evidences. There are, of course, theoretical discussions about how AI could enhance possibilities for cyber warfare and cyber attacks, but we haven't seen it in practice, actually. And also, we can't currently make anything aside from theoretical discussion about this because there is actually a lack of information of what, for example, what states do in terms of using artificial intelligence in cyber warfare. But then again, turning to the defense side, specifically cyber defense, many cybersecurity vendors employ artificial intelligence, and it proved to be a very effective tool to protect customers from all kinds of cyber threats, from malware, from phishing, from spam, and of course, it is an important part of cyber defense. If speaking about other applications, for example, we use artificial intelligence in our managed detection and response service, where we monitor cybersecurity of our customers in online mode. And this artificial intelligence analyst allows us to resolve almost half of the alerts automatically, which really helps Security Operations Center analysts to not feel so-called alert fatigue, and so that they deal only with important and most likely true incidents in their work. And also we use artificial intelligence in industrial cybersecurity, and there it allows us not only to detect potential cyber attacks, but also additionally to detect infrastructure malfunctions, for example, or some critical processes misconfiguration. So I think that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander. You were on time, actually. 3 minutes, 30 seconds, I'm counting. Eleanor, I'm going to turn to you for speaking perhaps from the biotech side of the benefits of AI technologies. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Beza. So we stand at the edge of a revolution in biotech with the motto, with the goal, innovate to survive. In the last 2 decades, biotechnology has moved from analog to digital, converging with AI as an innovation catalyst. And this integration has led to powerful implications across sectors for biodesign, precision medicine, and biosecurity. So new collaborations between AI and bioengineers have led to the field of functional genomics and proteomics, where algorithms can learn to map, analyze, and model the functions of genes and proteins, including critical interactions between them. And this new frontier is mainly developing in silico. So you can compare it to a computing game where deep learning algorithms compete to model and predict gene functions within synthetic data sets. Then combined with genome editing, the prediction from AI models can then be tested in cell lines in the wet lab. And this type of modeling gives us a window into the combinatorial relationships between genotypes, phenotypes, and microbiomes. So essentially the operational blueprints for humans, animals, and pathogens. And in practice, modeling genes and proteins functions can help us understand how a particular pathogen impacts our immune system or microbiome, how a virus has high transmissibility between humans, but also why the genome of certain subpopulations is more susceptible to certain types of infection. So let me share with you a few recent examples of AI innovation in biotech. By detecting biomarkers at population level, AI is used to design liquid biopsies, blood tests that can diagnose cancer in early stage. The same way, AI is improving the precision of gene therapies in immuno-oncology. There is even prospect to optimize our biology with in vivo gene editing. For instance, doctors a few years ago have been able to delete a mutation in the stem cells of a young boy to replace 80% of his skin, avoid off-targets, and cure him from a terrible skin disease. AI is also crucial to vaccine platforms that can synthesize RNA viruses for the design of vaccines, as we saw during the pandemic. And so you see how the benefits are crossing to biosecurity applications, such as producing effective medical countermeasures, but also beyond, to prevent illicit gene synthesis. And indeed, public and private sector actors already use algorithmic threat models that can be applied to characterize the functions of novel combinations of DNA sequences that could become source of concern. Finally, the integration of AI and automation is drastically changing how biotech research is performed and who is able to perform it. So most of the knowledge in functional genomics is increasingly captured in AI mining platforms and DNA assembly programs that can reproduce biotech protocols or design novel experiments. Biotech labs are increasingly automated with robotics and cloud services. They are intelligent and connected. So they let you remotely control up to 50 types of bioexperiments sitting at your computer, sitting anywhere in the world. During the pandemic, several biotech companies have also developed workflows that integrate AI, XR technologies, and immersive spaces to work and collaborate on 3D models of diseases. So the consequence is that AI, computing, and automation have made modern biotech both more powerful and more accessible.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Eleanor, on your comments related to biotechnologies. I'm going to turn to the an issue on nuclear side, and I know that it's hard to find and talk about benefits, probably harder, let's say. I'll turn to Andrew and Lee on your perspectives with regards to the nuclear field and what type of benefits that you see. Perhaps I'll first start with Andrew, and then I'll turn to Lee next. Andrew.
Perfect. Thanks, Beza. I will do my best to at least talk about the potential benefits and why we're thinking about doing innovation in this space in the nuclear context. First of all, thank you, Beza, for moderating, Robin, Giacomo, Alicia, for having me. It's great to be here with all of you. I should mention that I tend to focus on proximate risks posed by AI technologies, sometimes described as narrow AI. So no accounts of the Matrix or Terminator for me. Hopefully that's okay. But I do think there are enough kind of security risks associated with these proximate uses that we should be paying attention to. And also just reflecting on the panels from this morning, this is a problem now where we have these technologies deployed in terms of signal detection, anomaly detection, and even with regard to kinetic effects. So it's CIPRI's count puts us to something like 50 weapon systems that are autonomous in some manner of speaking, and we can have arguments about what fully means in the fully autonomous sense. And so, I focus primarily on AI NC3 integration concerns, which some people think we don't talk about enough, which is great for me as a scholar in this space. And really, that integration is being reflected in the qualitative and quantitative shifts in nuclear force postures that we're seeing across the globe. And of course, command and control is the network backbone that makes any particular nuclear deterrent work. And as such, it's singularly vulnerable. So why would you think about putting AI technologies in this space? And the answer is because policymakers and military decision makers want data. They need to parse through all sorts of noise and find the signal. And AI technologies are, fairly good at that in some cases that are narrow. And of course, we've been doing this for a very, very long time. There is some part of this that's kind of old wine in new bottles with regards to particularly early warning. We've been using, we didn't call it AI, but we've been using AI in this space since the 1960s. But you certainly look at advances in terms of sensor packages, from new forms of hyperspectral imaging to new delivery platforms, from microsatellite constellations to underwater autonomous vehicles. And we see a step change in what early warning might look like in the future. And of course, one state's applying these tools in an early warning context, whilst security maximizing for that individual state might be destabilizing at a system level. And so that's something that we worry about quite a lot. Sorry, I got to risks already. Couldn't help it. The other place where we've been paying a great deal of attention is around AI tools for decision support. And therein lies the kind of debate about the decisions that are appropriate to have humans in or on the loop for versus those that we can have the human out of the loop for. And of course, we have the black box problem that various private sector actors are trying to solve by chunking algorithms. I think there is something to be said for whether you lose some of the potential benefits of AI technologies when you have to go back and forensically create that explanation chain about which parameters are doing the driving. And so we can talk about that. I'd also suggest that we shouldn't be thinking about AI technologies as if they're kind of out here by themselves. Ultimately, currently inside of at least in nuclear command and control. Human beings are the computers, right, that are assigning probabilities to what is actually happening on the ground. And humans are just as likely to have biases and problems associated with their decision making as any particular algorithm. We just accept that, right? And so policymakers that I work with in things like war games and tabletop exercises get really uncomfortable about having algorithms making decisions for them, but they're perfectly happy having human beings decide for them. And the question that we often ask is, well, why, right? Why are you happy with that? Is it because you've got multiple humans that are touching a problem as you move up and down the command and control chain? Or is there something intrinsic to humans that you're more comfortable with them making decision than anything else? Of course, you also have in this, in the nuclear space, the places where it hits other domains. And so, things like using AI tools to detect cyber attacks to nuclear command and control and what have you. So, those are some of the other potential benefits as well. And I'll try not to step too much on the risk conversation. I'll save it.
Perfect. Thank you, Andrew. Lee, I would like to turn to you next.
Thank you very much. Artificial intelligence is something new for nuclear arms control experts. Right? No matter we like it or not, we will see more and more AI technologies in the nuclear weapon domain. AI is very different from nuclear weapons. We could, remove nuclear weapons from, certain places, but AI is very different. It is very difficult to single out AI engines from a domain. Sometimes we are using AI technologies, but we may not know that. So we have to deal with that in nuclear weapon domain. In principle, artificial intelligence could help raise the efficiency of work, save manpower, and offer better accuracy. If AI technologies are used, people would be able to deal with a lot of data associated with incoming nuclear threats, to better understand the nature of incoming threat, and to coordinate various elements to respond to the threat. If we are not too ambitious when we have these capabilities, we could have a better chance to avoid miscalculations and overreactions in nuclear crisis. Right? This would be useful, helpful for us. But if we are too ambitious, if we speed up the process of decision making on nuclear weapon launch, the consequences could be very different. The benefit could become cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee. So I'm going to turn to a question that came from the audience, as I promised. I think the question goes to Andrew mostly, but if the other speakers want to answer the question, please feel free to do so as well. The question is regarding concerns surrounding strategic stability and crisis management. What type of confidence building measures are feasible in AI-enabled warfare?
Great. Okay, I'll do my best. I mean, I think this gets to the risk conversation that we're going to have later anyway, right? I think one of the things that I worry about the most in this context are the race to the bottom dynamics, right? In which you kind of got one state that moves first, and then all the other states feel like they have to match. And then, of course, you've got states that just pursue the technologies because they want that potential first mover advantage. And ultimately, in this space, regulation is very difficult at the intergovernmental level because we haven't established what the benefits associated with a particular technology are yet. And so if you want to kind of characterize where we go with technology control, there are arguments that we only get around to controlling the technology when they're no longer that militarily useful, or states that matter to stay outside the regime. We've got lots of examples of that as well. And so I think that getting to the bottom of that kind of race to the bottom dynamic is really important. And to get states kind of moving away from, and we see this in the hypersonic missiles debate too, this kind of, my adversary is deploying system, therefore I have to deploy the system too, right? And get it and kind of nip that kind of dynamic in the bud. In terms of what it actually ends up looking like in practice, I share some of the skepticism that you heard from the earlier speakers around the ability to kind of create global norms. I think ultimately what's going to happen is you're going to have a full suite of, I think somebody used the word layered, maybe it was Robin earlier today. You're going to have domestic legislation and regulation. You're going to have export control regimes at the borders. You're going to have intergovernmental export control regimes on a unilateral basis. And then you're going to obviously have your kind of norms building conversations in dialogues. But ultimately, as we all know, in the current environment, getting states parties around the table is potentially problematic, and it's not going to be any less problematic in this space, again, where the kind of the difficulties lie. And I do want to kind of highlight one thing that I think is different about AI than perhaps nuclear technologies, is that really we need to carve out a space for the private sector at the table. You know, in this room, I'd love to see, like, you know, an OpenAI, Google Brain, Anthropic, right, et cetera, right? Some of the researchers at the kind of the frontier of the technology, to be involved in the conversation about what regulation looks like, to see if there's any actual technical tools with regards to what you regulate. In my estimation, you can regulate the data that train the models. You can try to regulate compute. There's a lot of conversation around that right now, compute governance using the IAEA type model. You can try to regulate human capital and human capital flows, and then obviously the data centers as well. So there's lots of different avenues that you can kind of use to govern in this space. But kind of what ends up kind of coming to the top, I think, is very much an open question.
Thank you, Andrew. Alexander Lee, do you have anything to add? Shall I continue with? Yeah, you're good? Perfect. Eleanor, you're all right? Or do you want to add any points into this?
I mean, at the interface of AI and biotech, I think that we are facing a totally new paradigm in governance and, you know, control and non-proliferation. And basically what you're trying to control for is intangible transfer of dual-use knowledge. What kind of, you know, enhanced pathogens can we make that could literally destroy life on the planet, or let's say compromise our ability to survive as humans? But that today, that codes for information, basically. So it's literally knowledge. It's not access to technologies anymore. And I think that's really difficult for, you know, our governance institution to understand. It's a big departure from our legacy approaches.
I think there is from the audience someone. Please go ahead. More than a second. You wanted to add into this conversation, correct?
Mic is. I have them on, all of them. All of them mic is. No, he doesn't need to choose, but they feel comfortable including so the humans who are still black boxes. That I agree with you. Always heard it all, but no, I'm getting
Reticence comes about because you are able to fold in humans in.
You are able to fold in humans into existing structures of accountability, existing ways of you know, punishing them, let's say, if things go wrong. And you have certifications and training processes that these humans go through, which is why they are a little bit more comfortable doing that versus the utter lack of any of those things in the case of decision making by machines. So I don't know, in your experience, if you see that that's the source of the reticence.
Yeah, so interestingly, the reticence I find more on the policymaker side than the military leadership side. The military leadership side is saying, great, give me another tool with which to separate signal from noise, right? I will use it as an input. How ultimately you end up inputting it into the decision. I mean, ultimately, all military leaders and all policymakers are taking probabilistic intelligence estimates and then making deterministic decisions about what they should be doing, right? And that's the problem, right? It doesn't matter whether they're getting readouts from an intelligence agency that says, I think this is going to happen with medium, high, low confidence, right? Versus my model that says, generally speaking, 95% confidence, right? In terms of like coming to the decision that there's no delta. I think you're right insofar as it's kind of bureaucratically, like what's the story as you move up the chain. And I think the story that we tell ourselves in the nuclear field is that you're taking away the opportunity for a Petrov incident, right? You're creating the conditions under which you don't have the human being saying, that doesn't make any sense, what I'm seeing on my screen, my terminal, I'm not going to report that up the chain, right? And so that's the story that we're telling ourselves. Of course, the issue becomes like, well, what's the thing? And this gets to something that Rita was talking about earlier. Like, what's the core characteristic associated with using the technology? Speed. If I want to create all of these links in the chain that go from human to human to human, right, that are going to touch the data, you're losing the juice in the squeeze, right? And so it comes back to like, well, what are you deploying the technology for? But I think that what I found, doing any number of war games on this issue with policymakers is that the policymakers are more reticent than the military leaders are, at least in some contexts.
Great, thank you, Andrew. I think the point on governance is really important. It was, yes, Robin's point on I think he said multi-layer governance. So that's, I think, a really interesting way of looking at the issues that we are discussing, especially for our panel as well. And I mean, from the outer space perspective, when I think about all of those, questions of dual use that Eleanor mentioned as well, when we think about AI and the use of AI and in terms of benefits to outer space, you can initially think about you can use AI-enabled technologies, for instance, in orbit to repair satellites, to capture asteroids for space debris purposes, or to work in the functions of assembly of telescopes. You can use robotics and autonomous systems to actually provide the opportunity for us to explore our solar system. But all of those needs to come also within the balance of the issues being dual use and the functions, whether it should be semi-autonomous or fully autonomous, or where does that kind of thin line is in. So it's really interesting to see that those merging points across different emerging technology areas. I'm going to turn to the second set of questions that I have for the speakers. So I started with the benefits, but now I would like to turn to the risks side of the things. I would like to start with Lee first on a nuclear risk, potential integration of AI into the nuclear command and control or communication systems or into the nuclear enterprise. Lee, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I personally see two important risks. The first risk comes from stronger first nuclear strike capability enhanced by AI technologies. Some AI technologies, for example, image recognition and mode recognition, could help identify and locate nuclear target. This would allow first strike to have better performance, reduce the retaliatory capabilities of the rivals, and encourage first use of nuclear weapons in crisis. So AI may change the calculation of nuclear weapon use and therefore undermine strategic stability. So this is the first risk, that is AI may undermine strategic stability by changing the calculation of the nuclear exchange. The second risk comes from unpredictable problems in AI. As AI can promote the efficiency of work, it encourages people to speed up the process of nuclear actions and reactions. The decision makers may not have enough time to review the data produced by various AI systems if we speed up the process. The AI system may identify a false alert as a real nuclear threat and the decision makers may not have time to find a mistake and to correct it. So inadvertent nuclear weapon launch may happen in this case. So this is the second kind of risk in this domain. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Alexander, on the cyber side, what type of risks do you see?
First of all, of course, the risk is the advanced attacks, the targeted attacks, I mean cyber attacks, of course, could be really enhanced by artificial intelligence, and it could raise the scale higher than it is now, and it allows threat actors to perform attacks more effectively, more widely, and of course that's the risk for the society, for businesses, for organizations. Though currently we don't, as I already mentioned, we don't see any evidences that this ability is already used. On the other hand, it's actually a good question to understand what is AI-powered cyber warfare. For example, cyber-powered distributed denial of services attack, that's one thing. But what are other types of attack? I imagine that AI could be used for information manipulation, for example. And it could be treated as warfare too. And these kind of attacks powered by AI, they could be combined, and we come to the hybrid cyber warfare. On the other hand, there are actually risks associated with AI in general, not only in terms of cyber warfare. For example, AI, as any other technology, it could be hacked. And there are also multiple researches and real cases where with adversarial examples for AI. And Maitre actually done a very good job in categorizing and structurizing possible tactics and techniques of adversarial AI. It's called Atlas framework. And there are real-life examples where AI is hacked. And also, with AI, Andrew already noticed this subject that there is a problem of explainability. So actually, things like neural networks, they do work, they do solve the task, but we can't explain and interpret why do they have specific specific output, specific results. And that's actually a problem because, for example, if we have an artificial intelligence doctor who recommends you a surgery, and there is no way to explain and to understand why it done it. So you can trust such an AI doctor. And additionally, artificial intelligence at the current stages of its development, at least, it could process data which is novel to it, not really good, not really properly, and make a really strange decision based on this data. So, for example, Eddie, let's imagine that we have AI which classify or categorize images, for example, photographs, and we could make slight changes to the photographs, which is not could not be seen by a human. But it completely changes the picture for AI. And it sees in this picture not what sees a human in it. So I think that's the kinds of risk we are facing with AI.
Thank you very much, Alexander. I'm going to turn to Eleanor on the biotech and risks.
No, as I mentioned before, the fear is to be faced with threats that could damage life on a global scale. And in short, the convergence of AI, automation, and biotech could democratize access to the design and production of bioagents of concern. And this transformation is taking place under the impulse of three powerful dynamics: decentralization, outsourcing, and transfer of dual-use knowledge. So increasingly, you have to imagine that almost every aspect of modern biotech, from design, experimentation to production, can be automated and outsourced in decentralized workflows and supply chains. So that makes it much more difficult to tell if someone is being recruited to do something nefarious. It makes it also much more difficult to detect malicious ways to acquire harmful bioagents. And so decentralized technologies for what we call DNA synthesis and DNA assembly could allow an actor with enough expertise to assemble benign DNA fragments into genetic sequences that can be subsequently modified and synthesized to produce the basis for a toxin or a bioagent. And this without having to acquire from a lab or a company genetic sequences of concern or go through specific investigations. And while AI system will improve oversight, as of today, DNA synthesis companies still operate, they still lack operational screening for smaller DNA fragments, what we call oligonucleotides. Existing oversight is mostly limited to select agents at the species level, full genetic sequences, and does not include the misuse of functional genomics data. And so in the near term, malicious scenarios could include the potential to modify bacteria to become super producers of toxins that could disrupt cellular metabolism, or to augment the capacity of a pathogen to infect a host, evade the immune system, spread among subpopulations, or resist vaccines or antibiotics. And in the wake of the pandemic, biosecurity experts have pointed to several signals that show high potential for transfer of dual-use knowledge. And for instance, vaccine platforms are innately dual-use. So in 2020, scientists designed a platform to automate the synthesis of RNA viruses, which are estimated to make up 44% of all emerging infectious diseases, including several control agents. And meanwhile, protocols for virus assembly have been shared for nearly all families of viruses to produce treatments, including design protocols for SARS-CoV-1 and SARS-CoV-2. And so within vaccine platforms, what you have to understand is that design research is often focused on how to engineer threats for evading the immune system, which could be applied to pathogens of concerns. And so increasingly, the main barrier to misuse is not access to biotechnologies, but it's the transfer of dual-use knowledge. And this is equally true for gain-of-function research that aims to characterize or enhance bioagents. And now the fear is that a deep learning algorithm, deep learning platforms will capture and automate critical data and know-how, with the consequence that less tacit knowledge will be needed to obtain an agent capable of causing harm. And in the long term, advances in functional genomics may lead to more precise bioweapons that could target infection susceptibilities in particular population subgroups. This is what the US National Academies call precision maladies. So by combining host susceptibility information with pathogenic targeted design, pathogens could be engineered to target critical mechanisms in the immune, nervous, endocrine systems or microbiomes of particular subpopulations. At the same time, using deep learning to understand disease factors in population subgroups is also strategic for medical countermeasures, including treatments on microbiome research. You have a US company, for instance, which is working on using AI mining platforms to develop probiotics that can break down toxins and even help treating cancer. So you see, it's really managing access to dual-use knowledge in functional genomics is, I think, an existential challenge for our century.
Thank you very much, Eleanor. I have questions coming up. So I'm going to take one of the questions from the audience online. Alexander, I think the question is to you, actually. The question is, how would NGO communities or governments work with the private sector with their own AI race So that's the question. To the bottom, they say, but the question is, how can we make sure that different stakeholders work together, from private sector to government to international organizations, academia and NGO, when it comes to the AI race and to curb competition almost?
So that's actually a good question, and the thing is, I think AI, though it develops very rapidly and really fast, it's still a pretty young industry, and we only starting to understand how to effectively govern it. We only started to understand risks and opportunities which it brings. Actually, the main thing which could be done here is transparency and accountability. So different kinds of organizations, be it government, NGOs, or businesses, should act transparent and to some degree provide information on what they do in terms of AI, how they do it, where are going to sell these technologies, and how, with at what rules. So actually, that's the most important thing, I think, which can be done there. It's the transparency of what and how organizations do in terms of artificial intelligence.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Mitigation of risks. So we talked about the risks. Then the question is, how can we mitigate certain risks to specific domains? I'm going to first start with Andrew on this, probably on the nuclear side, but any area that you would like to take.
Sure. I mean, so I think, part of it goes back to that layered approach, right? Is ultimately where I think we end up managing some of that. Just building off of what Alexander was discussing there briefly. I mean, you do have to expect some amount of carve out for military applications of AI. So the question we need to ask ourselves is, under what conditions are we willing to live with AI innovation of particular types living inside of government and military? Some of that competition is an inevitability, and it's driven, by strategic concerns primarily. And so I think that's really important to kind of to bear in mind. On kind of the broader kind of efforts to control technology, I mentioned before, ultimately regulation is driven by strategic imperatives, moral imperatives, and shifts in military utility. And so you can look at all of the past examples that maybe do look a little bit different from what we have currently in terms of these dual use technologies. But ultimately, that's what we should be looking at to kind of frame what is in the realm of the possible when it comes to regulating, whether it's AI integration in the nuclear space, in cyber or elsewhere. I do have some hope for the conversations around AI safety and responsible uses of AI percolating upwards from national doctrines. But what that ends up looking like at a governmental level, intergovernmental level, kind of remains to be seen. And again, just to harp on something that I think both I and Abhishek raised, making sure that there's a place for the private sector to engage in that conversation is going to be really important.
Great, thank you, Andrew. Lee, anything to add on the nuclear risk mitigation?
Yes. As I just mentioned, AI may have first nuclear strike by identifying and locating nuclear targets. But AI may also help hide nuclear targets and help nuclear retaliation. So there's a competition between offense and defense. It's my personal guess that nobody will win the competition. So this is a typical security dilemma. So we could use, our experiences in the past, how to mitigate the security dilemma to mitigate the risk. There's another risk I just mentioned, that is AI may encourage quick nuclear actions and reactions. People may become ambitious, so they can launch nuclear attack quickly. right? If they choose to do so, it will be very dangerous. The solution is simple. That is, we do not cut our time for nuclear decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Lee. Eleanor, on bio and bio-risk mitigation.
Actually, interestingly, I think we face the exact same tension in, at the interface of AI, cyber, and biotech, because there are discussions, between experts about, do we need to talk about those dual-use insights? Do we need to share them so that medical countermeasures or other types of countermeasures can be developed, or do we need to hide it? And do we need to hide it, at the level of private sector or national level? And I think that's a fascinating discussion. There is a strong turn increasingly for encrypting everything that would be dual-use in biotech. So you have to understand that it's increasingly complex to put a moratorium on algorithms, transfer of knowledge, or even genomics data. I mean, you can, get sequenced in a very easy ways, and pathogens even faster and quicker. And so in this challenge we face, AI is both a vulnerability and a competitive advantage. And so for mitigation, I think we need to act at 3 levels. First, concepts. What are we trying to prevent or control? And we need to keep asking that question. So non-proliferation models have to focus on monitoring transfer of dual-use knowledge, tech know-how, but also overseeing mentorship and functional data. And as the scope of AI and biotech research widens, our definition of dual use will change. They will evolve. And so we need to continue moving towards functional definitions of activities that could become a source of concern. For instance, an important shift in arms control is moving away from list-based approach of control agents towards a better monitoring of intentionality in biodesign. A potential actor, what is he trying to make when he is using biodesign technologies, which relies on better understanding the functions provided by DNA sequences and what they code for in terms of pathogenicity. And this is where AI comes in, AI modeling, right? So we need a significant upgrade in terms of verification tools, and algorithms could improve our ability to analyze the functions of DNA sequences in known and unknown genes. They can predict engineered DNA signatures to see if a pathogen is from a natural source or has been engineered. In some, they can help us to detect DNA fragments and sequences of concern, including those that code for the pathogenesis of viral threats, bacterial threats, and toxins. And on that tension I was mentioning just at the beginning, there is a very interesting project developing at MIT, the Secure DNA project, which is working on molecular cryptography techniques to avoid disclosing to potential malicious actors functional genomics data that can be of concern. So that's the level of tools and AI. The level of actors, what responsible behavior are we trying to promote at the interface of AI and biotech? And I think what's really missing here is cross-tech and cross-sectors forms of foresight, where security experts learn enough about each converging field and its impact on dual-use research. So we need more foresight, more collaboration across AI, cyber, and biotech. We also need to build capacity building for the private sector and academia to participate in foresight, policy discussion, and policy screening. And that has to be for the all, when I talk about AI and biotech, it's not just medicine, precision medicine, it's the whole bioeconomy. So this has to, when I say cross sectors, this is, from precision medicine to food security and crop security. Biology is at the source of literally everything that keeps us alive.
Thank you, Eleanor. There is a question. So before I turn to Alexander on the same question, I just, because you mentioned about collaboration and the need for collaboration, Louise Redman from VCDNP actually is asking a question before you pointed out to the collaboration. She's asking the other way around. She's saying that because of that, the risk of malicious use, do you think that governments would actually put more pressure on institutions like academia or industry to kind of like prevent cross-border collaboration on these issues? How do you see that?
Personally, or as my opinion and perspective, I don't think it's necessarily something we can contain, thinking about a map and about boundaries. That's not how it works. I think it's really a distinction between an ethos of openness and secrecy and security. So, for example, we could think of governance as an iterative and inclusive experiment. We could rethink the concept, right? And so we could imagine, for example, that the next generation in academia, I mean, I see a lot of young people here, I don't know what they are working on, but we could think, when we do research with the next generation and everything, we could think of phase gate processes so that dual use knowledge does not spread to organizations that do not obey by due diligence. Or we could think of pre-publication risk assessment. We could think of different forms of responsible innovation that can be applied at the cross interface of technologies. So I see it more as let's think about the functional definitions of what dual use is when it's AI and biotech and cyber together. Let's think about it across sectors. Private sector is extremely important, and academia too in this case. Let's think with a foresight mindset. But I don't think it makes sense to try. I mean, it's actually the same as in the cyberspace world and in the web of profit in cyber offensive capabilities. I mean, you cannot put borders and necessarily control agreements that will obey by the geographic map. It's actually transfer of dual use knowledge is happening because of privatization, monetization, and permeability between trade actors.
Great, thank you. Alexander, on mitigation of cyber risks.
Yeah, about that, actually, colleagues already mentioned the collaboration, and I do suppose that collaboration is really helpful on mitigation. So governments, NGOs, businesses, they could have a joint projects, and it really will give transparency, which is actually necessary to work with possible risks in the domain of AI. Another thing is when it would come to the level when artificial intelligence would be making decisions directly influencing society or specific persons. It should be such decisions should necessarily be overseen by a human, because as I said already, AI is not at the level of development currently where it does not make mistakes. It can make mistakes on unexpected data, and also it could be tricked into making specific decisions. And additionally, what is important for AI, as for any other technologies, we already see that there are adversarial examples of attacks on AI and of successful attacks. So if an organization is using AI, they should think about the security of it. That should do red teaming exercises for these AI models, which means they have to try to attack the models to understand their weak points, and then try to mitigate these possible weak points. This will raise the security of AI algorithms, and they will be more reliable.
Thank you very much, Alexander. So we discussed about the benefits, talked about the risks, discussed a little bit about the mitigation measures. Now I'd like to turn to the policy making side of the things, because I know that the audience also, part of the audience is also from governments. So I'm going to start with Lee on this question. What would you suggest, Lee, to policymakers or decision makers in the nuclear field as they grapple with the issue of integration of AI, or not to do that, or the questions related to AI in the nuclear field? We can't hear you, Lee. Maybe your microphone is muted.
Oh, right. Okay, I'm
Perfect.
sorry. I'm
That's okay.
sorry. Yeah. I mentioned two risks of AI in strategic stability. The first one is that AI may be used to help first nuclear strike. This is a very typical security dilemma, right? I spend money on AI and try to find and locate your nuclear weapons so I can use first strike to destroy that. And you may do the same, or you may spend money on AI to hide your nuclear weapons, and then we have competition. This is a security dilemma. Nobody will win the competition. So I suggest nuclear weapon states to have serious dialogues on this issue and to seek a cooperative solution. The second risk is that AI systems may encourage quick nuclear actions and reactions, and it may lead to inadvertent nuclear weapon launch. I have two suggestions to mitigate the risks. The first suggestion is that nuclear weapon states may have individual or joint statement to say that the decision of nuclear weapon use must be made by human beings rather than by AI or any machines. My second suggestion is that the nuclear weapon states may have statement saying that we will not shorten the time of the decision for nuclear weapon launch, even if our AI systems are powerful enough. We will not allow very short decision-making process. That would give a lot of time, enough time for the decision makers to have a good quality of their decisions. Thank you.
There is a question from the audience, and that goes to, I think, Lee and partially to Andrew, and to your point, Lee, on the first strike capability. The question is on missiles, actually. So the audience is asking, can AI help with missile alert in a more accurate way, because humans cannot compute all of the data? And can AI be helpful in upcoming identifying or perhaps responding to upcoming missiles? I think the question also refers to AI, but there's automation that's linked to that and missile defense that's linked to that question as well. Lee, do you want to take that question? Do you think that AI would be helpful with missile alert? And then Andrew, maybe a few words short from you as well. Thank you.
I guess that AI may help to deal with a lot of data and make and help raise the alerting level of nuclear missiles. Technically, that is possible, but I don't think the consequences are good, because that would, as I just said, that would shorten the time for decision makers to make good quality of decisions. So on one side, AI may allow us to raise the alerting level, but on the other hand, I do not encourage countries to do so, because that would cause a lot of mistakes. That would reduce the quality of decisions on nuclear weapon use. So I guess it is dangerous.
Thanks, Lee. Andrew.
Yeah, I mean, it'll just take a second. There we go. I mean, for me, this is exactly the use case, right? Is trying to get you your signal from all of the noise in a way far faster than a human operator could. And ultimately, if the system can't do that, then it shouldn't be deployed and used. And indeed, we already have systems deployed in the real world that do exactly what the questioner is suggesting. And ultimately, I'm as concerned about data fusion as anybody else, right? Where, ideally, you wouldn't have things like nuclear launch decisions coming from one sensor package on one delivery system. But ultimately, what you're looking for any decision around whether something's being launched at you, right? It's the heat signature that's getting picked up by a satellite-based system, right, with the hyperspectrals. It's the persistent pseudosatellite that's flying over the location where you think an adversary has silos, right? And then it's doing all of the matching of that data. Ultimately, right now, it's a human being behind that terminal, right? And it's a computer system that's saying, hey, human, look here. And that's kind of the way that this operates. But if you're talking about, time that Lee's talking about, to me, is dictated more by the time that it takes for a ballistic missile to go from, launch site to target than anything that, Blue is doing to actually think about how to deploying AI systems to kind of determine whether that or detect whether that system has been launched. I mean, really, that timing is being dictated by red, not by blue in that context.
By red and blue, you mean the red team and the blue team?
Yeah, red team and blue team is like a war game scenario.
Yeah. Okay. Now, I mean, we have been talking about the issue, but the way that initially, I follow the initial structure of the teaming. So we started with cyber, bio, a little bit of nuclear. I am particularly really interested in intersections of these technologies and the implications that comes from that. So it's like complex synergies across different technology areas, which basically is something that we can't do it in a linear thinking way that humans do. So I want to pose this question firstly to Eleanor, and then I'll turn to I think Alexander and then Andrew next, on how does AI interact with other technologies in a complex manner. So for instance, for you, Eleanor, can you, for instance, think about the use cases that relate to biotech, AI, cyber, or any other technology that comes with it? How can we think about that issue?
Mm-hmm. Well, you actually, offer me to talk about a specific category of risk that I didn't approach yet, but that keeps me up at night, maybe even more than the other ones in functional genomics, because those are a bit more complex. But it's this notion that we could increasingly face adversarial attacks on the cyber and AI infrastructure that underpins the bioeconomy. And I think that's actually a scenario for now. It's a threat we're facing as we speak. So our bioeconomy depends on AI and cybersecurity to power and protect key efforts in biomedicine, biodesign, biodefense. This includes hospitals, biomedical data mining, genomics analysis software, cloud labs, everything you can think of in the biotech world. And so that infrastructure is a global public good, but it's increasingly a target for data manipulation. So a certain type of AI-led attacks that will manipulate the integrity of data sets. And so the impact could be literally a trust decay, a loss of trust from populations in the whole bioeconomy enterprise, in biomedicine and in biosecurity. And we have seen already scenarios and proof of concept of those kind of attacks. So for example, it's possible to design an AI malware that will manipulate the integrity of cancer data in CT scans. Or you can have also a certain type of AI malware that can manipulate the integrity of functional genomics data within large curation of genomes. So I don't know if what I'm saying, kind of translates into a more mundane explanation, but basically it means that your diagnostic being, about your genetic and cancer, or being about a brain leak, or another kind of a disease, all of that could be attacked and could be targeted, because basically from medicine to how we produce pathogens and how we analyze them, all of that is now digitized. So it's the whole knowledge production cycle in biomedicine and biosecurity. And what concerns me is that at the same time as we see gene synthesis becoming now something you can have in your garage, literally with a benchtop DNA synthesizer or things like that, we also see a web of profit developing in cyber offensive capabilities, with a lot of actors acquiring different type of dual-use knowledge in AI and cyber that they can combine to develop more sophisticated attacks. So I think, basically, the hyper-economy is not protected and increasingly being seen as a powerful target.
Thank you very much, Eleanor. Alexander, can I turn to you? Perhaps you can speak about cyber, AI, and another technology. I'm hoping that would be quantum, but we'll see. Go ahead.
Okay. Actually, AI could be integrated with like anything where is a big amount of data and this data is digitalized. For example, there are more and more Internet of Things devices which exist around the world, which are used by businesses, by individuals, and they generate a lot of data, and this data could be processed by AI and like make this device better, and by this way make people's lives better. Or for example, the customer support. Before AI, it was directly human interaction, but now we have AI system which can, in the best cases, where they can provide the reply to a customer who's having some kind of problem without even involving engineer, support engineer from the other side. And in like other case, it could make a categorization for the customer's problem, and so it could be addressed by the specific engineer who is an expert on a specific topic. And there are other things where AI makes some influence. For example, now companies build specific co-processors which are designed to specifically make AI-related computations faster and with less energy consumption. And this happened because AI gets mass usage around different industries currently. So generally, more and more industries where there's lots of data which we have in a digital way, it could be used there, and it could make these areas more effective, more simple, and better in many ways.
Great, thank you very much, Alexander. Andrew.
Yeah, 3 points just very briefly. The first one foots down something that you heard earlier, which is that AI does not exist in and of itself, right? So, the international security article that says like the AI risks are this, right? Generally speaking, they need to be tied to another domain in order to actually be reasonable for an analyst to really pick into. And then related, I think the days of thinking about any of these technologies singularly makes very little sense. And so, I think it makes it tractable analytically for us as say analysts or political scientists to say like, hey, here's my argument about cyber and risk and nuclear and risk. But ultimately, in reality, I think that now for all sorts of reasons, not least the complex security environment that Robin mentioned at the beginning, I don't think that's very reasonable. And then the third point, I was also going to go down the data poisoning direction that you did. But just to say, the liar's dividend that you get from data poisoning, if you're the adversary, kind of operates on two different levels. Obviously, we worry about the public, right, and the public not trusting information anymore, right, in a world of deepfakes, et cetera. But for decision makers, should you decide to do things like integrate AI into your intelligence apparatus, right, I'm very concerned about decision paralysis at their level, right? If they're no longer able to trust that they don't have an adversary that's inside of their models, manipulating it to get outcomes that are deemed desirable for all sorts of reasons, whether they're stability enhancing or stability, decreasing. And so that liar's dividend definitely plays at two levels, and that's the road that I was going to go down to.
adversarial attacks on biosecurity, algorithmic models for biosecurity prevention. I mean, if you cannot trust screening for gene synthesis anymore because it's actually led by algorithmic programs, then it's the exact kind of threat you're talking about.
Perhaps that's also the reason why you need to do this dual verification of some sorts in different areas, so that you can make sure, at least to a certain level, that you can trust the data set that you have, if you could verify from different sources. But an area that we can talk, I think, longer. I know that we're running out of time. I have a last question, actually, that's also to Andrew. Modeling and simulation techniques. I know that you work in this area for wargaming purposes mainly. And for me, that's another technological application that we can draw insights from. We talked about complex synergies and how we can't actually understand the risks of different layers of technology. Do you think that modeling and simulation techniques could help us understand those synergies a little better?
In short, yes. The longer answer,
And how then?
Yeah. The longer answer is that ultimately we don't have much of a choice. So anytime that we're faced with a question from a policymaker that asks, how does technology X influence international security, peace and security, etc., most of my political science colleagues will say, ask me a different question. I won't answer that one because I have no case studies and no historical data to draw upon. So immediately, right, you have a choice. Either don't answer the question or, okay, try to answer the question with what I would call synthetic data generating processes, of which we've got lots of examples, right? Game theory is one of them, right? Computer-based simulation and modeling tools, right? And so that allows you to parameterize a problem set and run hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of simulations to say, okay, let me map my problem space. But of course, the problem with those tools are that they're parameterized on the basis of what's inside the researcher's head, right? There's no human behind that data generating process. Okay, well, might we solve that problem? Let's do a survey experiment, right? So now I can give you a piece of paper and all of you can fill in the survey, and then I have a human-based data generating processes. But you have a piece of paper in front of you. You bubble A, you bubble B, you bubble C. There's no consequence associated with whatever you bubble, right? I take the piece of paper back and you go on about your day, right? So where my work has tended to come in is, well, how do you build a human-based data generating process that actually puts you in a situation to do consequential decision making? And so that's where we kind of use wargaming tools to try to get some of those insights and put you in a situation where you're immersed inside of an environment. You are making decisions that matter. You're against an adversary, and you're able to deal with all of the complexity that comes from having layers of technological problems, because ultimately with a survey, you're going to have to parse it out one by one. And so, I think that ultimately we don't really have a choice. We need to innovate in this area in order to solve these problems, because we don't have the cases to go on, right? We don't have examples of data poisoning attacks leading to nuclear launch, thank goodness, and hopefully we never will, right? So let's, do that in synthetic data generation land, understand those risks, and then we can govern around them.
Thanks, Andrew. I think a really good example of that is really COVID-19 modeling that several countries have done, and it's a really good example of that, of how we were able to understand and use data and try to get insights from that data for the last 2.5 years or so, especially from at the beginning of the pandemic. I asked for 10 minutes of extra time, and we use that. We have only 3 minutes left, so I need to do closing points, unfortunately. But I was able to ask the questions from the participants as well to all of the speakers. So I'm glad that there were a lot of questions that are coming up. I guess what I would like to sum up is I was writing down points of summaries of what are the key takeaways. The first, I think, takeaway is something that Alexander mentioned in terms of transfer, and these takeaways are linked to governance related issues. I think the first one is really about transparency and accountability measures, and perhaps guidelines that could help with responsible development, deployment, and the use of AI. That might be an area to look into. The second takeaway is something that Eleanor mentioned about the dual use research, and that actually takes me to dual use systems, dual use applications, anything on the nuclear side and then cyber side as well, and how to govern these areas, and a close look up to that area is also needed. And then another point that comes up was on the verification side of it, is like the need for using technology for verification of malicious use again on the cyber side and so on. And lastly, on the nuclear side, the takeaway is what Lee mentioned about the criticality of having human control and human in or on the loop of the decision making. So having these 4 takeaways, I'm going to close the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Yeah.
So nice. I wanted to see how it feels from here.
Technically, there wasn't a break between the sessions, but everyone
If I can just invite you to take a seat, please. Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. If I could just ask for your attention, please. We will start with the fourth panel. Sorry to cut conversations short, but there will be a coffee break after this. So if I could just ask for your kind attention. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sarah Grant-Clement, and I'm a researcher at UNIDIR. And today I'm pleased to introduce and moderate our fourth panel, which is looking at AI from a different angle to what we've heard previously, mainly looking at how it can be used to help with conflict prevention and peace building. So, of course, as we've heard, over the previous panels, AI can be applied to a range of contexts. So we've seen how it can be applied for use in military operations in various domains. We've seen how it can be used to aid in warfare for defensive or offensive purposes. But now we want to look rather at the perspective of how it can be used to foster peace. And that can be from maybe helping humans synthesize and analyze data collected to aid with humanitarian work, peacekeeping, ceasefire monitoring, or on the other hand, to help with mediation, or to be integrated in early warning mechanisms, as we heard Andrew mention in the previous panel. Obviously, we've also heard in very initial panels as well that, it's not just applying an AI solution. I'm going to take, Kirsten, what you mentioned, not every nail has an AI hammer. I think I got approximately the quote correct. It's a great way of phrasing things. And also to also take what was mentioned, what decisions should we be automating, especially within such a context where we're dealing with unstable, fragile, and conflict-affected situations, and also very vulnerable people. So concretely, how can it be used in conflict prevention and peace building? How is it currently used, and how is it considered for the future? And most importantly, what are the potential risks and challenges? So I have here today with me a fantastic panel of experts who I know will be able to speak to these points and many more. So joining us online is Paula Hidalgo Sanchez, who is a senior program manager at the United Nations Global Pulse, which is a hub for experimentation within the UN. And in person, we have Andrew Konya, who is the founder of Ramesh, which we'll be hearing more about shortly, as well as Martin Velish, who is team leader of the Innovation Cell within the United Nations Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, or DPPA. So thank you all for taking the time to join today. And as with the previous panels, you can find the detailed biographies online, so you can learn more about them. But we have limited time, so I'll jump straight in. But just before I do that, I just want to remind you, please, the audience, both in person in the room and online, to please submit your questions and comments on Slido during the sessions. So you can scan the QR code, you can type in the code, and please submit your questions as we're talking. But without further ado, I want to first turn to you, Martin. So as we've heard in the previous sessions, it's important that AI is not used haphazardly. And it's important that there's a purpose to its use, especially as given these contexts are, as mentioned, they're very fragile and they're vulnerable. We're dealing with some situations where it's difficult, complex. There's a lot of fragmentation, a lot of kind of distrust already or mistrust. So what do you, and within DPPM more generally, see as the issues within conflict prevention and peace building that AI can help provide a solution to? If you start talking, go.
Oh, it starts like that. Wonderful. Technology helping out for communication. I think that's exactly what we are concerned with. Thanks so much for having us. And, I think when it comes to new technologies, we are living in this fourth or in the dawn of the fifth industrial revolution where technology is surrounding us. So it's kind of impossible to escape and look at the kind of the impact it has for warfare, but also for the good of peace. And when I think about the work we do in the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs, a range of issues come to mind. I think one of the main issues that concern us is social listening. Conflicts are driven by different opinions, fragmentation that is happening in conflict-ridden places, and artificial intelligence has and is helping us in that context to get a sense for especially what is said on social media with regard to two vectors. One with regard to what is said, and then also with regard to how it is said. And this has really helped us, I think, to get a firmer grip on the very diverse media landscape we see. Social media is one aspect of social listening, and the other one is really mainstream media. When I think about kind of radio and television programs that are so much more key in many of the places that we work in. And then machine learning helps us not just to transcribe radio and television information, but also translate that at light speed. So we get a firmer grip at evidence that helps us to shape policy planning processes. So that's, I think, one area of social listening where I really has been a game changer. A second one is with regard to dialogues. And I'm happy that Andrew is with us, who has started an amazing project some years ago, actually in the UN. He's a UN veteran as well. Helping us to have conversations with peace constituencies at large, really using artificial intelligence to engage with the public on, critical issues at tipping points in peace processes. Whenever we negotiate an agreement, whenever we are at the point where we need to listen to the public at large, and I think we'll hear more about this in a bit. Artificial intelligence helps us to run those large-scale synchronous dialogues. A third point, and I've heard this being said here in this setting during the day as well, is geospatial analysis when it comes to image detection. The work of an imagery analyst is very hideous. Those here who have done it know how time-consuming it is to identify objects at scale, so Earth scale. And here, machine learning can help us really to use trained algorithms in a machine vision applied way to identify objects. This helps us already on the humanitarian side with regard to destruction scaling, so we get a sense for kind of the scale of destruction, and then can measure responses accordingly. But it also helps us with regard to ceasefire monitoring when you can identify planes or other objects that are moved from A to B, so we get a sense for front lines. And yes, we could do this as humans, but it's very hideous. And imagine kind of what kind of scale you can reach with machines that accelerate this kind of work, and how much more accuracy we get, and how much more confidence we get. I hope this was not the beep to stop talking, but I wanted to add three more things briefly. If so, then beautiful prompt. One is with regard to pattern detection. I think we all talk about integrated analysis, which means a complexity of multiple kind of data points, economic, social, humanitarian, security, you name that. But it would take probably another PhD project to do this for one place, over the time scale of, a year. And here artificial intelligence or machine learning in particular helps us to understand trends and pattern. And there could be recursive trends and patterns because of seasonal issues, for instance, where this kind of pattern detection is really accelerated through machine learning, or what we are actually after are emerging kind of black swans, the unknown unknowns, where we have an emerging trend that we don't have on our radar because it doesn't really fit the usual patterns. So abnormality detection. That's also where machine learning has been very helpful in the past. And I'm saying that because we have an interesting study that was done in the United Nations in the 80s. You can grab this in the library of the UN across the street, which was done on disarmament and the question of the arms race between the two fronts during the Cold War. And we're kind of, again, in this very difficult multipolar world where looking at kind of investment into military equipment and so forth gives us a sense for global polarization. Two more things. One is something that you probably all see on TikTok, which is $E with an E and then two, and I'm thinking here about triggering new imagination when we think about foresight and speculative design to reimagine the future. And that's particularly critical in the peace process where you're so much stuck in the past. You carry kind of your blood memory, your anticipation, your assumptions with you. And here AI could be this kind of neutral sparring partner to come up with new imaginatives. I put down here this example of science fiction we did during the celebration of the 75th anniversary of the UN. And we tried this out to see what an artificial intelligence would come up with, kind of an imaginative based on the visuals available. And last part, and I think that sounds still a bit experimental, at least for the UN, is behavioral issues where artificial intelligence, machine learning, avatars could help us to have a recursive conversation with oneself. We just talked about simulation and wargaming. I could talk about peace gaming at length as well. Imagine kind of what kind of mindfulness, self-reflection exercise you could have with a machine that is just you, but an accelerated way that reflects back your thoughts, points out blind spots and so forth. So those are a range of issues that come to mind, and many of them are already kind of in the making on the UN side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Martin, for this, this introduction. There's so much to unpack here. I feel we could spend the first session just talking about all the different points that you laid out. I just want to highlight a few. I like that you think that we're all youthful enough to be using TikTok, but clearly we should be getting on that trend. But I think it's very interesting. A number of things that you've mentioned, kind of reimagining the frameworks, but also I think coming back to one specific application regarding the spatial analysis, we know that the collection of data is increasing, but at the same time, the amount of people we have within the peace building and conflict prevention context isn't necessarily. So it's interesting to see how AI can help complement actually maybe those lack of human resources. Obviously, this is all very useful context and really important to have. And I think it's perhaps interesting to turn now to thinking about some of the concrete tools which exist and can be used and have been used to aid with conflict prevention and peace building. And for that, Andrew, I'd like to turn to you first, as you founded Ramesh. And as I understand it, it uses AI to power the software solution that you created. I don't want to steal your sandwiches, to speak metaphorically, but I'd love it if you could tell us a bit more about it. Do you want to come use the podium, or are you fine sitting there?
Okay.
Perfect.
Awesome. I got the quick reacting mic. So I want to just give you a quick introduction to Ramesh, and I'm going to actually pull back the hood a little bit and talk about where we use AI specifically. I think multiple people in here noted the hammers looking for nails or nails looking for hammers. And in our case, I want to point out where there's actually a nail and then highlight all the places there's no nails. And thus actual people have to do hard work. So as Martin alluded to, what our platform does is pretty simple on the surface. We take the dynamic of dialogue, so two people talking, I say something, you say something, I say something, you say something, that we can do as humans in real time, and that sits at the core of a lot of important efforts surrounding de-escalation and peace building. And we scale that to population scale so that you can have live, natural language, open-ended, back and forth dialogue with an entire population simultaneously. And so what makes that problem hard, and the reason we need AI, goes as follows. So imagine just the people in this room, if I were to ask you all something, and each one of you thought for a little bit and gave the best response that you could. That's the first piece of information about what you're all thinking, but that's only a component of it. If I actually want to know what's going to best represent you, I actually want to know everybody's opinion of all of those things that each of you said, so I can identify what is most representative. But now if you imagine trying to do that at the scale of thousands or tens of thousands of people, it's not really feasible. I just did this math coming up here. It would take about 27 hours if there were 10,000 people and you had each person vote on every other person's response. So this is where our AI comes in. So if you want to go to the next slide, The way that our tool works to kind of tee this up is after the person, the moderator, says something to the population, all the participants from that population are then able to respond. Natural language, open text. As soon as we get their response, we're going to show them responses from their compatriots. So we're going to show them and ask them to do one of two things. We'll show them one response and ask, do you agree with this? Or we'll show them two responses and ask, which of these two do you prefer? And because we want to do all of this in real time to enable real-time dialogue, we're only going to be able to have about a minute or two's worth of sampling of people's opinions. So this equates to about 20 votes per person. Remember, if we have, say, 1,000 people, that means that we only have about 2% of all the votes that we wish we would have. We don't have access to all of the information. And so this is the first place where we use AI. So if you go to the next slide, what we do is we use this sparse sampling, the little bit of data that we are able to gather, and we use that to predict and infer everybody's opinion of everything that everyone said. And it's not perfect. We can predict individual votes on things that people haven't seen with about 80% accuracy. So 8 out of 10 times we'll get it right. And this then gives us this approximation of a really high resolution picture of what an overall population thinks. For everything that everybody said and every participant in that population, we can now predict whether or not they're going to agree with something and what they prefer things over. And that in of itself isn't interesting, but what we do with it is where we can help dialogue progress. So if you go to the next slide, we can use that information to do three things. So the first is the simplest, and actually we don't need to use that predictive AI, and that's just to identify common topics. This is standard, this isn't fancy, but some people call these types of things AI. But what really we're able to do is able to quantify the representativeness of every single thing that a person responded. We do this in the form of quantifying the percent of a population that we would predict to agree with that particular response. And because we do it at this high resolution, at the individual participant level, we can actually then break that down and understand the results by different segments of the population. And this is important because there's a big difference between something that on average 50% of people agree with versus something that half of the group, that is an important distinction, 100% represents them, and half of it they 100% disagree with. And so it gives the ability to identify consensus, things that well represent everybody, and things that are polarizing, which are often important to know, especially in the context of peace mediation. The last thing that this lets us do is identify representative verbatims. Now, again, if I've asked 1,000 people something, I have 1,000 responses to go through. I can't possibly read all of those. I don't want to, and especially can't do it if it's in real-time dialogue. And so what we do is we identify the smallest subset of those responses such that every participant has at least one response in that subset that would be in their top 1% of responses that best represent them. And what this does is lets us not just present the majority opinions, the things that the most people agree with, but lets us represent minority or smaller segments of the population that would normally get, say, averaged away because they don't represent a majority view. Now, all of that I kind of went through rather quickly, from the moderator sending a message to participants replying in their own words, to then voting on others, to us training an AI, using it to predict missing votes, and then displaying this to the moderator, takes about 2 minutes from start to finish. And so if you go to the next slide, what that means is that it enables dialogue to happen at about a 2-minute time scale for each turn of that dialogue. So whoever is moderating it asks something, wait 2 minutes, learn the results, and then adjust, pivot, probe the conversation on the fly. And maybe we'll talk about it a little later. This is often important because especially in conflict mediation sessions, there's not just one person, and you definitely don't know what people are going to say ahead of time. And so you're often in a room with 8 or 9 other people, making sense of the results as they come in, identifying what out of that is important and relevant, and then using that to steer the dialogue. And so the same dynamics of steering a dialogue that you do with a person, you can do at population scale. If you go to the next slide. So the last thing I'll kind of note just about the platform is talked a lot, at least a little bit, about the core dynamic. Live, many-to-one conversation or dialogue. What we've learned, and actually learned a lot working with Martin's team at the UN, there's a lot of other hard things that you have to do before the dialogue and after the dialogue. Before, you have to invite participants, and generally you need to do this with strong anonymity guarantees because there's risk to people giving honest opinions if their identities are known. So we built the way to do this with anonymized links. Second is that you have to prepare a discussion guide of what the dialogue is going to be like before it starts. Some people I've seen are really good on the fly, but generally, and especially in high-risk situations, you want to have a guide of what the conversation is going to be like. So we built tools to collaborate together to decide and develop what the discussion guide or the things you'll ask in the conversation are going to be. Obviously, then you run the dialogue. And then we learned it's quite big pain if you, for example, are tasked with, when the dialogue completes, putting together a summary of the most important results to give those to a stakeholder who might be leading a discussion in a closed room session. And so we built analysis and reporting tools. We've learned often they're just a short circuit so that you can get to a really good looking explanatory PowerPoint slide faster than you would if you had to do it all manually. So next slide. So that's kind of the quick run through of what the platform does. All I really want you to take away is that it's simple. It's just one-on-one conversation, but with at the scale of a population. And it's just technology. And so it's only interesting in the ways that it gets applied. So if you go to the last slide, I think what's relevant in this context is its application within peacebuilding. I will not pretend to be an expert in peacebuilding. That is why Martin is here sitting next to me. But maybe we'll just highlight over the course of the last few years, in partnership with their team, deployed it now. I think this is actually true. We might be missing one on here, Martin, across 5 different missions for use during actual important high stakes situations where inclusivity of the views of the population that is being affected is critical. This has kind of ranged from prioritizing the inclusion of minority views, which I think was a focus in Yemen and in Libya, also including minority views, but also as part of that, getting a better general sense of where the population stood overall. And we learned that in that context and in the right hands, it is actually quite powerful. There's lots of risks, but we'll maybe save that for a later discussion.
Thank you so much for that overview. That's truly fascinating. There's a few comments I want to make, but maybe first, before I do that, Martin, just a good segue from that last slide. You've implemented this solution on the ground. Do you want to tell us a bit more about it, about how you used it, how it's been received? Kind of tell us a bit more about the implementation aspect of it.
Yeah, and let me start by saying thank you to Andrew for making this available, like free of charge for the United Nations and for the good of peace. You know, there are not many tech entrepreneurs in the world that say, look, I have an interest in making profit with the private sector, but for the public good, I make staff available his own time to develop something that is helpful for humanity. And I think we need more of that. And that's why I'm so happy we're together on this panel to exemplify this to whoever's watching this or sitting here, because we need more of that. You know, the kind of resource of the UN are going down or static, and technology is very expensive, and we need kind of this collective brain power to be helpful for humanity. So that's my first point. The second one is just to clarify again, kind of from our side, why this is such a helpful process. It gives you really the scale of a poll and the intimacy of a focus group, right? That's what it is about. And it's a true dialogue because we're not just listening to what people say, but we can inject back also opinions and views. Give you the example from the dialogue in Iraq, which was held a month before the elections. We're going to see a short documentary in a second where the answers were pretty much giving us a sense for the fact that the population, at least those that participated in that dialogue, thought that the UN is organizing the election, which was definitely not the case. The Iraqi national authorities were organizing elections. So it pointed out some blind spot to help shape the communication strategy. And when you think about the dialogue in Yemen, it pointed out where major points of agreement were from the public side that did not necessarily correlate with the consensus that we saw around the negotiation table. So that's a very helpful way to increase inclusivity, because you hear more voices that can fit around a table. And that's very important at a time where every vote counts and every opinion counts, because you want to avoid kind of a backlash later on through spoilers that are unhappy with the results. And then we have this recurrent cycle of kind of conflicts. Now, if you don't mind, I think instead of me saying more about it, let's listen to one of the participants in Iraq that was part of that dialogue.
Thank you. I think it's just loading. Yeah.
أعتقد المشكلة الأكبر بهذا البلد هي مشكلة المحاصصة وتقسيم كل شيء بهذا البلد على أساس طائفي وأساس المحاصصة أنه هل قد نسب للشيعة وهل قد نسب للسنة. هاي المشكلة هي المشكلة الجوهرية بالنظام السياسي. أنا اسمي مروة عبد الرضا، محامية ورئيسة منظمة لأجلها. منظمة لأجلها هي منظمة نسوية تهتم بالشؤون القانونية اللي لها علاقة بالمرأة. فالمحاصصة أدت لنا للفساد، والفساد يعني أدى إلى ضعف الخدمات بهذا البلد، وضعف الخدمات أدت إلى أن المواطن بدأ ما يثق بالحكومة. كلش مهم انه يكون اكو حوار. باستخدام التكنولوجيا ما راح تحس انه اكو فئات يكون رايها مهمش، او اكو فئات ما تقدر تبدي رايها بحريه. ممكن من خلال التكنولوجيا الموضوع شويه يتقرب اذا كانت اداره صحيحه. يعني اعتقد الحوار انطاني حافز على الانتخابات الجايه انه ابدي افكر بمرشح، لانه كان وحده من الاشياء اللي انطرحت بالحوار انه انا ما عندي مرشح حتى انتخبه، بعدني للان ما باحثه عن مرشح ممكن انتخبه حتى يمثلني بمجلس النواب. فاعتقد الحوار اليوم هو انطاني حافز حتى ابدي ابحث عن مرشح عنده برنامج انتخابي واضح ممكن يخدم البلد ويخدم النساء تحديدا. يعني انا كشابه يمكن بالسابق قبل لا ادخل المجال المدني كنت اشوف حالي حال الشباب انه العراق بلد ميؤوس منه، وواحد انه يسافر ويخلص احسن له بهوايه. بس من بديت اشتغل بالمجال المدني وانا صار لي الدور القانوني انه اوعي ناس انه اشتغل، بديت افتهم يعني شنو حقوق، يعني شنو واجبات. تغيرت نظرتي تماما. لا صرت اشوف هذا البلد هو فرصه لكل واحد يشتغل به.
That video is very telling, and I think it's particularly interesting because often there's a view that perhaps technology actually hampers the participation of minorities or other vulnerable groups or maybe marginalized groups. But here we see it's like a push to really include these minorities, include these vulnerable populations, and really have this inclusivity aspect, which I think is really fascinating. And I think it also speaks to something that came up in the other panels. Is here we have an example of a really good working relationship between a practitioner and a technological expert. And I think that there's a lot we can learn from that. But maybe before that, I just want to bring Paula into the discussion. You've been waiting very patiently for your turn to jump in on things. And of course, while it's important to consider what is being done and the amazing possibilities and the fantastic ideas and projects that exist, it's also important to consider kind of how to make things happen concretely. And Paula, through the Global Pulse, you've seen a number of innovative projects. So I'd like to hear from you whether you see any particular implementation challenges that have faced the use of AI solutions on the ground in this type of context. Paula, can you hear us? Okay, I think, Paula, we may have lost her. Maybe we'll give Paula a couple of seconds until she manages to reconnect, unless the IT team is able to provide immediate support. But maybe in that case, I'll turn to you both and just ask if you've implemented these tools, and therefore have you seen any particular implementation challenges on the ground while implementing either Ramesh, the dialogue solutions, or any other tools which have an AI solution embedded in them? I mean, before we saw the slide come up about other tools that the DPPA and the Innovation Cell specifically is employing. So can you tell us anything with regards to any particular challenges you faced?
Happy to do this. I think one of the main challenges is internet connectivity, right? You need to have access in order to participate, and that's easier said than done. I often feel the connection between Manhattan and colleagues sitting in Brooklyn is worse than when I call people in Iraq. So that's so much about kind of infrastructure and availability to participate in a democratic process and in the conversation. So I think that's kind of one of the main challenges. The second one is really kind of literacy and not being afraid to use a device. And this is kind of, needs to be balanced out with the fatigue. I feel very happy that I see, Andrew after the pandemic now. And I think there's a certain fatigue, at least on our end, when it comes to technology, not yet another Zoom call, not yet another application. So where's the human factor of that? I think that's going to increase the more we are drawing from new technologies. And the third part, and we shouldn't forget about that simply because we're privileged to sit here in New York City, is kind of equity and equality when it comes to access to tech, not just being connected, but also having the money to buy a laptop. That sounds kind of obvious, but it's very hard when you think about that all of this comes with a certain cost. So those are three challenges I can see, and I can see that Paula is back, so maybe over to her.
Great, thank you. I don't know, Paula, if you've managed to reconnect.
Hi. Yeah, let me say something before it shuts down again. But I have to say the connection on my side is good. It seems to be a problem on your end. So you were asking about challenges. You were asking about challenges. I want to mention 4 challenges that apply specifically to the area of AI technologies applied for conflict prevention and peace building, but also overall my experience incorporating AI technology for the SDGs, but specifically for this topic. First challenge, misconceptions about the methods that are used with AI technologies. The users, because of lack of capabilities and lack of investment in enhancing the capabilities of the users, have a lot of misconceptions. For example, in terms of social listening, many colleagues think that social listening on public media forums, it can be social media or radio, as the work we are doing with Global Pulse and partners now in MINUSMA and OICT. So colleagues have the impression that social listening is illegal in the country. Other times they think that social listening is intelligence analysis. So these misconceptions led to people feeling fearing reputational risk with the communities they serve, thinking that there is a reputational risk with the hosting governments and partners, and also feeling that there is a security threat on the ground, particularly in volatile environments. So misconceptions really hamper the adoption of AI technologies. Second challenge, many times AI-based applications are perceived as black boxes. Why is that? Because developing
Paula, we're losing you, unfortunately. Okay, I think she's gone again. It just shows that exactly what you mentioned before, the issue of internet connectivity is just as important, even in the most basic modes. But I think we got some really interesting points there, and hopefully when Paula manages to join back up again, we'll be able to hear the rest of her remarks. But it also points to what we've heard before, the black box issue and the misunderstanding maybe of what the solution is. And I think that also comes back to what you mentioned, Martin, kind of the literacy aspect and having the knowledge and knowing what the technology is and what it can be used for. And not kind of having fantastical ideas maybe about the technology. So I don't know, Andrew, from your perspective, if there's anything that you want to add with regards to elements that need to be in place to enable the use of AI in situations of conflict or to aid with peace building.
Yeah, so again, I'll caveat everything I say as not an expert in this. So I'm more of like an outside observer, I would say, slight participant, outside observer. I think the 3 things that I've seen kind of repeat as a requirement for it to go well. The first is basically understanding buy-in and support from the people who are actually making the hardest decisions associated with a certain situation. So if there is not trust in the technology, trust in the idea or the approach from the get-go, it doesn't actually matter how good it is or whatever it does from there on out. Its influence is limited, or its value gain is limited by how much people trust it. So that's super important. And we spent actually a lot of time with one of Martin's colleagues developing trust for our system, testing it in every possible way, making sure we understood if there were particular failure modes, and quantifying how much you can indeed trust the results. I think the second component is how it sits within the existing system that is running through a process to try and achieve an outcome. So obviously the UN is kind of like a bunch of cogs and wheels running together. And it's like a micro version of that within any given mission. And if you drop in the technology in a way that kind of grinds those gears to a halt or doesn't kind of support the existing motion, then everything stands adversarially, things slow down, and you can't actually execute it well. Contrast that with if you understand the role that it is to play, and it acts and accentuates the way that things are operating, then it's much more seamless, and actually the kind of pragmatic execution of it can go a lot better. I think the last thing, it's maybe related to cross-cutting both of them, is, I won't say quantification of risk, but de-risking to the degree it is necessary. So I can only speak to the specifics of our case. In our case, this generally comes in form of knowing the types of things that you want to say or ask, and knowing if there are any kind of like hot button things that you want to stay away from that potentially are going to produce spoilers that are going to be hard to react to. So as Martin alluded to, oftentimes through these dialogues, you do learn things you didn't know, and that's super important. But there is also certain pockets of risk that technology can't know, I can't know, often Martin can't even know, but the folks who are on the ground in those missions very much know. And so I think the integration of on the ground knowledge of how it's being applied, such that kind of the key risks and everyone's nervousness factor around use of it is at least brought down to the minimum necessary to trust and integrate it into the system, is the last critical piece. But again, I only have like an N of one data point of one piece of technology being integrated in.
Thank you for that. And I think you mentioned one key point, which is trust in the technology, which I think has come up across many domains and has come up in my research as well, where, we see that trust in the technology by the people who it's, aimed at, but also the people who is using it. And I think it definitely goes both ways. But I think, Paula, you're back with us. I want to turn back to you and see if you have any final remarks regarding implementation challenges. You cut off around black boxes.
Yeah, so what I was saying about black boxes, because of the limited dialogue between the users and the developers, and that leads to possible biases by design, either from the training data, from the background of the developer not being addressed, corrected, or identified by the users. Sometimes there is also limited real-world value of some AI-based technologies that developers don't fully understand the realities on the ground, the context. And there's also risk associated of the users not understanding the technology and using it wrongly. And I have many examples on this one. Another challenge is the fear of losing jobs. I've seen this quite a lot in terms of tools for analysis that I think apply very much for this topic of conflict prevention. So the fear of losing jobs with AI, when AI enters the workplace, is not only manufacturing. I've seen that quite a lot, also with analysis units, because normally, or many times, technology is automating processes that were done before manually. Okay, it's automating them, it's increasing the speed, it's of course increasing the scope to very high levels, but there is a fear of losing jobs. And also I think that there is a very poor understanding yet of new digital data sources, and a common mistake that is to try to apply methods developed for analysis of small data to large digital data sets. The issue of representativeness has been mentioned already in this panel. I have my strong views about it, being a geographer. So I think that we cannot treat digital data that is produced at a scale and a volume not seen before. We cannot use methods that we develop for a small data. So those are the main challenges that I've seen. Over to you, Sarah.
Thanks, Paula. And I'd like to stay with you a bit longer, if that's possible. I mean, you mentioned a number of points which I think were reflected in previous conversations, even if the topic was slightly different and looking at it from a military perspective. And here I think it's important as well to bear in mind that this has a very real impact on and what the lives of people who are already facing such challenging circumstances. So therefore, I'd like to hear your thoughts on how we can ensure that AI-based technologies leveraged for conflict prevention and peace building are used in an ethical manner.
Mm-hmm. I think there are enough examples out there of systems used in an unethical way, whatever ethics, how we are understanding ethics. But there are some things that really outstand as unethical, as for example, using AI systems to categorize and discriminate citizens based on their facial features, systems that are used to fuel ethnic and religious violence across societies, or systems that are used to power fake news factories that produce content to manipulate democratic electoral processes or to create chaos in times of a pandemic. So how to ensure the ethical use of AI? And I'm paraphrasing my colleague Mila from UN Global Pulse. The answer is with the adoption of human rights-based governance frameworks for AI. Human rights law is both binding and universal. It offers a common vocabulary and set of principles that can be applied across borders and cultures to ensure that AI is used to advance the SDG ethically. The international human rights regime also offers a set of mechanisms for accountability and enforcement, from working groups and special rapporteurs to the International Court of Justice, reducing the need to start from scratch in applying these principles to AI. But it is a reality that it might take time for human rights jurisprudence to develop mechanisms to regulate emerging AI technologies. And for this reason, the formulation of ethical frameworks is useful and it is needed.
Thanks a lot, Paula. I think there's definitely a lot in there, and it resonates with some of what we've heard before as well. And I think there's definitely, a lot of consideration, and I think it'll come as well in the next panel. So with regards to responsible AI, so I think there's a lot there about, how can we use this and ensure that it's being used, for ethical reasons, but exactly how we do that is, I think, still the crux of the issue. I see there's a number of questions which have come from the audience. So I'd like to turn to these now and get your opinions on them. So there's a couple of questions with regards to the UN mediation guidelines. So I think, Martin, you're going to be the one to answer these. There's two specifically. There's one regarding when the UN applies, the digital dialogue tools, or Ramesh, how does it ensure compliance with principles highlighted in UN mediation guidelines? And there's a second one which also asks that these mediation guidelines demand that mediation teams design processes that are in harmony with local cultures and norms. And is the algorithm sensitive to local context? And I think that's a very important one, is making sure that what you're applying, I think we saw in the video, is specific to the Iraqi context. It was in Arabic. But I think it's really important to have that question on in local context. So Martin, do you want to start off? And then Andrew and Paula, if you want to add anything, or our other speakers in the audience, please do so.
Absolutely. And Andrew already alluded to the fact that we had a lot of conversations before we turned to technology to make sure that it works in local dialects, so not just in modern standard Arabic. And we had the same challenges now quite recently in Bolivia, where we ran it, or in Haiti, where we didn't do it in French, but Haitian. So those are things that we think through very carefully, and I think that's one of the kind of principles that you see spelled out in the guidelines as well, that you need to have a kind of an intervention or support that really fits the local context. So when it comes to technological algorithms and making sure that this is really kind of a helpful tool and not adding kind of to the fragmentation or to the polarization. We do trials and we have very serious conversations before and stress test those kind of efforts before we kind of employ them in a very local context. So that's what I would answer to that. And I think we are still at the beginning, because it's trial and error, to be honest, right? It's like when you use any device, you only know how far it brings you once you use it, and you see the flaws and the limitations of it once you kind of experience them. You can be vigilant and think about kind of the potential consequences. to a high extent, which you have to because we work in very sensitive situations. But in the end of the day, we can only kind of figure this out while we do this. I think one thing I want to point out here, which goes back to inclusivity, is how do we mobilize people to participate in those kind of dialogues? And that already comes with limitations because you only get a certain demographic that is literate, available when it comes to time and has technology at hand. And we always triangulate this with various other efforts. So just to explain this in further detail here, when we ran a dialogue in Haiti, for instance, we triangulated this with a CADI, a computer-assisted telecommunication interview survey, where you get a different sample. And we triangulated that with information we got from a social media study. And we triangulated that with the expertise we had on the ground and so forth, so that we just multiply kind of the data points we have in order to get kind of this conversions of kind of what the facts are eventually. So I think that's how we try to tame this uncertainty we face.
Oh, thanks a lot for that. I don't know if Paul or Andrew, you want to come in on that specific question. Otherwise, don't worry, there's plenty more for you.
I can maybe make just a quick note on it,
Please.
which is that there's two pieces of that question actually in getting it right in context. One part is like a math algorithms question, like does your algorithm imbue any types of biases that are going to change the results in ways that matter in that context? So that's what Martin alluded to as we run all kinds of tests on it, and we've actually developed language agnostic algorithms so that they're purely stochastic and don't involve any type of, there's no pre-training going into them. So they start from blank slate and they learn specific for a question in a dialogue in a region. So lots of kind of de-risking there, but as we note, that's not to assume everything's perfect. And so we just every time test it in different ways. The second, I think, is I wish I had good memory of people's names. Someone mentioned this, which is that you don't the dialogue doesn't make a decision. Decisions are still made by humans. And those humans integrate a lot of different information beyond just what comes out of, say, Remesh. And that's critical because the probability that any system is going to give some funky or erroneous data point is I won't say 100%, but it's much greater than zero, especially if you have a lot of those systems. And so humans in the loop kind of are the front lines of defense against the oddities or failure modes that you could not predict ahead of time in these types of technologies. And so I think Lee and a few panels back noted that repeated over and over and over the importance of humans in the loop for making nuclear decisions, and that's the most extreme variant of it. But I think that it's highlighted in this one as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting how concept that relates to military and hard defense still transfer over, or kind of there's this symbiotic relationship even when we're talking about a very different application in conflict prevention and peace building. About you still fundamentally are looking to for the same aspects. But actually, if we can stay with you, Andrew, there's a question specific to Ramesh. Can you elaborate on how the representative quotes are gathered, and how do you think that this will manifest in terms of democracy?
Yeah, so first part of that's an easy question. The second half is hard. So the way they're gathered is via device. So it's a JavaScript web app. It's made to work all the way down to G3 internets, or kind of the slower ones that actually have much more coverage around the world, and on what our team would call semi-smartphones, folks that can render JavaScript apps but not do fancy things. So that's kind of piece one. Kind of the experience itself basically looks like a chat app, like WhatsApp or something like that, except with the exception of after you send a message, there's this voting interface that pops up where you make choices between things. Other than that, it's actually quite standard. In terms of its use in democracy, I can speculate. So I think certainly in cases that we work together, Martin, it's been a part of elections, which I think are important. We do work with a large number of national and local governments. And in that case, it's quite literally used for my personal ideal version of democracy, which is figure out what the citizens or constituents of an area actually want solved, and let that create pressure for elected officials to actually solve those problems. So I think that is the kind of soft version that we're seeing today. I have some colleagues who envision potentially a more extreme version. If you kind of fast forward the technology maybe 10, 20 years into the future, where if it is better at being able to represent the will of a population than an elected official is, potentially there is a role for it to play a more decision-related role. But as we've all talked about here today, that makes me a little bit queasy. So I'll only mention it and not necessarily endorse it.
Oh, that's really fascinating. Thank you so much for that. And there's another question by the audience, which kind of is similar to one of my own. So I'll do some sort of merging of these two questions into one, because I'm also conscious that we're running out of time. But obviously we've heard, and I think Paula, you also mentioned this fear of losing jobs over the use of AI and of course technology more broadly. And I've also seen it in the research I've done in the use of technology and ceasefire monitoring that there's a lot of people that say that it requires the human touch when you get into conflict prevention and peace building. You can't take the human out of this. It's about building these connections. So I'm wondering, whether you see a pushback from the peacekeepers themselves in terms of using this AI-based technology, but also how do you see the interactions happening between, the policymakers and the technology experts? And maybe you can talk about your personal relationship as well, kind of how that happened for your project. But I guess there's two sides to this coin. Is how do you let people accept to use this technology, if at all? And the other is how do you work together to enable the use of this technology? And maybe I'll first turn to Paula, if you have any particular thoughts you'd like to add on that.
I think the starting point is very important. We've seen in the last years, at least in the UN system, a lot of initiatives from HQ bring into the field, and then there's a reaction in the field, and then you do a pilot, and then you showcase the results of the pilot, and then nothing happens after the pilot. So what happens between pilots and scaling up things? So that change is when you really spend time with the user, engaging, understanding, building trust, building a relation. So the same work that we are doing with hosting governments in the UN system, we need to do that work with the user. The user needs to understand, needs to trust you, understand what you're talking about, and then together co-design. The work we're doing now with MINUSMA, we have spent 2 years of dialogue, 2 years understanding what the needs of MINUSMA are, and 2 years explaining the possibilities of the technology, in this case, radio mining technology, can bring to them. And 2 years exploring together how this applies in the context of Mali, in the context of peacekeeping mission in Mali, in the context of the work and the methods of the unit. So that work needs to be done. My experience is that a lot of time is invested in technology, developing technology. There's a lot of great talent ready to jump into developing technology, and little time is spent into this dialogue with the user, this building of trust and this understanding. At the end of the day, this is disruptive technology because it changes the way of doing things. It changes the way the information flows. It changes the way the information is accessed. It changes the type of data that is used to present facts. So those are a lot of changes. When you need information to take action, when you need information to protect yourself or to protect others. So all this disruption needs to be addressed with dialogue and working together, co-designing things together, and co-designing is built on time spent together, building the trust. This is from my experience what works better.
Thank you. It's really interesting. It comes back to trust again. But maybe I'll turn for final words to Andrew and Martin on this question. I don't know if there's a particular preference on who wants to start first. Maybe I'll go alphabetically. And Andrew.
Yeah, so I guess I'll just reflect briefly on, I think, why we were able to have success and how we did this. So put it bluntly, I think maybe I'll reflect on what doesn't work, and that's a lens into what does. So I think what is important in any state where you are building technology is a product. That product exists to solve some problem. And if there is not, if you're not dealing with the person who actually has that problem, that is where you get all kinds of pushback and backlash of job replacement and all of this. If you're building something that is to solve the problem for the person who has that problem, I've had a 0% amount of time where they don't want the technology to make that problem easier to solve. I think in the context of the UN, I think one of the advantages we've had is that I can dictate what will happen next in what we build, and that lets us in a way actually serve and focus on the needs of the UN to inform how we develop our product. And believe it was about 2.5 years after we first started working together and understanding the challenges that they were trying to address. I believe it was originally framed to me as we want to scale inclusivity during the mediation process. And so over the course of that, it means that you get a convergence of the product being developed to solve the problem being dictated, specified, and clarified by the actual person who has it, and that person actually being involved and at the UN. So if those things don't align, then any one of those points is somewhere where I think things often will go off track. You get a product that's kind of cross-developed for one thing, trying to get copy and pasted into an application that it wasn't built for, or you get improper incentives built between folks. And so, as Martin alluded to, one of the things that we did early on was decided the way that we best align it is actually to focus on giving it away for free, so that we don't feel like there's any monetary funkiness that can emerge between things, and that let us approach it as partners and collaborators rather than as like a customer client flavor of relationship, which I think can put up barriers to honesty that are critical to get systems like this to actually work in high stakes situations.
I'm going to pick this up right there. I mean, haters going to hate, lovers going to love, right? Those who like technology will like it. Those who are skeptical will be skeptical. The truth is that the world is changing. If you think that you can live without technology, that's probably possible somewhere in the woods. Good luck until you need really help and there needs to be a phone around to carry to your hospital, right? But otherwise, you're going to hate or love accordingly. Now, I think the pandemic has extremely helped. While I think 2 years ago, we still had bureaucrats that were printing out emails, right? Reading them at home and then coming back to the office to write their response or have somebody else type the response for them. Now, every UN official, at least in New York, has a laptop at home. So I think the pandemic has been a blessing in disguise, and the fact has shown us that we can do it, right? We can talk remotely, we can save costs, we can increase participation. I can just imagine how many more people are hopefully, participating in this conference due to the fact that we are now live streaming this. I think 2 years ago, having a phone call, a joint phone call was already a challenge in HQ to organize a room and finding the right buttons to press to make that happen. So haters gonna hate, lovers gonna love. I think we can't ignore it as the UN because the world is changing. And if we think that it's not the right moment to use technologies, the conflict parties that we are trying to serve, or places that are at the beginning of a conflict, will do it anyway. Look around kind of the world where TikTok dialogues are, Clubhouse dialogues are critical for peace building, right? Where conversations are happening outside the normal spaces. So we better have a grip on it, otherwise we're going to be irrelevant. I think that's why innovation is so important in every part of the UN system, to add value and show that multilateralism and this joint effort, it really is helpful for the good of peace.
No, indeed. And I think getting it right is the most important. And for the very, very last question, and then we'll wrap up this panel, but I think it's really important, someone raised it, is how does the UN obtain free and informed consent from those whose data is used? And how do the beneficiaries know that the data is used and their risks and their rights? But I know this is a humongous question. We could have an entire panel just on this question. I'm going to ask you if you could just stick to maybe 30 seconds, very final remarks. Maybe we'll start in the room and finish with Paula.
I can start. So when it comes to the information we collect on the digital dialogues, we don't collect any name. It's completely anonymous, right? We don't collect any information about where you sit, who you are, and that's the power of it, and that's how we promote that. So that's important. When it comes to the data collected, so the views collected in there, yes, we spill this back to the public by making press statements about that and taking this seriously. I think that's something we haven't talked about yet. If technology helps us to gather new information, how are we actually using this for the good? How are we making sense of that, right? And that's really a hard part where technology has its limits.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just note, indeed, step one, collect the minimum amount of data so that they're not actually imposing risk, make that clear to folks. And then in our case, we, like every onboard into a conversation, we have kind of a couple paragraphs in terms of the data that we are going to gather from them. We'll have their points of view and things like this. And we translate that into, I think, every language in the world. And that is just to try and be honest up front about it, but also clear about kind of where the line is drawn. I think that's the best you can do right now, at least, is we'll call it actual consent. There's like fake consent where you just put a giant wall of text and everyone click, 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 click. We try to do our best to look the honest version of it and make that easier by just not collecting any PII, I guess is the formal name, but in this case, a little bit stricter in terms of the guarantees of an anonymity.
Thank you. And Paula, final words go to you.
On data privacy and protection, I invite everybody to read the guide with the UN data privacy and protection principles that was designed and produced with a lot of work and effort and dialogue with experts from academia, from private sector, from governments. And it's a set of principles and a guide that is for the UN and for all the bodies in the UN. So I invite people to go and dive about it. There are also instruments like the risk and risk assessment, risk and harms and benefits assessment tool that takes you through many steps to answer all these questions. How are you going to be doing all these things, and what are the measures that you're going to put in place? So there are instruments available to design these things and to take these decisions.
Great. Well, thank you so much to our three speakers. This has been a fascinating session and lots to take away. It's also nice to kind of have this perspective of how it's actually being used on the ground and to hear kind of good stories, positive stories about its use. We're going to pause for a coffee break now, and I'll be thankful if you can all come back here at 3:10 sharp so we can start the next session on time. Thank you so much, and please thank our speakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start. If you can please take your seat. Okay, thank you for staying with us until now. I promised you we were going to take you on a journey at the beginning of this day, and in fact, that's what has happened. You know, we kept the promise, and we're now entering the, if you want, the third act of this journey. And like any good story, you know, the third act is always an act of redemption for the hero. So we've heard about all of the things that could go wrong with AI. We also heard about some of the good things that AI could happen. But ultimately, this third act of our story is really focused on what kind of instruments can we deploy to make sure that all of the promises that AI is bringing to society can actually be converted into benefits. What can we do to mitigate the risks while taking maximum benefit of this great technology? So really the purpose of this panel is in the next, well, I used to call it a 100-minute panel. It's no longer 100 minutes because we started late. So it's now 93 minutes. But that being said, I think the purpose of the panel is really to try to unpack what is responsible AI, what tools are, you know, part of the toolbox. We heard earlier today about the hammer, right? If we look in the toolbox, what else is there? Is it only a hammer, or do we have, you know, screwdrivers? Do we have what is there? So it's really trying to understand what toolbox is it available to all members of society, from policymakers to industry and academia and other stakeholders. What tools are available to them to implement responsible AI principles? And then we're lucky today to have assembled a panel that brings in different perspectives from government, from industry, for civil society, to really help us understand how can these tools be actually implemented and operationalized. So this is the purpose of the panel. And as you can tell, it's quite a big panel, both on stage and with two speakers joining us online. I'm going to run quickly the introductions, otherwise this will take a while. But you have all of the full bios on the conference program that is available on our website. So starting with here on my left, Ashley Casovan, who is the Executive Director of the Responsible AI Institute. To her left, Rebecca Finlay, Chief Executive Officer, Partnership on AI. Joining us online, you can see them behind me. We have Emma Roetkamp-Bloem, who is Professor and Head of Department of Philosophy at the University of Pretoria, but also the former chairperson of the Bureau of the UNESCO Ad Hoc Expert Group that was tasked to prepare the UNESCO recommendations on the ethics of AI. Also connected online is Sonali Sangrahia, co-founder and chief commercial officer of Cosa.ai. Coming back on the stage, left of Rebecca, we have Daniel Klutz, who is the director of sensitive uses at the Office of Responsible AI at Microsoft. Next to him, we have Diane Staley, who is the responsible AI chief at the Chief Digital and Artificial Intelligence Office with the Department of Defense here in the US. We then have Eugenio Vargas Garcia, who is the tech diplomat at the Brazilian Consulate General in San Francisco. And of course, last but not least, we have Alex Yang, who is the global head of AI ethics at Sony. So it's a very rich and diverse panel, and I'm going to do my best to make the most out of their presence. And I'm just going to start with a sort of like a lightning round, like a common question to all of you, because we heard that a common definition of AI doesn't really exist. So I have to assume that a common definition of responsible AI also doesn't exist. So my first question to all of you, and we're just going to go first here on the stage and then to colleagues on screen. How do you define responsible AI, and what does it mean to you or to your organization? And this is a lightning round, so I'm going to give you 90 seconds.
Wow.
Here we go.
I get to start. Great, thank you. For us, it's ensuring that
AI systems are safe and secure and protective of people's human rights. And so when thinking about the different types of implications and uses of AI systems, that could mean so many different types of things. And so I think the definition of that needs to be context specific to make it a little bit more accurate. It could mean fairness in some cases, it could mean accuracy in other cases. But really the intent is to ensure that those systems are being used in a way that's inclusive and also protective of people's human rights.
Thank you.
I think you're going to start to hear some common themes across the panel. I think when I think about responsible AI, there's three baseline components to responsible AI from my perspective. So the first one is that it needs to be safe. It needs to be fit for the purpose in which it was created. It needs to be reliable, and it needs to be trustworthy in the domain in which it was created. So safe in the first instance. Secondly, it needs to be legally appropriate in all respects. It needs to be privacy protecting. It needs to be protective of rights in society and non-discriminatory. So it needs to enforce and be by all of the legal and rights components of society. And then thirdly, I think it needs to be accountable. And I think depending upon the way in which it's used and the level of risk component associated with it, that may be internal accountability, but I think in many cases, it requires external accountability and auditability as well, particularly as the technology increases. So baseline, I would say those are the three components. At the Partnership on AI, we actually want to do much more than that. We want to develop technology that is inclusive and equity enhancing and supporting and centers people and society first. So responsible AI plus is what I'm most interested in terms of the work we do.
Thank you. Daniel.
Thanks. Excited to be here with all of you. Responsible AI to me and to Microsoft, I think means a principles-based socio-technical approach to the design, development, deployment, maintenance, and governance of AI systems that takes into account those systems' effects on people and society and vice versa. I think the reciprocal is true, and many of the panels have talked about both of those today.
All right, thank you. Diane, over to you.
So for us, it means making sure that our AI products adhere to our ethical principles, which are responsible, governable, equitable, traceable, and reliable. It also means that the approach needs to be dynamic, which also making sure that we're producing quality products by employing methodologies throughout the product lifecycle. We also want to make sure that our methodologies are customizable and tailorable to the scope, scale, and use case domain of the project itself. Our ultimate end goal is that our warfighters trust our solutions, and that means everyone from developers up through our senior leaders. But we also want to make sure that we're not imposing an undue burden and that we're not sacrificing speed and agility to do so.
Thank you. Eugenio.
Thank you, Giacomo, and thank you for the kind invitation. I have to be here. I'll give you a straightforward definition. Responsible AI being a conscious effort by all stakeholders to put in place ethical guardrails to manage risks, prevent harm, and make the technology beneficial for everyone in the best interest of society. And I think governments in particular, they have this responsibility towards their citizens to protect them from malicious uses or bias, discriminations, or any unintended consequences. But the key point is that the governments are not alone in this space. This is a multi-stakeholder endeavor. And this is why we need to also hear the industry and have all stakeholders engaged in the discussions to see how the best regulation we can have to ensure that responsible AI will succeed.
Thank you. Alice.
Thank you, Giacomo, and it's a pleasure to be with all of you today. So first off, of course, I agree with all of my panelists, but to maybe put a more specific Sony flavor to things. So Sony is an entertainment and technology company, and we see our purpose as filling the world with emotion. And so as part of that, we see AI as being very promising for revolutionizing all of the different businesses we have. But we view as part of that, that AI is a technology that carries with it potential unintended consequences and can carry both societal benefits and harms. And so we see responsible AI as an important aspect of ensuring that as AI grows in its use cases, it does so in a very sustainable way and in a very trustworthy way. And as part of that, we actually need to evaluate all of our AI use cases, ensure that it is in compliance with our ethics guidelines. And so from that perspective, we hope that whether high risk or low risk, we can think carefully about the impact the AI might have on technology, on society, and ensure that it's fair, transparent, and accountable.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Emma now.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, although I'm very far away. So responsible AI actually mean different things for different people, and that's not necessarily a good thing. It can also be a catchphrase that companies use to lull people into trusting them when they are not trustworthy. In terms of the EU Commission, it means that AI is lawful, it's ethical, and it's robust, which means it's safe and secure. But what does that mean? It means that it's fair, that it's non-biased, that it's transparent, that it's explainable, it's secure, safe, accountable, and it's deployed for the benefit of every individual in society. And what does that mean? It means in general, it is used only for good. To improve food security, to democratize healthcare, to enhance information sharing, combat inequality in education, and so on. And it is research designed, deployed, developed, deployed, and used with taking cognizance of the principle of proportionality, which means it is only used when necessary, and it is always used in the context of do no harm, which means it's not used to create civil unrest, to manipulate people, to mislead and deceive, to minimize human agency and dignity, to influence allocation of resources, to amplify identity prejudice, or to change human values. So in short, it is used to do no harm. And the secret ingredient to that is not necessarily industry, but it's civil society, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, Sonali, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. So according to COSA, being a startup, responsible AI is ensuring that AI products and services generate more inclusive and people-centered outcomes by addressing the problem of reduced accuracy, transparency, fairness due to the unconscious bias found within ML and AI applications. Responsible AI in artificial intelligence machines allows us to understand the ethical implications of the algorithms and how they're affecting our lives. It is not just about understanding how AI works, but also about understanding why it makes the decisions that it does and how it impacts lives and society. So it is the key really to building trust in AI technology. If people know how the AI system is making decisions, they will be more likely to accept a decision made by the system. COSA believes that responsible AI within organizations includes mutual cooperation and decision-making on three things. One, metrics to decide whether the AI is being fair. Two, the safe and ethical way of operationalizing AI principles. And three, adopting legal channels to enforce transparency obligations within industry and geographical contexts. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now that we kind of heard different perspectives, there's clearly, at least conceptually, a degree of overlap. But you know, as we could predict, everyone kind of interprets it in its own way, based on the context, based on the perspective and the sector. So now I'd like to follow up on trying to understand a little bit more what are the different tools. Now that we have come to the conclusion that there is probably no common shared understanding of the definition, but maybe if we go a level below and we focus on the tools, maybe there is something there. So Rebecca, I'm coming to you. Could you please provide, from your perspective, also reflecting on the work that you just mentioned that Partnership on AI is doing, can you just give us a first overview of different responsible AI tools and initiatives that exist?
I'm happy to do so. And now that the lightning round is over, thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this panel. I also just want to say, I think UNIDIR has been a leader in the field of thinking about AI and its implications and its responsible use, both in terms of disarmament or more broadly. And I'm just so delighted to be here. And I just want to commend you, Giacomo, for all of that work. Okay, well, this was sort of fun because I started to picture in my head, what does a toolbox look like? So I'm thinking about one of those toolboxes that has sort of drawers or levels to it. You know, the ones that, for example, would make my husband very, very, very happy to be using, to give a rather stereotyped image, but he really does love his toolkit. So think about one with different drawers, with different tools within those drawers. And let me tell you how I think about the toolkit. So first and foremost, and I think this is probably the area that has the most consensus in terms of being well documented and understood as being important in terms of the responsible development of AI, is documentation. And this builds on the early work of many researchers. We know Drs. Gabriel and Mitchell, Wortman Wright, Varshni, so many people that were involved in the very early days of putting together model cards and data sheets. I just saw someone enter the room who's very involved with the Data Nutrition Project. These are all really important documentation methodologies that help us to understand through the AI lifecycle, what are the dimensions of the data that are being connected, that are being used, how are they being used, how are the algorithms being developed, right all the way from the beginning of the work with regard to research and development, all the way through to obsolescence and maintenance with regard to those systems. So I would say first and foremost, documentation is an incredibly important component of the toolkit. And we're really delighted because we've been working most recently with UN OCHA in thinking about how they're using documentation in terms of the work they're doing in the Center for Humanitarian Data and otherwise. So if that's the first box, then the second box is really around processes and management systems. And a number of my fellow panelists mentioned this when they defined responsible AI. So it's not important, it's not useful to have documentation if you do not have systems and structures within which that documentation exists, that drives decision-making about how the technology will be used and ensures that not only the documentation is developed and read for the appropriate audience, but that the decision-making structures around it are clearly in place. And we heard that a little bit, I think, in the previous panels. I was thinking about in terms of the command and control metaphor that was discussed a lot in this dimension. So how and what are the systems and processes in place around the documentation and use of technology? That's another area. And then finally, people. I think that's another important component of it, and that's probably not surprising coming from me. So that's both in terms of thinking about how workers are engaged in terms of the use of the AI that they will be working with and the automated systems that they will be interacting with. And that's where we get to some questions around explainability and explainability for what and for what purpose. Also, it's in terms of the both the customers and the impacted communities by that technology as well. And so there's a lot of work emerging around inclusive research and design, thinking about how do we bring communities into the design process at the very earliest stages to make sure that their perspectives are heard. And this is particularly important for marginalized or underrepresented communities who would not normally be at the table and may be impacted by the technology. So people would be the third category. And then, no surprise, community. As we heard today, everybody is trying to figure out how to do this. We're all looking to learn from each other. We're all trying to determine what are the norms that will drive, what are the new policy and potential regulatory frameworks that are going to drive responsible AI. So I think it is really important that people think about how you engage in community. How do you seek out those other organizations that are asking some of the same questions you are, that may not be from the same sector you work in. And that's exactly what we're intending to do at the Partnership on AI. We bring together about 100 partners across industry, civil society, academia, and policy to really create that collective action and collective learning that's required in order to advance the work we do about responsible AI. So those are my 4 boxes.
Thank you, Rebecca. And Ashley, I'm turning to you now. I'd be grateful if you could provide an overview from the perspective of your institute. You know, what kind of tools are there, and particularly explain a little bit about the certification program that you have developed.
Great, thank you so much. I want to get into that. I just want to add a little bit to what Rebecca is saying in terms of these tools and processes, and go a little bit back to the lightning round of just, I think we talked about some of the objectives of responsible AI and a lot of the how you actually go about doing that. And I parsed that out just because I think a lot of the things that were already mentioned are some of the tools that could be added into a toolbox. But again, AI is not one monolithic thing, and I apologize because I will keep saying this because I think it is very, very important to understand that when we're thinking about the tools that we use, it really needs to be in context of what objective, and therefore, what are the right tools in, I love the buckets that Rebecca's kind of broken that down into, but from my past experience where I was at the Government of Canada, where we developed the first national directive on automated decision-making systems, we were really thinking about what are the different types of oversight mechanisms you need to have, and therefore what we were asked from practitioners really was like, well, what do I do? What are the guidelines that you have in place? And I'm sure that Alice, you can probably appreciate this, given that you're working with very practical people, and Rebecca, you do all the time as well. Diane, I know, just like really thinking about what does this mean in terms of implementation. And so those categories are really important, but contextualizing them for the specific types of AI systems, the uses, and then what the different implications of those are really important. And from that, we're trying to address those with the creation of standards. So the one thing I think should be added to your toolbox is standards. But why I say that is because we want some comparability and repeatability when it comes to really understanding what are the implications of these systems. As you can see, we don't all have a common definition even of what responsible AI is, but for the specific types of uses, it would be good to have a common understanding of what the harms, impacts, and risks of those systems are, and therefore what you need to do to mitigate against those. And so that's what we're trying to address with creating really what we're creating is a conformity assessment scheme, just to be technical here. And why that's important is because the certification is the mark that comes from achieving that. And we think about that in terms of a maturity scale. So you can have something that's minimum viable. We did this. And I think to Rebecca's point in the lightning round, there's a plus. You can do these things to achieve this, but if you want to demonstrate your uniqueness in the market or that you're doing more, then you can kind of keep going along that trajectory. And all of those things become really important to be established on a foundation of standards, so that if you're looking at something like a skin detection system, which Partnership on AI is part of a project, as well as Data Nutrition Project, where we're working to really work with subject matter experts, the community, as Rebecca mentioned, to identify what are the harms that are associated with the use of these systems? Because you can go into your app store, see 96 different applications that say, I can detect cancer. And you're like, whoa, what does that actually mean? And is that accurate? Is it safe? All of the things that we talked about earlier. And so to have a certification symbol behind that means that there's been some objective evaluation of that. And that needs to be rooted on a standard or set of standards in order to be trusted, back to some of the definitions we talked about earlier.
Thank you. Sonali, I'm going to come to you for a second, because clearly the AI field, it's probably the fastest growing area when we see startups kind of flourishing and entering the market quite quickly. So can you elaborate a little bit on what is the perspective of startups on responsible AI, and what tools, as you know, your business developed to help them address these issues?
Sure, thanks. So in the market today, you typically find startups approaching responsible AI in two different ways. So one, through the more consulting way, by making organizations aware of the importance of ethical AI. And then you have startups like us who offer various tools that address the issues surrounding responsible AI. So for COSA, it was really our passion for driving positive impact through technology that made us enter the world of responsible AI and create COSA. COSA supports SDG 10 to reduce inequality through our vision of wanting to create equitable, accessible, and inclusive AI for the world. But the challenge we face today is that, globally, only 6% of companies using AI have operationalized their capabilities to be responsible by design, and only 12% of these firms have advanced their AI maturity enough to achieve responsible growth and business transformation. In today's economy, when AI powers thousands of decision-making tools and impacts all of us, it is time we take responsibility to make its use for the greater good of society. Having said that, being very pervasive in applications such as healthcare, banking and financial service industry, and then even the defense industry. Just a few case examples that COSA has addressed is, for example, the healthcare algorithm where Optum sold by the United Health Group was found to show drastic racial bias, denying 50% of qualifying Black patients. These biases may occur due to historic prejudices that are reflected in training data sets. So using this information, COSA decided to address the problem of reduced accuracy, transparency, and fairness due to the unconscious bias found within these ML applications. So COSA makes it easier for companies to develop equitable technology through our plug-and-play suite of software solutions. So our responsible AI system audits, explains, and monitors bias and risks throughout the life cycle of a product and supports organizations to generate more inclusive and people-centered outcomes by all the while improving trust, efficiency, and the utility of AI. Furthermore, our fully automated responsible AI system also incorporates human in the loop and ethics by design principles. Our suite of 5 tools takes into account both pre-market and post-market environment of an AI product. So the pre-market is assurance of safety and effectiveness, looking at data drift, robustness, and fairness. So this is really looking at the system that is still in development and is nearly ready for the market. And then we have the post-market surveillance. So here is where the AI-enabled product or system is already in production and on the market. And here we provide monitoring and explainability. So our solution will reduce the hidden inequalities that today affect millions of people and enable everyone to access the services and products they want, irrespective of race, age, and gender. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Sonali. I'll come back to you later because I'd like to learn more about some of the lessons that you may have learned or identified working in other sectors that you think could be useful in the defense or security context. But I want to go to Emma now. And I don't know, Emma, if you were following the conference earlier today, but we kind of touched already on the UNESCO principles in another panel, reflecting on how difficult it is to get to a shared common vision of what principles could look like. So I'm asking you, given how involved you were in the process, what role is there from your perspective for shared principles, in this toolbox of responsible AI tools, also reflecting on the UNESCO principles that you were heavily involved in developing, what was your experience there? How were they developed? What was the vision to put them in practice?
Thank you. A set of shared principles is the cornerstone of responsible AI. It's hard to come by, but we absolutely need to get there. And the reason why I say this is because this wonderful technology that we're talking about that has so much power for good is also imperiling all of humanity and even the meaning of what it means to be human. So why do I say that? If inequality and discrimination is amplified, if we lose our right to mental integrity, if we are manipulated, whether it's subtle or whether it's more in our faces, as it is becoming more and more nowadays, if dis and misinformation abounds, if the global south is excluded from so-called global conversations on this powerful technology, if basic human rights like fair trial and due process, effective remedy, the right to freedom of expression, association, assembly, the right to private life, privacy and family life, if these rights are transgressed, how is it possible that we can think that this technology will help us to reach the SDGs by 2030? How can we say that we will live in a peaceful world? So we have to find ways to find a bottom line that cannot be transgressed. And there is a big challenge in this way, and this is a challenge that we faced at UNESCO in the drafting of the recommendation. And this challenge is to find a balance between shared values, so-called shared values, and individual cultural approaches to certain kinds of values. So how can we do this? We found, and remember, everything was online. It was COVID. So we had to do all of this online. And we came from 6 different regions. We came from all walks of life, technical community, lawyers, academics, people from startups, every representative from civil society, diplomats. We had to find a common ground, and we did that in an atmosphere of trying to understand what sensible formulation of values would mean. So we had to learn to hear each other, to find that, make sure that the meaning ascribed to values can be articulated in such a way that they are heard in a context of openness and epistemic justice, where every contributor is a credible knower. And in that context, to try through a kind of relational ethics, try to find a middle ground. And it was not easy. Okay, I'm not going to lie to you. But the art of learning to use culture as a calculus, of learning the art to hear that people, in fact, have shared values, but they are articulating it in different ways, is something that takes time, and it's something that takes dedication and a shared goal, apart from working towards a shared set of values. But there must always be a bottom line. And the bottom line must be human rights, laws, standards, and principles. So this shared set of values that we work towards must be in line with that. So what we did was we worked together. We had very intricate processes of negotiation as well. We had an online survey, we had regional surveys, and then there were 6 months of intergovernmental negotiation that were really tough, of the toughest in UNESCO's history, I hear. But what kept people going? A shared goal of harnessing the good of this technology, but making sure that the harm that it can bring is contained. So easy it is not. And also what is really important from the UNESCO view was that it has to be, all of this kind of negotiation and finding compromise and whatever must be inclusive of all stakeholders, and should take into account the circumstances and priorities of each member state. And in that sense, UNESCO committed to developing a readiness methodology. And we defined readiness as a dynamic status on a continuum of dimensions, from scientific to infrastructural, economic, educational, and it is a status that moves on a continuum that can change in times of civil unrest, for instance, and also to develop a methodology for ethics impact assessment. So all along this way, UNESCO also made it clear that it would move with member states and give support, which also helped to dissolve some of our issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. So before we pivot to more the operationalization side, I have a second round of questions for you, and I want to start with Rebecca again. So we cannot really afford to have responsible AI practices to be like the unicorn, where you have a small number of developers or companies that do things right while the mass does not. So if we're thinking about the challenges related to scaling up responsible AI practices, how can we achieve that critical mass that is needed to really make an impact?
It's a great question. And I think One of the most influential reports that I've read, and thinking about how we scale up responsible development of AI this year, was the National Academy's report on responsible computing research. I try to mention it every time I speak because I just think it was so well done in terms of positioning the importance of ethics and social impact squarely into the broad domain of computing research. So not just AI research, but really trying to transform the way in which research is done across computer science to integrate ethics and social impact into that work. And this is within a context whereby this is a hotly debated subject, not just within North America, but globally in terms of what are the obligations, how do we integrate impact analysis into publication norms and behaviors across the research world. So I think reports such as that one are examples of really scaling up this dimension outside of and beyond just the responsible AI community to thinking much more broadly. I'll give you the 3 conclusions that report starts with is first, all computing research must consider the ethical and social impact of its work at the time of research. Secondly, computing researchers must engage with potentially impacted stakeholders, and they must work with other researchers outside of computer research who understand the methodologies and approaches required in order to do that effectively and understand the impact. And then thirdly, that while computing researchers may not typically interact with policymakers and within the policy domain, they should be reaching out and educating and building capacity in the public policy sector as well. So I was just really heartened to see those 3 conclusions at the top of that report. And I think those are the types of mechanisms whereby we can take what some of us within the responsible AI community are talking about and really scale it up both globally and across sectors.
Thank you, Rebecca. And Ashley, coming back to you, reflecting on certification or some of the other tools that you've mentioned, how can this be applied in the kind of in security sector, in the defense and security sector?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think that if we look at, again, the examples that I provided earlier, we look at defense, there's many different types of implications, including, again, being accurate with what your objectives are, ensuring appropriate human rights practices are followed in an applicable circumstance. And those criteria have already been established for human operated systems. And so understanding how you apply that then where there's automation involved. It was mentioned earlier, having human in the loop. What does that actually mean in these contexts really needs to be understood and defined. And I think to Rebecca's point around some of the findings, including people that are already involved in these processes becomes incredibly important, but then establishing what that criteria is and what those standards are in advance so that you have a position of defensibility in why you made that decision, but that you're not after the fact explaining this is something that we intended to do, that it's very upfront. And so I think that's something that we really need to be keeping in mind when thinking about how we use not just tools, but use these processes more broadly. When we are thinking about certification, I'm talking about things that right now are measurable. So it's things like having an understanding of what bias implications could exist. And then as our colleague from COSA is talking about, having the ability to actually be able to test and evaluate against that. But it also is things like, did you do training? Do people that are operating these systems actually know what those implications are? And I think that especially in a defense context where there's literally people's lives are on the line, we need to be very thoughtful and intentful about how and when we're using these systems, and standards help us to have those dialogues in advance, because one of the biggest challenges is that these decisions ultimately get left to the developers, unfortunately. And I think that's why I speak so much about practitioners, is because I personally don't think it's very fair to have that decision left up to somebody that is trying to also design how that system functions appropriately. And so by allowing these different types of processes, including governance, we talked about accountability, we haven't gotten much into it yet, but that is maybe on the operationalization side of the panel, but having things like independent review boards where not only is that criteria established, but then approved becomes very important in advance, becomes a very important part of this process and is included in the certification program.
Thank you. Sonali, I promised I would come back to you to ask you to elaborate a little bit more on the lessons that you think have been learned from the application of responsible AI tools in other sectors like health, like you mentioned earlier, and how potentially could this, how transferable are these lessons across sectors, including the defense one?
Sure. So I'll talk a little bit of a general of the tools that we have, and then specifically one tool that I wanted to highlight that might be quite vital to not just healthcare, but then also the defense sector. So far, the application of responsible AI, which is applied throughout the production and deployment of an AI system, has had some concerns on how to trust the decisions that the systems are making, especially complex fields such as healthcare. One reason behind this is that usually only the tech or the AI experts could understand how the system works, because it's usually the tech people that actually build that system. And this is an issue in any industry vertical. There lies a large communication gap between the tech and non-tech stakeholders. So this usually leads to misalignment between AI outcomes and company vision. Throughout our work, we have proved that responsible AI is a team effort, and we started changing this with the tools that we have developed. Our system incorporates the human in the loop ethics by design principles, and not only that, it engages both the technical and non-technical stakeholders with an easy-to-use dashboard system that's customized to the stakeholder viewing it. So in whichever tool it is, you'll have tech or the tech experts looking at one dashboard, and then the non-tech experts looking at the other dashboard. Ultimately, they're almost speaking the same language, but it making sense out of it in their specific business context. And then within healthcare itself, our explainable AI tool that I wanted to highlight is quite a vital tool that can be applied to, for example, medical imaging. So a radiologist can view any drift that is detected and further understand why that drift is happening. So anything that can be explained about the model. So for example, through heat mapping, segmentation, making it easier for radiologists to trust that AI system. A lot of what happens in healthcare is that the practitioners don't trust the system because they have learned it, and you always feel that there has to be some sort of human input when it comes to the patient and making that decision. But we need to build that trust within that system, and the explainable AI tool largely helps within this. So with our tools, they can start implementing more trustworthy solutions and improve the inequalities. An example of this is one of the case studies we've done on improving skin cancer diagnostics accuracy through our algorithmic bias mitigation. Similarly, when specifically, well, I guess speaking about the defense sector, AI also plays an extremely vital role in the application of responsible practices or through the ethical side of it. Responsible AI mission within the defense sector in general is to build robust, resilient, compliant, and a dependable AI system, while also becoming a leading advocate in the global dialogue of AI ethics, creating AI practices within the defense sector that proactively mitigates risk of unexpected or unintended biases, and all the while being regularly monitored, audited, and evaluated for safety and compliance with regulations should be a priority when supporting national defense strategies. When it comes to the topic of responsible AI within the defense industry, there's always a concern that AI could enable weapons to operate with no human involvement. It's a little bit of a scary thought at first. However, if responsible AI principles are understood and applied throughout the development and deployment of the system, some of these risks can be mitigated. So one of them is, for example, using the explainable AI tool, which then eventually puts trust and equity within the system to ensure capabilities of that system, including its intended purpose, accuracy, and robustness on how it may cause harm. So I think given the potential risks associated with the use of AI in defense, it's essential that it is developed and used responsibly. For this, AI defense creators, organizations, and users need to continuously collaborate, discuss, and work together to establish barriers embedded within human wisdom and morals within the AI system itself. Thanks.
Thank you, Sonali. Emma, coming back to you, I wanted to ask you how did you manage to get to the shared understanding and consensus among all members? But you already kind of at least partially covered that in your initial answer. I'm going to give you the chance to elaborate a little bit more, because today, it was discussed quite widely. How do we balance the need to be inclusive and involve as many, if not all, states and other stakeholders, versus the need to act quickly as the technology is progressing and entering the market and getting potentially deployed. So what was the secret? Like, how did you manage to get there? You already mentioned the critical role that having like a shared understanding of what the goal is, what the mission was, played an important role. But beyond that, what has been the experience in the UNESCO context, which perhaps wasn't as sensitive as the defense and security side? But can you reflect a little bit more on that experience and what could potentially be transferred?
Yes, gladly. And I think that's, the dilemma that you point to, that we have to be inclusive, but also we have to be quick. That's a false dilemma. We will, to be quick and effective, we have to be inclusive, which simply means that there must always be people on the ground working all the time to include everyone. And everyone should not only be included as a last minute resort. Everybody should be around the table. UNESCO's slogan, one of UNESCO's slogans is to not leave anyone behind, which implies that there is no table to which some people are invited. The table belongs to everyone from the beginning. Everyone should be around the table all the time. There shouldn't be places in the world that are just there for big companies to dump and to do ethics dumping and to do whatever they want. And then at some point to remember that suddenly we have to, okay, no, we have to be inclusive, and there are certain things that we have to do. So we have to really put our money where our mouths are, and then it will not be time consuming. But if it's an afterthought, if inclusivity is an afterthought, it will always be time consuming, and rightly so, I'm sorry to say. So, but going back to UNESCO, sorry, I have to speak a little bit from my part of the world and come up for my part of the world. So apologies to some extent for that, but I think it is necessary. Yes, we had a shared goal. We had a shared goal. We believe in this technology. We believe in the power of this technology to help us to build a better world. And we want working with UNESCO to ensure equality and inclusivity and peace and respect for human dignity. There was the notion of an open dialogue, and I can tell you that having an open dialogue across all the regions of the world is not necessarily always the most comfortable experience to have. But there was also the necessity for compromise, because we had the bottom line of human rights always guiding us. So we had to continue until we reached agreement. And it did help to have UNESCO's assurance of various kinds of support in the background. But what also helped was respect for the interdisciplinary nature of this domain of AI. AI technology, while it is designed and developed by the technical community, does not belong to the technical community. It belongs to everyone because it has an impact on everyone. So everyone has to be, from lawyers to civil society groups to the youth, think of how important intergenerational ethics is in the context of AI. We all nod our heads when we talk about climate change and how we have to think about future generations and will they have oxygen and whatever the case may be, will they have water in Africa? What about AI? What about the technology that they will have access to and the impact that that will have on the quality of their lives? How do we ensure that it will be positive? So we have to ensure that we have everybody around the table, and that is what we did. We did also consult with the youth. We went to great pains to include all generations. And I think that was also important. So the respect for interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary and intergenerational conversations. And then there's a final secret ingredient, and that is the way in which we defined ethics. There was a bit of pushback in the negotiations from human rights sides. Why do we need ethics? We have human rights. Human rights is a toolkit of ethics. Here I say, because I sit safely in my house in South Africa, and I'm not there and I don't have to defend myself against people who will not take this kindly, because there's a century-old debate between the law and ethics. But it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be contradictory. But what we did was to say that we defined ethics as a dynamic system, as a reasoning system. And we gave equal focus and importance to values and principles on the one hand, but also to implementation and policy actions on the other hand. And to move from values and principles to action, you need ethics. You need the ability to identify an ethical dilemma, to see whether it's a true dilemma, a practical dilemma, or a false dilemma. If we think in terms of the context of warfare and peace and security, if I have a lethal autonomous weapon system, that can be very accurate, or that can be very effective, but not necessarily accurate and fair in its deployment. What do I do? Do I say, okay, maybe this is a practical dilemma. I have to have the ability to analyze the situation and say, you know what, maybe you should just wait for the technology to mature so that we can actually guarantee fairness with the accuracy. Or maybe it's because we don't know what we're saying. We are being vague about how we define our concepts because we want to create a false dilemma, because we want to deploy these systems because it is to our own personal benefit, or the company's benefit, or the country's benefit. Or is it a true dilemma where we really need ethical reasoning skills, where we really now have to say, well, in this context, what would be the best to do? What are our options? How do we weigh it up? And for that, to have a static set of principles will get us nowhere, even if it's a shared set of principles. So the other really secret ingredient of our success, I think, was that we all bought into this notion of ethics as a dynamic system of reasoning, not a static system, not a top-down at all, always bottom-up, always contextual, always reasoned. And I think really the recommendation, if you take it overall, speaks to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Emma. I think we should now pivot to the operationalization side, to the implementation. We understand now, or we have a better understanding than when we started this panel about the variety of tools that exist and the possibilities of what can we do to somewhat ensure a responsible AI. Now, I'm looking at Diane here in the panel to get your perspective from the DoD. How is DoD approaching responsible AI? You touched on it during the lightning round, particularly in relation to the implementation or operationalization of these tools and principles.
Thank you. For context, a few folks on the panel earlier today touched on our responsible AI strategy and implementation pathway document. It's publicly available. It's on our website at ai.mil under the resources section. And this is really our blueprint for how we are operationalizing responsible AI in the department. It spells out in detail our approach, as well as specifies over 60 different lines of effort that it will take to really realize this vision for the department. It also outlines specific roles and responsibilities within the department for what organizations are responsible for carrying out those actions, as well as what organizations should be supporting them. So you can think of those as our big strategic goals for the department. This document was put together by a working council comprised of representatives from across the department, subject matter experts, who helped us to define all of these lines of effort. And the document has been signed by the Deputy Secretary of Defense and has received concurrence from all of the departments and components. This Responsible AI Working Council is also now, with the signing of the document, is responsible for helping to execute. So we're formalizing that accountability across the department. And then, as many folks have mentioned earlier today as well, we tried to be holistic in our approach. So the lines of effort are organized into 6 different areas, but the actions also cover many of the big challenges that we have. We won't have time to cover all 64 of them today, but we can certainly talk about some of the big ones. So one of the actions is for us to develop our own toolbox. We are thinking of that from several different perspectives. First of all, who is going to be using those tools? Is it someone who's a machine learning developer? Is it somebody that's a senior leader? Is it a designer? Is it a responsible AI practitioner? And what are the tools that they need to help them in their journey? Someone mentioned earlier today acquisition as a major challenge that we have. So we do have a line of effort related to acquisition, producing a separate toolbox for them, which would include things like contracting language, as well as training for the vendors that we work with, accountability mechanisms so that we can specify upfront how we're expecting our vendors to be responsible. That was something that was raised earlier. It includes developing our workforce. So what does our curriculum look like for these different roles across the department? What are the things that they need to know about implementing responsible AI? The things that a general is going to need is something very different than a technical person is going to need. And how do we tailor that education appropriately within the time scale that they have to devote to it and still communicate the information that we need? We have tools about performance metrics and tracking success. So what are the accountability mechanisms that we need to create? What are the governance structures that we need to be looking at? What are the mechanisms for we're going to track impact? How do we know that we're making a difference with operationalizing these principles? We have lines of effort devoted to test and evaluation and building out our toolkit and for that and our infrastructure for that. Since we know that reliability is very important, how do we ensure that? And what are the tools that we need to do that? We also are thinking about, in addition to that, sorry, I lost my train of thought there for a second. In addition to our workforce, we are also looking at, maybe I'll stop there for a moment.
That's fine, that's fine. You can come back to it later.
Come back to that.
I'll just, Eugenia, I'll come to you to get like perspective, another perspective from a government, but perhaps broadly, so not necessarily looking at the defense part. So how can, in your perspective, responsible AI principles or tools, how can they be operationalized from the government perspective? What can the government perspective do?
Yes, thank you, Giacomo. Yes, from a government perspective, I think we can divide the argument into 3 pillars or three steps. First is policy, second, legislation, and the third, compliance. In terms of policy, I think many governments, they come up with white papers or discussions or principles, guidelines, and the most common of these documents is the National Strategy for AI that now we have over 60 countries, if I'm not mistaken. They have national strategies which try to map the AI environment and see, including these principles of ethical use of the technology, investments in some cases in research and development, and how to educate the workforce, AI training, etc. So this in terms of policy. When it comes to legislation, when we turn this soft law into hard law, and in the process, we have sometimes international reference can be incorporated into domestic law. For example, we mentioned in this panel UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI. but we should also remember the OECD AI principles, which are very influential, and many countries take these principles as a reference. And sometimes the experts drafting the law, this is an open debate, so they have access to information, and of course, some of these principles will be reflected in terms of domestic legislation as well. And finally, compliance. So many questions in this case. How do you enforce safety rules, for example? Should we have sanctions in case of non-compliance? Or, for example, a national authority or agency should be established? Then this is an ongoing discussion. And I think in terms of a national authority, I think it's too early. I think few countries are now considering taking this step. And if I may mention the case of Brazil, of course, I think it's a good example of these three pillars or three steps. First, in policy, Brazil now has a national strategy for AI. Thank you very much. It was adopted last year, but it's a framework document. It doesn't go into details. For example, how much money should be allocated to X or Y, or in terms of allocating resources for different sectors in terms of science, technology, and AI development. But there is a follow-up mechanism, which is a governance committee, including members of ministries, governmental agencies, that will design and discuss a roadmap for implementation. So all these steps are connected, because when you have the framework, then you need a roadmap, so that you can turn these ideas into concrete action. And second pillar or step is legislation. Now we have a bill in Brazil, in Brazilian Congress. It was adopted by the Chamber of Deputies. This is the House of Representatives, but it's now in the Senate. But they decided to take it slowly. And they had a commission of lawyers, and then they had wide public consultations, hearings with experts from universities, civil society, because they are taking this very seriously. And of course, it will take time. And possibly the first draft was very simple, focused on principles, but now they are considering going one step ahead, perhaps including more paragraphs and going deeper in terms of legislation. And we'll see what happens in the future. Now the focus in the Congress is on the elections in Brazil, so probably next year this bill could be passed in Congress. And the third is compliance, because that's the tricky question, because we don't know. In this bill, the initial bill, the draft this was, as I said, focused on principles. So there was nothing in terms of requirements or legal requirements for companies or any AI developers that you should avoid this, or otherwise we'll be facing fines or any other sanctions. And even national authorities not on the discussion. I think this is where we should perhaps also would be nice to hear our colleagues in the panel, because as far as I know, I think we still, as I said, it's too early to go down that road in terms of each country having a national authority exclusively for AI in terms of enforcement and compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugenio. I just want to pivot now to our representatives of industry here, because it's really interesting to get Alice, from your perspective. You already started to mention this in the first round of questions about what is Sony's approach to responsible AI for products and services, independently of the sectors that you're serving.
Yeah, thank you for the question and happy to elaborate. So back in 2018, Sony was one of the first companies that came out with AI ethics guidelines, which include principles like fairness, transparency, stakeholder engagement, trustworthiness, and building AI that betters society. Since then, we established our AI ethics committee, which consists of senior executive leadership in the company, and they are responsible for deliberating on high stakes AI use cases. We've also established our AI ethics office, which is our compliance arm that's responsible for operationalizing our AI ethics principles across the business units and evaluating AI use cases, both low risk and high risk. And we've also established within Sony AI a research lab focused on AI ethics issues and how to develop benchmarks, diagnostic tools, and techniques to build more ethical and responsible AI. And I would say there's a few things that are quite unique about Sony's approach in this area. So first off, when it comes to our compliance process, we actually have AI ethics assessments as a mandatory part of our quality management system for our electronics products. So that means it's not just an opt-in, it's not just a consulting matter, it's actually a mandatory compliance process. And we use an AI ethics by design principle for this, meaning that we have checkpoints at every stage of the AI development lifecycle, from planning to design to development to deployment. So even before any line of code is written, we have an evaluation step at the planning stage to consider potential AI ethics issues. And this is very important because certain AI harms cannot be resolved at the end of the process. When it comes to problems with the ideas, problems with the data being used, that really requires consideration of AI ethics issues very early on. And in addition, there's also other sorts of AI ethics harms that might be more difficult to evaluate until later stages, such as the exact fairness properties, such as what kind of transparency documentation has been generated. And so those matters need to be checked throughout the process. And so this is something that's really important to us because we don't want AI ethics to be something that we're dealing with at the end, but something that we examine at every stage. In addition to that, another unique aspect of how we manage AI ethics within Sony is that we have a close integration between research and practice. So I mentioned earlier our AI ethics office and also our AI ethics research lab, and both of those are actually functions that I lead. And part of the motivation for that and part of the unique structure of having a researcher lead this compliance arm as well is to reflect the fact that AI is a relatively new technology, and a lot of the harms are unintentional, and a lot of the harms take a lot of expertise and knowledge to be able to actually diagnose and to mitigate. And so we don't want to be waiting for industry best practices to emerge or for regulations to get to the level of specificity that we can just rely on those. Instead, we want to be very proactive in this space and ensure that the latest and greatest research is directly being reflected in how we address AI ethics issues. So that kind of summarizes, I think, overall the approach that we've been taking within Sony. And our hope is that we can serve as a model for how to be more proactive in this space and address AI ethics issues as part of the design process rather than simply a legal compliance or mitigation process.
Thank you, Alice. And I'm just going to go and thank you, Daniel, for being so patient. I'd like to know what is Microsoft's approach to responsible AI, particularly given your role. Is this approach different when dealing with sensitive uses of the technology?
Sure.
Yeah, it should work.
Working now? Okay. Sure, happy to speak to that. I think I just want to touch on a couple of threads that have been discussed here and underscore those. One, that Emma was discussing, principles being a cornerstone. Totally agree. We often call our AI principles our North Star, same concept. But moving from principles to practice is where we're at now and have been. Like Sony and Alice has been a great collaborator to me and us as well. But we developed our principles in 2018. Similar to others we've discussed here: fairness, accountability, transparency, reliability and safety, inclusiveness, to Emma's point, and privacy and security. So those principles really set the foundation and guide us in everything that we do. And when I say responsible AI approach, I really mean both culture and practices. and tools and governance. You really need to think about this holistically, even how you speak about responsible AI. And so one of the things that we have done at Microsoft is establish sort of a hub and spoke model of responsible AI. And our hub, similar to what Alice has described at Sony, is comprised of the Office of Responsible AI, where I sit, which is our governance and policy and compliance engine at Microsoft for responsible AI, our Ether committee, which is made up of researchers from Microsoft Research, as well as applied researchers in the engineering organizations, to really bring in the state of the art and the emergent issues that are going on in the AI space, as well as embedded engineering teams that are developing actual tools maybe in the capital T sense, and open sourcing those tools and dashboards for the public, for our customers, to help assess systems after the fact, but also help decision makers and executives make decisions depending on the function of those tools. And all of that system has really led to us developing what we call our responsible AI standard. I don't mean standards in the sense of standard setting, Ashley, but I mean, think of this as our internal playbook of guidelines and requirements for all engineering teams to meet when they're developing and deploying AI systems. And that responsible AI standard is organized around our principles, but it gives that click down level of information and requirements for teams to meet. So we set goals for those teams to orient themselves to around the principles, and then a subset of requirements within each goal. It's not 64. I think you said 64. It's close. And there was another thread that was mentioned, I think it was Rebecca, on the community and working together and collaborating across industry, civil society, governments, and academia to learn together in this space. We're still in the early innings of the baseball game here, to use a very American metaphor. So in June of this year, we released our responsible AI standard publicly, as well as some of the artifacts that we've developed that meet some of those requirements in the responsible AI standard. I won't go into a lot of depth here, but you can download and visit our site that includes not only our responsible AI standard, but our principles. Some of those tools I mentioned are dashboards at aka.ms/RAI. Now, you asked about sensitive uses. So one important point I think that is inherent in everyone's discussions here is that responsible AI and operationalizing responsible AI in organizations and governments and society is a process, it's a journey. We're never going to get to end state. We can hit milestones for sure. But one thing that we have done from day one in establishing our responsible AI approach at Microsoft is this sensitive uses program, which I lead, which is, think of that as an extra level of scrutiny and engagement and oversight and guidance from responsible AI experts for use cases. Again, principles driven, but you got to consider use cases and context for the application scenarios, as many people have discussed here, that meet predefined sensitive use triggers that are higher risk applications. So those are AI systems that in their intended use or their misuse could result in a risk to human rights, could infringe on people's legal positions or life opportunities, think decision support system for government benefits, for example, employment, those kinds of things, and those that could pose a risk to physical and psychological injury. And we have set up a reporting function internally at the company where if you as an engineering team are developing and deploying an AI system that in its application meets one of those triggers, you must report that into our office. And my team will undertake sort of an embedded engagement with you to really get down to brass tacks and facts on applying our responsible AI standard and its requirements to the fact scenario at hand. So think of that as a parallel review and compliance function in addition to what we require and mandate through our responsible AI standard. And critical there, and similar to what Alice was discussing, in our standard, getting people to think about responsible AI and articulate what their intended uses are, what the risk of the system could be as according to their stakeholders, and defining out what stakeholders are. And we provide a lot of guidance to our teams internally on our impact assessments, which we also include on that site I mentioned. Also articulating the benefits of the system. And this is really getting to another theme that's come up, and enforcing your engineering teams, your designers, your developers, and even executives to articulate why an AI system application is fit for purpose for the intended use. And oftentimes that forcing function, it just gives people an opportunity to pause and really put down and document, another thing that's come up, document what their, again, intended uses, benefits, risk, and also what their early design phase mitigations are going to be. And that sets the stage for the next and following set of requirements that they must meet per the responsible AI standard.
Thank you, Daniel. And since you've been so patient, I'm actually going to stay with you and start with you the last round of questions, inviting all of you, in interest of time, to try to stay, to be brief. But clearly, industry and governments have a symbiotic relationship, because particularly in the context of military applications or defense applications of AI, governments not only play the role of regulators, but they most likely also play the role of the end user, of the client or the customer for industry. While industry, on the other hand, is leading the development of the technology. So there is kind of a symbiotic relationship there. And as more and more governments are coming up with their own responsible AI initiatives, them being principles, guidance, or more developed kind of tools, how does Microsoft coordinate or adapt its own responsible AI practice when new kind of guidance comes from the top?
Yeah, I mean, I think as a starting point, and this should go without saying, but we are going to comply with any law that is set and applied to us. So if the regulatory environment changes to the point that we must do something new, or adapt, we certainly will, and that's priority number one. Governments are some of our strongest partners at Microsoft. I would say, I don't know that I'd use the word coordinate, I'd say collaborate when we're invited to participate in those discussions, but critically, we're just one voice there, and civil society, academia, I came from academia before I was at Microsoft. I'm a sociologist, so attending to cultural notions of what even responsible means is really important, and it's hard. It's hard to, I would suspect, and perhaps Eugenio and others would be better able to speak to this, but to develop any kind of horizontal regulation that attends to those cultural and contextual specifics there. Does that help answer your question?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. And standards, yes.
Totally. +1 to standards.
Microsoft does, and other companies do a really good job, I think, of contributing to standards, which is like behind the scenes coordination with government. We don't think of standards bodies as national or as part of the national government, but it really, really is an important process that's kind of like the nerds behind all of these things. But I think that having real life use cases from operations, from these companies, fuels a lot of that in a very practical way that we cannot understate. Sorry.
That's fine. Thanks, Ashley. So Diane, looking at the other side of the coin, how, now that you have developed all of these tools, etc., the question is, we have to put them in practice. And in this context, how do you make sure that industry from which you are procuring your technology is actually complying with your policies and tools and guidance?
Yeah, so I do want to touch a little bit too on the point about fostering the ecosystem and building the relationships with academia as well as industry, because it is a pipeline, and the innovations have to happen in research first before they can become commercialized. So there's another piece of that puzzle as well, which is helping to foster that ecosystem, making sure that academia has access to government use cases and representative data sets, so that some of that innovation can happen, so that industry can then commercialize it, and then we can work to acquire it on the other side. So certainly making sure that we have the right mechanisms in our contracting vehicles so that we have transparency into what industry is doing and that we can help sort of set the bounds for what our expectations are as far as access to data and auditability. But going back to Ashley's thoughts earlier on certification, we also have potential for innovation in the commercial sector to sort of nurture these new kinds of business models that are emerging and these new industries. Certainly, as many have said, responsible AI is in its early stages, and there's lots of innovation still to happen, and we can be a part of fostering that and shepherding that along, and sort of creating the government pull for those kinds of activities.
Thank you. Eugenio, coming to you, how do you see this relationship between governments and industry going forward in the context of AI?
Yes, I think in terms of engagement of governments and industry, it's exactly what tech diplomacy is all about. So, because I'm based in San Francisco, and as everybody knows, San Francisco is the birthplace of the United Nations. The UN Charter was signed there. And now it has become the birthplace of tech diplomacy, which is this attempt at creating this dialogue with tech companies. And I think this is a new field of statecraft, and it's evolving. There is a group of tech diplomats in San Francisco. They call it Tech Diplomacy Playground. It's a small group, most from Europe, some from Asia, Japan, Korea. Brazil is the only Latin American country in this group. But precisely with this idea of not only having this dialogue on regulation or related issues, but going beyond that and discussing also global digital policy, which is, I think, in the interest of both sides. So that's, I think, when it comes to responsible AI, for example, I'll give you an example of build trust, because this is one of the purpose of a good regulation. It's to build trust in the technology. But for the industry, it's the same. There is a shared interest. If you have a smart toy, and then there is an accident or a child is injured, so and people start talking and saying that this product is dangerous. So, and reputational damage is real, and loss of revenue is also real. So it's in best interest of the industry to have trust and build this trust for the consumer, for the users, and this is a shared interest between the industry and the government, of course. That's why I like to say that this is a common endeavor, and not only the industry, but civil society, academia, experts from universities, etc.
Thank you. And Alice, back to you. Similar question to what I asked Daniel about how does Sony coordinate, its own responsible AI initiatives with any guidance that comes from national governments?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So first, echoing what Daniel said, legal compliance, of course, is the baseline when we think about ethics compliance. And so it's very important for us to carefully monitor what's happening around the world in terms of AI ethics discussions and really make sure that we are globally compliant. On top of that, though, there are a lot of challenges when we think about some differences between how different countries might approach AI ethics governance, and how do we ensure that we're not just complying narrowly with the law in specific regions, but we're actually thinking about making our products ethical globally. So that's where a lot of the challenging work comes in terms of trying to seek partnership outside of just looking at what the law says right now, but think about where it's going. And so we try to participate as much as possible in government-led efforts. In particular, in Japan, we are extremely involved in a lot of the efforts there. But we also work with multi-stakeholder organizations such as the Partnership on AI, Global Partnership on AI, and other organizations as well that are taking things a little bit from a best practices point of view and not just strict legal compliance. In addition to that, we are very embedded with the academic and research communities as well, and we try to use that as a source of figuring out, what is possible in this space and how do we go above and beyond. And so these are just some of the ways in which we try to make sure that we're not just kind of following and catching up in terms of where laws and policies land, but that we are part of this process of informing the way forward in terms of AI ethics.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think we now still have about, 10 minutes to answer some of the interesting questions that came through the platform. And I see also Abhishek here in the first row, ready to grab the mic and make an intervention. Before I give you the floor, I just want to ask you a question that has actually been on the board for the last 3 hours, but I find it so interesting that I do hope that the person who asked it is still connected, because we kept it for this panel because I think it's most relevant. And it reads, the discipline of computer science has a long and cherished tradition of open source projects. So sharing and how might this open source kind of nature of computer science, conflict with the sensitivities that are embedded in the peace and security context. So what are some of the tensions? What can be done? How can you manage this kind of a tension between the culture of sharing versus the culture of not sharing because it's sensitive? So any takers from the panel about this, on this question in particular?
So I'm happy to take a shot
Please.
at this one. So one of the parallels that we have been looking at is the field of cybersecurity. I spent a long time in cybersecurity before I was in my current role. And the way that community evolved is through the idea of community defense. So certainly, if folks remember the OWASP standard many years ago, which was put out, and it's an academic framework that described the top 10 security hygiene protocols that you should be following for your web applications. And that enabled a common standard that we could test against. It enabled companies to develop products that would test for those 10 things. Those companies could then sell those capabilities to the government and other companies, and a whole ecosystem evolved based on that. So when we're looking at responsible AI, or test and evaluation for AI more broadly, we're hoping that we can take some of those lessons learned and figure out how to apply those to this area, figure out what the common standards are that everyone can agree on and start sharing around those, and then tackle the harder problems around open sourcing.
Thank you. Rebecca, I saw you were reaching the mic.
Yeah, happy to jump in on this. And it's related to this question, and this is the question related to how do we responsibly publish some of the computer research and science that's happening, particularly in the accelerating field of AI and technology development, but do it as responsibly as possible. And so we've been working with a community looking at publication norms, recommendations both for researchers as well as for research organizations and institutions, for journal editors and conference organizers, and also for research teams within the private sector to think about how you both incent and create ethical and cultural norms around the importance of science and research and openness. And you also at the same time manage and mitigate that by understanding and being clear about the potential downstream consequences of this work. But can I just quickly jump in
Please.
on something that Emma said, which I thought was really, really important, and I just wanted to double click on it. And this was this false trade-off between inclusivity and community building and the accelerating nature of the technology that we're seeing today. And I just want to give an example of how I just really do feel that is not the way to think about this particular challenge. So I think one of the areas we're all very concerned about right now in AI is the development of these very large language models and large, what are also called foundation models, that are able to replicate, often through chatbots or otherwise, natural language and interact and mimic in many ways. And we're seeing it both from the capacity to talk through to the capacity to create video and imagery. And we're also seeing it in terms of audio components as well. And of course, this community is very concerned, as many of us are, with deep fakes. And we often think about that example of President Zelensky, the deep fake video of him informing his troops to stand down, and how that can get integrated into a broader disinformation campaign. So here we have this accelerating technology. Well, about 5 years ago, a community came together to look at the question of deepfakes way back when the technology was nowhere near where it is today. So you have a community of media publishers like the New York Times and the BBC and the CBC coming together with Microsoft and Sony and Witness and researchers and organizations who have been wrestling with this challenge now for almost 5 years. And so the capacity to have in place technical standards that would create these watermarks that could help with verification of video, and now work that we're standing up to create a governance structure around a synthetic media code of conduct, and what that could mean not only to practitioners and to the private sector, but also as policymakers are wrestling with what regulation and otherwise they can put into place. So when that community started 5 years ago, we didn't know where the technology was going to go. We didn't know how quickly it was going to advance, but now it's well positioned. So I think really thinking about how community and inclusivity can work for the long term, the long tail impact of building those networks and that community and that shared knowledge, that's, I think, just one example of why we need to think about that at the same time as we think about those quick responses to immediate challenges.
Thank you. I'd now like to ask colleagues in the back room if they can please activate the microphone, and Abhishek, if you have 2 minutes, please.
All right. We'll give it a few seconds.
Yes.
Just like last time. 5.
Here we go.
There you go. Oh,
see, that was my prompt. You see?
That was your prompt. You did it. So more so than an intervention, I think, given that we have fantastic expertise in this panel, and maybe starting with Daniel, Diane, and Alice, and then others also to chime in. You are all at very, very large organizations, 100K plus number of folks at each of your organizations. And given that the spirit of the panel, or the latter half of the panel, is on operationalizing responsible AI, do you have some lessons that you could share, or maybe one big challenge that you faced in scaling up responsible AI efforts within your organizations? Because each of you are much more mature than some of the newer tech companies who are trying to, adopt responsible AI as a core, mode of operation. And since you have been doing it for a little bit, is there any big challenge that you faced in scaling up those efforts, and any lessons that you could share with organizations who are, going to follow suit?
Thanks, Abhishek. I'm going to take this as your opportunity to make also your concluding remarks. You have 30 seconds each, please, because we're going to have to finish in 3 minutes. Please.
Oh, gosh. 30 seconds. So I'll just pick one, but recognize there are other lessons, many lessons we have learned and continue to learn. I think working with a broad set of stakeholders, both internally and externally, has been critical. And that's both experts outside of Microsoft, domain experts in given subject matter areas, the general public, end users, training and coaching and changing the culture internally at the company to realize that our set of stakeholders goes beyond just their direct enterprise customer. And it includes everything from end users at the individual level to civil society to governments. I feel privileged to sit in a very large, influential company like that, but there's a lot of responsibility there that extends beyond just the four corners of the organization. And then the other thing I'll just say is being agile, and that's, as a non-engineer and non-developer, I use that word lightly. No, I don't use that word lightly, but an example of that, I mentioned our responsible AI standard. We're on the second version of that responsible AI standard. Abhishek, as you know from your time at Microsoft, the first version we put out there, and We piloted it with a set of teams across the company, got feedback over the course of a year, both internally and externally, both with engineers, policy and governance folks, as well as our researchers. And that led to iterating and creating a V2. I strongly suspect there will be a V3 and beyond there. So I think just it goes back to my theme I mentioned earlier. It is a process. It is a journey. It is never ending. And yes, you do have milestones and checkpoints, but it's constantly learning, constantly listening from all of your stakeholders in a broad sense.
Thank you. Diane.
So Daniel mentioned earlier that responsible AI is socio-technical in nature, and I will agree that the socio part is very difficult. I believe the cultural aspects are one of the bigger challenges that we have. And certainly in the Department of Defense, you have many different departments, each with their own very specific organizational cultures and their own approaches and their own way of doing business. And harmonizing those approaches and making sure that they're in sync with our ethical principles and our shared values, but giving the flexibility for them to apply their own approaches and ensure it in their own manner is something that has been a challenge. But by creating the mechanisms for us to share information on our lessons learned, being able to capture the pain points, the needs, the bright spots, and then be able to put into place actions to address them, and having the governance structures to do that has been something that has been valuable to us over the last year.
Thank you. I'm afraid we have to wrap up this panel, but before we do so, I want to give each one of you the chance to say, if you want the audience to remember one point of everything that we've discussed today, what would be your key takeaway of this discussion? And I'm going to start with Sonali and Emma that are joining us online. So, Sonali, what is your one key takeaway that you really want the audience to remember?
I would say being able to look at all the stakeholders. So whether it's the organization yourself, whether it's the partnerships that you're with, whether it's the end users, or the institutions that are investing in responsible AI, you all need to collaborate and work together to be able to put that trust and equity along the entire application of AI from pre-production throughout, and then also post-production and outcomes. Their decision-making is a complete team effort. Thank you.
Thank you. Emma.
We have to change the vocabulary and the business model of AI technology to reach the goal of responsible AI. Success should not only be measurable in terms of technological or technical metrics. Success should also mean consensual, participatory, taking into account the impact of the technology onto communities, on the environment. It should mean increasingly safe. There should be other ways in which to interpret what success means. And secondly, we should be able to always say who determines what the ethical concerns are. Who is it? Is it someone who knows the community that will be impacted on? Who is asking these questions and who is giving the answers? Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley.
Accountability, I think, is really important. It's really easy for us to sit up here and say a lot of these things, but ensuring that we're putting accountability structures in place so that we can measure how we're actually achieving some of these desired outcomes that we're talking about, I think is key.
Thank you. Rebecca.
I support everything that's been said, and I would encourage everyone in the audience to find someone you don't know. You're all here because you care about these questions. You're all here because you care about taking action and moving this forward. Find someone you don't know, develop a connection, work on something, hear a different perspective, and advance this work together.
Thank you. Daniel.
I'll take your directive and say I've already spoken. Listen, learn, iterate.
Thanks. Diane.
And I will add communicate to that.
Okay.
The last point I wish to make is we need to bridge the gap between policymakers and technologists, because responsible AI needs an interdisciplinary approach to succeed, and they should stop seeing each other as opposing sides, regulators against innovators. They should sit together, discuss the best way forward for the common good.
Thank you. And Alice.
Thanks. So I would just echo a lot of the sentiment that at the end of the day, a lot of the stakeholders in the room actually have a lot of overlapping interests. There's a tendency in this space to often think that, for example, industry might be opposed to regulation or might be opposed to civil society or things like that. But the area of overlap in terms of interests, especially when we think about long-term sustainability, reputation, things like that, are actually much more aligned than might seem apparent. And so bringing folks together, I think, is a very important aspect in finding that common ground.
Thank you very much. Well, this has been an exciting and inspiring panel. Thank you, all of you, for engaging in such a wonderful discussion. Please join me in thanking our speakers with a round of applause. I kindly invite you to stay seated in the room because the final panel will start right away as soon as we rearrange the stage. Please don't leave. We're starting right away. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So good evening, everyone. I think after a day of very insightful and long and comprehensive discussions, all that's left to do is to move everything from promise to practice. And that's not what I'm going to ask of our panel here tonight, but I think that is the task in front of us, and it shows the enormity of the task that we're dealing with. And I think that's my main takeaway. And if we want to get it right, we probably need to hurry up and move from the conceptual level to really start solving very concrete problems. And we will probably only be able to do it collectively, given the broad range of issues that have only today been raised in a couple of hours of discussions. So what we're after with this last panel here tonight is really exploring the shared and collective roles and responsibilities of all the different actors that will be involved in this undertaking. That's another takeaway I had from the discussions today, that if anything, it's going to be a pretty complex endeavor. Adaptive, multi-layered rules and governance approaches, I heard that often throughout the day. And of course, solid and meaningful multi-stakeholder engagement is something else that emerged from the discussion. So to get all of this right is, I think, why we've convened this final panel of the day. And rather than trying to wrap everything up, which wouldn't be possible anyway, we want to explore this notion of a shared responsibility towards building and fostering a culture of responsible AI. And of course, we're dealing with these concepts. I'm not saying that everyone on the panel has to agree with it. So please, if you don't think it's a shared responsibility, if you take issue with this rather lofty concept of shared responsible AI, then that's of course something we can also put on the table. Let me introduce the panelists tonight. So I'm delighted to say that Marek Harfta, Deputy Minister for European Affairs from the Czech Republic, is with us tonight. Second on the panel is Adi Ibo, Director and Deputy to the High Representative for Disarmament Affairs. And of course, he's with the UN Office for Disarmament Affairs. Online, I think, we should be joined by Sumaya Al-Hayeri. Oh, there she is. Yes, you're there. Good evening from New York, and thanks for joining us online. She is the lead of Executive Affairs at the United Arab Emirates government and the former head of AI governance and policy at the UAE Minister of AI's office. Then on the panel here in person with us tonight is Professor Catherine Regis. She is Professor of Law and Associate Vice President at the University of Montreal. She's also the co-chair of the Working Group on Responsible AI with the Global Partnership on AI. Delighted to have you all with us. I have a kickoff question for all of the panelists, and Marek, maybe you can be the first to have a go at that question. So we're really after the diversity and the different roles of the different entities that are represented here. So from the standpoint of your respective roles in government, the UN, academia, what are the specific roles of these key stakeholders in creating and sustaining a culture of responsible AI? Why is it important, and is it actually a shared responsibility? Marek, over to you, please.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much, UNIDIR, for inviting me, and Robin, thank you for running such an interesting conference. Well, let me start with saying that it's great to be here in person. At the same time, I have 1 a.m. It's over 1 a.m. for me, so please bear with me if I'm not so precise and so quick. First, let me share some of my biases. I'm not doing this to boast about what I have done, but it's about, I want to explain that maybe I like some things because not only I've worked on them, but because I think I will argue for them and they're good per se. Well, I've been jumping between sectors, so I have a number of hats. I started my career as a social scientist and in consultancy. Then I moved to the European Commission to be a regulator. Then I moved to AI startup working on artificial general intelligence and spent a number of years there and work on UNESCO recommendations and be part of the negotiations. And now I'm back with the government. Now I'm a Deputy Minister for European Affairs. I'm helping the Czech Republic to coordinate the presidency of the Council of the European Union, which we have for this semester. And amongst some 180 files which we have on the table at the moment, because this is the peak of the legislative cycle in the EU, is one which is AI Act, among many other. Well, second, let me just say that I'm really speaking here on my own behalf. I'm not speaking on the behalf of the EU 27 member states, not on the behalf of the Czech government, but these are my personal reflections. Well, let me start a little bit about creating common culture, and I think we need it. But before I will get to that question, I think it is important to understand that the developments are really accelerating. We have touched upon this, especially with the general purpose AI systems. We will see a huge acceleration of the use cases. And this will be a note I will be coming back during my interventions. For that, I think we need a new type of regulation, new approach to regulation, which will be much more agile. This word again been voiced here many times today. And I think we will need a more agile approach. And again, I will try to explain later what I mean by that. It is crucial, especially in the face of unintended consequences and unexpected negative externalities of the new use cases which we will see. And why we need the common culture. The rules which we will embed and which we are embedding in the regulations, in standards and voluntary codes are just simply not enough. They just do not give answers to everything. So, and this is the culture which will help us to capture the spirit of these regulations, which we try to embed of these rules, which we try to embed in different regulation standards and codes. Second, as I have mentioned, unseen use cases, we will not be able to really embed the rules for them. So again, this is the culture, the common shared culture, which will help us to address. In order to develop the common culture, I consider evaluation and impact assessment, and I've been working a lot on impact assessment in the regulatory field, a crucial point and crucial part of it. And I feel it will be kind of we need to develop a interactive process between impact assessment, and which should help us to understand the impacts of various use cases, and the culture. And this will be interactively developing and evolving. And I really like Kirsten mentioning that norms do not need to be negotiated in the multilateral setting. I fully agree. I think they may be actually demonstrated, and they need to be demonstrated and consolidated by leaders, by those who observe the impacts and act on them earlier than the others. And just getting back to the presidency, leadership by example is very much in line with the motto of the Czech presidency of the Council of the EU, which we took from the speech of President Václav Havel back in 1996, which is Europe as a task. And Havel was exactly alluding to the need to lead by the example when it comes to the grand societal challenges.
Thank you, Marek. Leading by example, I think an important point to note. And again, the word agility has come up here, and we've heard it often throughout the day. Well, I think there's a connection between leading by example and being agile, and one that needs to be further explored going forward. Adi, over to you, please, on the specific role of the UN in your case in creating and sustaining a culture of responsible AI.
Thank you, Robin, and I'm happy to be here. I told you previously, I'm not an expert on artificial intelligence, but sometimes that's exactly why we need a dialogue. I think for all of us who are trying to understand international peace and security, it is difficult to avoid the fact that the pace of the governance frameworks we are trying to put in place cannot catch up with the pace of innovations. That, I think, is a fundamental challenge. I also tell you as a layman that, to the best of my knowledge, the best of innovations and artificial intelligence constructs, they come with a lot of data, a lot of, if you like, knowledge. But I do not know any of those inventions that has what you call common sense. And common sense is a human attribute. Certainly, even if they have common sense, they have no wisdom. They have no instinct. They have no sentiment. And the issues of international peace and security are issues where these attributes are needed. And I think for me, that is the fundamental challenge. So I admit my inadequacy in this area as an expert. And I think I've already benefited from this dialogue because thanks to this invitation, I was fairly well educated by one of my colleagues. I don't know if he's here. His name is Charlie. You are there. And it reminds me of one thing that, well, talk of the UN. The UN is composed of staff. When I was in university in the 1980s, this would not even have been a subject for discussion. Huh? And in those days, you would submit your assignments on paper, you write it and give it to the professor, and they score it. Now, my kids do it by email. So this is a problem, a question, an attribute, and to be honest, also an advantage that we have in this current world. Now, I think that at the end of the day, on the positive side, innovations are what could really speed up and maybe enhance the prospect for Agenda 2030 and all the sustainable development goals. That is on the positive side. But on the other side, artificial intelligence can speed up also the design and acquisition of weapons and technologies that have unclear and dangerous applications. And that's the dilemma that we face. What we call responsible culture of artificial intelligence can also have positive impact in terms of enhancing our ability to, for example, detect the smuggle of fissile materials. So it improves our ability to implement disarmament agreements. We're able to also improve ground-based airborne verification techniques. In peacekeeping, and this I witnessed in Liberia, we're able to use AI also to deliver medical supplies. So there are so many positive aspects. But again, on the negative side, you are aware, coming from UNIDIR, about the problem that arises in the integration of AI technologies into nuclear command and control, which could increase the prospect for miscalculation and mistakes, or even potentially catastrophe in terms of their inherent unpredictability. Any such development may also reduce the role of humans in decision-making processes. And as I said, these things have no common sense. The effect may be that they shorten response windows. They don't know how to curtail themselves. And therefore, at the end of the day, they reduce the possibility for de-escalation once the algorithm has gone into, has gone into effect. I think all key stakeholders are relevant in sustaining this culture of responsible artificial intelligence. The question I pose is, who are the stakeholders. We talk of multi-stakeholder, but who are those who are the stakeholders? And I was not here at the earlier sessions, so I do not know if we're actually referring to the same stakeholders. But I think that's a question worth posing. Now, in terms of the UN specifically, I think one major role of the UN is its convening power. The organization can help to provide a platform, a universal platform for states to engage equally. Also, universal treaties have a positive record in providing assurance that non-proliferation measures can continue to be designed to avoid depriving developing countries of the economic benefits of technology. And that's what I was getting at when I said, who are the critical stakeholders? In operational terms, we are working in terms of interstate conversations through the use of what we call the GGE, that is Group of Governmental Experts on Laws, Lethal Autonomous Weapons. And this group is committed to helping member states to develop a normative framework in this area. And recently, also, the Human Rights Council passed a resolution on human rights and implications of new and emerging technologies in the military domain. So we are looking forward to complementarities in the work of the Human Rights Council and our work on GGE laws. So I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Adi, and I very much agree. I mean, the convening role of the UN in the 21st century, whoever the various stakeholders are, but I think this centralizing function, this hub and platform function that UNIDIR is also trying to fulfill, that will only grow in importance as we go forward and as complexities increase. Now, Sumaya, I would like to hand it over to you, and we're still on the question of the specific role of different key stakeholders in creating and sustaining a culture of responsible AI. Over to you, please.
Thank you, Robin. Just to reintroduce myself again, my name is Sumaya Al-Hajri. I am the AI expert within the AI expert group from the UAE, and I am here on my personal capacity. I would like to first thank the United Nations Institute of the Disarmament Research for inviting me to speak at the Innovation Dialogue, AI Disruption, Peace and Security, and to extend my appreciation and gratitude to the organizers of the event who've been really putting a lot of tremendous efforts in the background to make this event so successful. So I truly enjoyed the great lineup of speakers today, and that's from my virtual space, as you see, and it is an honor to be in the closing panel with esteemed speakers who are globally known. So to answer your question, Robin, on how to create and sustain a culture of AI, allow me first to set the tone and have a common understanding of what is culture and what is a responsible AI culture. So culture is defined by different scholars as a pattern of basic assumptions developed by a group as a solution to a problem, and that have worked well enough to be perceived as valid. And therefore, in case of any new members to the group, those assumptions will be taught as a correct way forward. Now, imagine having multiple groups with their own cultures, and this is where sometimes you see an organic alignment of cultures between those different groups of what is perceived valid, but embracing few differences. And now projecting this definition to the definition of a responsible AI culture, it is basically to have a common belief and assumption of what constitutes an acceptable AI system that worked well enough to be perceived valid, and that often stem from an ethical principle driven by values, traditions, and within that particular group. So from that definition, it's really clearly seen that how responsible AI culture is developed, and that's mainly developed by strategic conversation of different diverse group within a diverse individual within a certain group, and it's not only AI developers. So it's really oversimplistic to think that a computer scientist or a lawyer alone will be able to define AI ethics. It has to be a strategic conversation between those different stakeholders, and those can be either lawyers, humanitarians, economists, etc. And those AI ethical principles need to be explicitly communicated, regardless of the form, explicitly communicated to the stakeholders. And I'll come to answer the question, who are the stakeholders? And including users as well, who often slip out of the communication plan of these AI ethics. After the expansion of that communication plan, sustaining such a culture is important as well. And mainly there are different tools, and that's starting all the way from introducing probably a reporting, a self-monitoring through reporting, all the way to auditing algorithm, and that's to the extreme once you achieve a very high level of maturity within your AI ecosystem. Now, creating and sustaining the AI responsible culture is definitely a shared responsibility, and that's my personal opinion, but also shall be collaborative between international organizations, governments, academia, academic institutes, and research and development centers, big technology company, AI developers, entrepreneurs, and maybe even AI users. They can be part of the process, and that's through a consultation process. So I keep stating this in many conferences, I am a true believer in the triple helix model of innovation, and that's really embrace this approach of a continuous conversation, strategic conversation, continuous consultation. So it's not only during the development phase, but also keep the conversation going and updating it as well. So what's going on right now in the world? So we have seen different regional attempts to define AI ethics with regional groups and alliances embracing probably similar cultural background. However, UNESCO AI ethical principles, considered as the first overarching international recommendation that define the minimum requirement of human-centric AI ethics. I was proudly part of these discussions. I was attending these meetings back then in my former job. And it is fascinating to see the discussion on the global level with all the differences. Those principles can be adopted by different nations. They are very flexible. They're flexible enough to add on more concretized principles on top of it, and even other principles. But it's really important just to adhere to the minimum required principles over there. And when it comes to the role of academia, which is quite important, I believe it's quite critical. And if you think about the medical ethics, they were actually developed in the past century by philosophers, by academics, and it's really reframed the scene in the medical sector as well. It's really developed really fast. And here we realize the important role of academia to find new sources of ethical principles and grow the research body in the field and in a collaborative manner. Let me also highlight the role of government and probably other technology companies to fund these research and support such academia. Hopefully this answers your question, Robin.
Yeah, perfectly so. Thank you very much, Sumaya. And Catherine, over to you, please.
Hi, everybody. Good, it works. And thank you very much for the invitation. I'm really excited to be here. And thank you for all of you still being in the room, the courageous or online. So I just want to make some general comments about the importance of responsible AI to start. And then I'm going to discuss a little bit more about the role of academia, which is the role that I know best. So building on the previous panel, I really want to emphasize another component of responsible AI, which is the importance of critical thinking. So really having this component alive when we talk about and think about AI. So I'm going to speak about that, but also to ask questions about why we develop these AI systems. So I think that's an important component that we should really emphasize. So first of all, I mean, I'm the co-lead of the Responsible AI group for the global partnership. So obviously it's something that I really care about. I think responsible AI is important because this is where the greatest benefits for this technology on our society lie. So the goal should not be to deploy AI at all cost, but it should be to aim toward responsible AI, that is AI that creates value and well-being for individuals and society.
And this in turn requires that we think carefully about the way we develop our AI systems, why we develop them, and also who participate in such development and implementation. And that was mentioned in the previous panel. And in order to do that, we should always ask questions. So is this AI system going to produce such value and well-being? Does it respect human rights frameworks? Does it contribute to the achievement of the SDGs? Is it going to improve education, access to medicine? Example of questions. And also, what are the trade-offs involved in their development, and are they acceptable, these trade-offs? And to ask such questions may look like a simple thing to do, but it's not. If we stop asking questions, we can get lost in technical excitement, right? This is so interesting, let's do this. We can also develop, I think, what I would call individual and collective apathy. And we can lose track of the key objective that would make a difference for our societies we live in now and in the future. So we need to keep our critical thinking compass very much alive and ask the best for AI. Yet, I also want to mention, and that was briefly touched upon in the previous panel, that defining impact on well-being is not always an easy, clear-cut, and simple process. And we must recognize this if we want to do this exercise seriously. So sometimes there will be dilemmas or tension between some ethical principles, for instance, or even a human rights principle. So for instance, during the pandemic, we saw some tension in the use of AI between the protection of privacy and the solidarity principle, as well as between individual rights and collective rights. So we need to be aware of that. And we need to be able also to think in a context of tensions and try to find a reasonable and acceptable arbitration principle to guide the AI ecosystem. So when the law does not provide precise guidelines for such arbitration process, for instance, when we are in front of ethical dilemmas, I think multi-stakeholders approaches can certainly help to define arbitration methodologies through a diverse set of voices and perspectives. Another thing I think we should take into consideration is that technology is highly normative. So it rapidly creates a sense of what is normal or not. Just think about your smartphones, Google Maps, Siri, and all these things that were not in your life not so long ago, but they are very much part of it now. So, and I think this is also why critical thinking is important, and we should develop this aspect throughout all group of societies, children, youth, adults, elders, in order to keep that powerful normative effect to balance it, actually. It doesn't mean to reject this technology, but to really ingrain this reflex of asking question about it and see all the aspects when we use it. So people should move from consumers to actors in the responsible AI ecosystem, and education is really important, and this is absolutely a shared responsibility between governments, educational institutions, and many other organizations, including the UN system, I think. So let's talk now about the specific roles and responsibility of academia, which I somehow represent. So I think academia has different assets that make it an essential player in the AI ecosystem, although I think it still needs to find a better way to collaborate with the AI ecosystem, and also to have a better way to make sure that the knowledge and the research they produce really is digestible for other actors. So that's one thing we can certainly work on. But still, I think academia remains one of the most trusted institutions. They are kind of engine of trust. And I think this is important in an era of information overload and fake news. So universities can actively participate in shaping a well-informed and critical stance at the interface of society and AI. The second thing is, I think they have what I would call a rendezvous with the future leaders and AI actors. So what I mean by that is many of the future key players in AI and the AI ecosystem will transit through universities for their education, right? So this is a fantastic opportunity for universities to help them develop responsible AI skills and tools for during their university journey. For instance, we should never miss an opportunity to really educate all the AI players and students, whether in the STEMs, on the social science and humanities, about the ethics of AI and also some human rights literacy, I would even add. And I would just finish by saying, giving you a concrete example of how university can play a creative role in their responsible AI ecosystem. And this is the example of the Montreal Declaration on Responsible AI. So it was launched in 2018. It was led by University of Montreal, but there were other universities and stakeholders involved. So this is the Montreal Declaration is an ethical framework, but it was built on a co-construction process. So how it started, it was a meeting between different AI experts from different perspectives who agreed on what they thought were the most important principle in AI. So it was privacy and other principles like that, like responsibility. But then we added an extra layer of reflection and intervention in the process. We added the consultation with the civil society and different groups. And we consulted 500 people. It was citizens, public official, industry representative. You have people from the professional groups. So we consulted these people with through different means. We had a workshop in Citizens Cafe in public libraries, organized debates, written submission, online surveys. So there was kind of a very broad strategy, but really it is the combination of what the expert thought was important and this consultation process that led to the Montreal Declaration. And we started with 7 principles, but then ended up with 10 principles after the co-construction process and 60 sub-principles. And I think this is important because it increased the legitimacy of the recommendation we can have in such kind of exercise. But also one of the main gain we got from this is an educational one. So not only the expert learn a lot, and I include myself, I was in this process, from the citizens, from the people we consulted, but the other way around. So together we develop and embark on this educational journey, and I think that's an example of an interesting example of what university can do when they think creatively.
Thank you, Catherine. I very much agree what you said about the role, and I think also the added value that academia can bring to this. I have a feeling that at the UN we can still improve this hub function and concerning the integration of academia in a meaningful way going forward. I certainly sometimes have the feeling that there is a lot of knowledge and insight and research produced in those domains that is not sufficiently leveraged currently. So I think there is.
Can I just add something very briefly on that? So I fully agree. And there was a recent report from the UN. It was about digital cooperation. I don't remember the exact title, but what they said about what they say about university is sometimes the voice is very individual, right? It's one university, another university, but what they ask us in academia is to really build a common voice. So can you rally all together and really give us your input on different initiative or challenges? And I thought that made a lot of sense, actually. And this is why we also created the U7+ Alliance, which is a group of more than 50 universities around the world who really think collectively about global challenges and try to influence the G7, for instance. So I think that collective voice of academia is also important, but not so well developed.
United academia for the United Nations, then, perhaps. There we go. So now we turn to a round of more specific questions to each panelist. And Adi, if I may, I'll start with you. What does responsible AI mean more specifically now for international peace and security and disarmament? And I think you alluded to some of this already in your previous answer. And could you reflect and tell us a little more of the work that UNODA is undertaking to foster such a culture in the context of international peace and security? And perhaps you have some lessons learned already to share.
Thank you. Thank you, Robin. Let me start with the lessons learned. Just one lesson. Listening to the last speaker and yourself, talking about the UN. And the lesson, I think, is that even within the UN, there are so many actors that need to come together on this subject. And I would suggest, in terms of international peace and security, under the umbrella of UNIDIR, the report to which she was making reference, the work being done by UNODA, the work being done by our Office on ICT, and so many offices that I suspect have relevance to artificial intelligence need to be brought together somehow. So talking of multi-stakeholders, even within the UN, we have our own stakeholders that need to converge. So that's one lesson learned that I thought I would start from there. And I think it's a good way to start because I didn't want to start on the negative. Because when I take your question in terms of international peace and security, especially in the current global security environment in which we are, is actually a scary thought that with artificial intelligence applications in the military domain, there is always, and now more, I think, the prospect of this artificial intelligence leading to international instability by producing elements of unpredictability, particularly at times of international high tensions, leading to actions that are difficult to attribute, and creating risks for misunderstanding and unintended escalation. That sounds like a lot of grammar. Let me give you an example. Imagine, you don't have to imagine, drones are being used quite commonly nowadays. Now, when an autonomous, a drone with autonomous navigation functions crosses over the airspace of another country, it is difficult to determine whether that is intentional or not. And it is difficult to attribute, what was the intention of that drone? Was it an error or was it intended? So when you have that in an environment in which there's almost antagonistic relations, then there's a serious risk that unpredictable things may happen. And that's why I said it's a scary thought. Also, in terms of lethal autonomous weapon systems, these come with grave implications for the maintenance of international peace and security, respect for international humanitarian and human rights law, and the protection of civilians and civilian infrastructure. An example is the issue of how complete autonomy without any human intervention could lead to erroneous target selection, and the questions that therefore arise with regard to responsibility, accountability, humanitarian, legal, and ethical concerns. Takes me back to my initial point about the human element. Artificial intelligence has no ethics in its construct, and that is the problem. I said they have no common sense, and that is what I am reminded of here. Also, in terms of what we are doing specifically in UNODA, I would like to talk about our project, which is called the Responsible Innovation in AI for Disarmament, Arms Control, and Non-Proliferation, for which we are funded by the Republic of Korea, and is in partnership with CIPRI, the Stockholm Institute for International Peace Research Institute. And the project is helping to develop a civilian technical capacity able to engage with and support disarmament, arms control, and non-proliferation processes involving artificial intelligence, as well as to reduce the engagement gap between industry and disarmament and non-proliferation efforts on AI, and to increase the capacity for responsible innovation in industry. So that is our main project, if you like, on AI. But as I said earlier on, the work that we do in norms building when it comes to the work of the GGE on lethal autonomous weapons. I will leave it there for now. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Adi. It's a very inspiring and very timely project, and we heard about it at a side event in the UN yesterday as well. I very much agree with your risk assessment, and just since you mentioned drones, one point that I would add is that with drones, the proliferation risk, I think, becomes so evident also for these newer next generation technologies. 10 years ago, remotely controlled drones were considered, I think, a high-end technology that only one or a few states could master. And now they've become almost ubiquitous on so many battlefields around the world. So if that's any lesson learned for the future, then I think we can expect AI applications to proliferate once they're deployed and developed quite easily and at scale as well. And that's a pretty concerning thought. And just to add to Adi's concerns. Sumaya, I have a question now specifically for you. What would you say, what governance measures should governments be taking to build a culture of responsible AI design, AI development, deployment, and use? And do we need new tools, or do we just need to adapt the governance tools that we already have? And lastly, from your experience with leading the implementation of the UAE's AI strategy, what challenges do governments face in the governance of AI and building a culture of responsible innovation? Over to you, please.
Thank you, Robin, for the question. Quite often I find other AI policymakers very surprised to hear me asking questions such as to eticize or not to eticize, to regulate or not to regulate, shall we adopt a soft reporting approach for monitoring, or shall we go ahead with algorithm auditing? And what is relevant of these policy decisions is the level of AI literacy and the level of AI maturity in a nation, and also the availability of the AI pool of talent. Without talent, who are you regulating? And that's something that I've been always in discussion with. So I will try to answer these three questions, and that's from my own personal perspective and opinion, and I'm still in search actually of these answers. So the first one is a policy question, and that's to eticize or not to eticize. And across history, there has been several driving forces that have really reshaped and redefined our ethical principles. And Catherine actually mentioned one of them is the pandemic. Also, I would add to that is the industrial revolution in the past, and there's also the digital revolution. So this is considered as an evidence that ethics, in fact, they are actually evolving, they're not constant. And this is about why we need really to have these conversation going and redefining and revising our AI ethics. And hence, does it mean that, for example, and that's a very famous question, I have seen it in different academic papers as well, does it mean that an ethical principle of one nation can be excluded, an ethical principle of one nation can be excluded by another in case if it will harm an internal society on the expenses of individualism? In simple words, how government can balance between individualism and societal benefit and taking decision of AI ethics. And mainly, for example, the case of sharing medical data, is it really about the individual privacy, or is it about the societal benefit in identifying disease and find a solution for it? And anonymization is actually the solution. It's not imposing a regulation. It's not imposing any ethical principles to define medical data sharing. It's simple anonymization solution, and that's what innovation is, and just adopted in different legislation, not necessarily like an AI registration, but it could be other legislation which are having a cross-cut manner implementation. And the second question is to regulate or not to regulate, and regulation is a legal tool to implement a policy. And it's often perceived, especially by companies, as a burden. So shall government impose soft or hard ethics? Well, the answer to this question, it depends, as many lawyers would say. So there are different classification of regulations. It can be in the form of incentives. So for example, you would ask a company to comply to a certain level of AI ethics and comply to a certain quality, demonstrate a certain quality. And on that basis, you would just give them some sort of an excellence seal so that they can just help them to sell their products to other stakeholders and kind of give a customer's trust in their products. And that's incentives. The second one is mainly, I would say, a standard. And in a standard, you just simply comply to a checklist, and you ensure that complying to that standard will actually benefit, for example, will lead to an interoperable systems of AI and a common communication language when it comes to auditing, or probably constraints, and that's mainly limited to high-risk AI. So anything which is really risky and it has an impact on safety, then in this case, I would see more suitable to have constraints, regulatory constraint on it, just to limit the risk up to that level. So what can actually define the concretization level for an emerging AI nation? It is really important to create a high startup rate, and that's really important at the beginning of the birth of the ecosystem. So you really need to keep the startup rates really high. The high level of innovation, you need to keep that innovation happening. So the minute you introduce probably constraints or standard, that might just simply kill the innovation. It's going to turn the environment into an innovation graveyard, and you really need to be careful and avoid that as much as possible. You need to keep the high investments level, and especially in the R&D funding, and this is where you can just adopt incentives and different tools, like, for example, an AI R&D roadmap, for example, development roadmap, just to keep that TRL level going higher and higher year after year. So high concretization of AI ethics or regulations or hard ethics might act as an innovation graveyard to these activities. So as a very creative example, and that's from the UAE, on how to tackle these problems, the focus at the beginning was on the upskilling and reskilling of existing talent. And that was the main focus. There has been a lot of trainings, workshops, just to create talents in every government entity, in every organization, and to see these talents in everywhere. And this is how we can just simply have at least one person who's an expert in AI in that organization, and simply he will just simply have an overspill of knowledge towards his colleague, for example, of computer scientists, let's say. There has been a creation of the self-assessment toolkit, and that's on the website of Smart Debate. Anyone can log into that website and give it a try. And it's mainly just to explain to you in a very autonomous manner how ethical is your AI. But again, there has been a lot of more checkups if you would like to have this quality seal on there, on your AI offering. And then adding a quality certification, which is the AI seal on your AI system. And that's kind of an optional approach. So it's like an incentive. It's not mandatory. So just talking about deepfake, and that was really discussed in the previous session. It was quite interesting to hear about it. And in previous, so as those are resulting to a cybercrime act, then in this case, it's important to govern it and add a constraint only to the effects. So it's mainly not an ex ante, it's an ex post regulations. And that's truly, and through different applicable laws and regulation on the federal level or probably on the local level. So, and when it comes to military, those questions might not be applicable to the operational level and to the strategic level, but I don't see them really on the tactical level, because as you heard from previous speakers today, precision is very critical factor when it comes to warfare, and that's the tactical level. So I can see that how important it is to adopt this principle on the tactical level. I hope it answered your question, Robin.
Yeah, wonderfully. Thank you, Sumaya. And I think one point that's particularly important is about building up talent as well, educational and capacity building activities. And it's not just rules and regulation, obviously, which nicely also circles back to academia, but also the many capacity building activities that are undergoing across the UN and elsewhere. Marek, I have a question for you, and it has a bit of a EU focus, but it's understood you're speaking in your personal capacity, of course. So ensuring a human-centric and trustworthy AI is clearly at the center of the European AI strategy. But what does human-centric and trustworthy AI exactly entail? Over to you.
Thank you very much for this great question. Just a few weeks ago, actually, at the ITU plenipotentiary, the Czech Republic, presented the human-centric and human rights-based joint statement on the behalf of the EU 27, and almost 60 countries have signed it. But of course, I don't know what they signed really, because we're at the very superficial level of the understanding what human-centric means. And I would like to give a little bit of my own take on this, and this will take me back to the impact assessment and partly to the roles of different stakeholders. Well, in my understanding, human-centric means how we resolve the unavoidable trade-offs. So this is the approach, how we solve these unavoidable trade-offs. And in my understanding, I think we should take into consideration at least the following criteria. First is the most related to data. So we discussed privacy, we discussed the historic biases embedded in the data, potential discrimination. So this is very simple, this is quite clear. Much more difficult is on the impacts. I think that the UNESCO recommendations try to summarize this very well. So it is a broader notion of societal impact on the well-being, including the impact on environment and the future generations. Especially, I think we need to take into account human autonomy in decision-making and potential manipulation. And I think this is really crucial. Just to give 3 reasons, I believe there are 3 reasons which I call fitness, hedonism, and coercion. And simply, we just want to make better decisions. And this is why we're driven to use AI to create our competitive advantage, being to gather a better, to just be better off economically, or to find the best romantic partner, or to be a better decision maker on the battlefield. Hedonism, that's quite clear. We just seek pleasure, and Sony, I think, could talk about it quite a lot. And finally, coercion, and now I'm talking about the coercion by the autocratic regimes. So there's a huge temptation to manipulate the decision-making from that perspective as well. In order to understand these criteria, to operationalize them, we need rigorous impact assessment, so understanding of the impacts. We need to go much more deeper than the model cards and data sheets, and just diving into concrete impacts in concrete situations. And of course, the model cards and data sheets are very important, but they are just the prerequisite. Let me a little bit work and a little bit more elaborate on the impact assessment. I think we need to create kind of a common platform for the impact assessment of artificial intelligence systems. And I think this is the role of the UN agencies, somehow to get together and sponsor this, not in terms of money, but in terms of hosting. The role of academia is to use the scientific method about which we heard this morning, to really understand the impacts, develop the metrics, and develop approach to causality. We very little talk today about causality between the artificial intelligence systems and their functioning and the impacts which we observe. The role of the NGOs, activists, and as well media, which we haven't talked much today, is about to bring the observed impacts, which they think they actually relate to certain AI systems in certain contexts. This should help us to develop understanding of the impacts in different contexts, because we cannot talk just about artificial intelligence system as such. It doesn't make much sense. It's really crucial what the context is and what the impacts are in this context. And just to get back to manipulation, it is not that straightforward. If the data leaks, it's quite clear that there is a certain problem with privacy. But on the manipulation, we don't know really. The impacts might be going into different directions. They can go opposite each other. There might be different time lags. So we really need rigorous research about the impacts. And of course, the crucial role is of the companies and developers, because they have the access to the data. They can help to gather the concrete data and to provide it to academia and to researchers to actually analyze the impacts. So I just stop here.
Thanks very much, Marek. So, Catherine, here's a question to you. From your experience with the Global Partnership on AI, what kind of outcomes is the Working Group on Responsible AI looking to achieve? I know you're very much about multi-stakeholder approaches in the partnership. So what are the challenges you're encountering, and any lessons learned how we can overcome them?
So strange. Anyway, I just want to say, by the way, that I really agree on the importance of impact assessment. I would just add that we also have human rights impact assessment. So to really think about the impact on these rights as well. So just to give you a bit of background on the Global Partnership in Artificial Intelligence. So it is an international multi-stakeholder initiative that started with France and Canada that gather together to really put together this partnership, and now we have more than 20 member states that are part of the GPA. So the mission of the GPA is to really close that famous gap that we spoke a lot about between AI theory and AI practice, and they do that by supporting different research projects, but also activities that are AI related. We also have 4 working groups, so we don't work on all aspects, but we're kind of focused on a different topic in AI. So there's one on responsible AI, the one I'm the co-lead of, and there's another one on the future of work, another one on data governance, data justice, and also on innovation and commercialization. And just to give you an example of some projects we're currently working on, we are a very young organization, so keep that in mind. So in the Responsible AI group, we have a project on social media governance, another one on climate change, and we will have soon another one on gender diversity and equality more broadly. Gender equality and diversity. So what I would say is we really need international collaboration spaces that include multi-stakeholder perspective, and also that make these multi-stakeholders work on common projects and objectives. And this is exactly what the GPA aims to do. It's not easy, I'm not going to lie, but it's crucial. And also I think the GPA can have a special leadership in bridging together perspective from the global north with the global south. This is something we're working on, but if we want to have responsible AI at a global scale, we really need to make these 2 parts work together. So multi-stakeholder perspectives are essential for different reasons. We mentioned a lot of them in previous panels. I'm just going to add a few. So the confrontation of ideas and points of view is essential to, I think, avoid dogmatism, also to share relevant information, to increase awareness about different realities, and also to contribute to develop common understanding of issues and solutions, and to improve the AI implementation. So by putting the different pieces of the puzzle together, we really have more chance of having actual implementation of AI that makes sense in the reality of end users. I think it also helps to mitigate the risk of decision-making with limited information about future effect. And that's something that the UNESCO wrote about in a very interesting document. I highly recommend it. It's called AI Multi-Development. So that capacity with multi-stakeholder perspective to kind of engage in a more 360-degree perspective on certain issues, including in a context of uncertainty at a policy and societal level. And I think that has really tremendous value, so an important contribution of multi-stakeholder perspective. But also, it represents a path to include more voices, more different perspectives, to increase gender equality and diversity in AI, either in the development of AI systems themselves, but also at the policy level. And as was mentioned before, but I'm going to add a few other comments on this, but gender equality and diversity is important for many reasons, including scientific ones. So by having that diversity, we will have less biases in AI systems and therefore better system, but also for social reasons. So by having that diversity, we will have more equitable and power balanced societies, which is important for more peaceful society. So in other words, it's smart to do this. Then the challenges, because the project is there, it seems very important and we can all agree on this, but there are challenges certainly for on multi-collaboration. So first, it's demanding. It's not always natural. So there's differences in languages, priorities, and trust time available among the groups, among the different actors represented. And it needs a lot of intentional efforts, time, openness, and I would say leadership skills. And leadership skills pretty specific to that reality. So intercultural skills, interdisciplinary skills, intersectoral skills. So you really need to have that kind of leadership, which is not easy to do, to bring these multi-stakeholders together. Regarding diversity and inclusion, that's really based on my experience, but I think we don't do, often we don't do enough to ensure the full attainment of this objective. And let me explain why. So adding more diversity in a group or an organization is an essential step, no doubt about that. But we need to do more. So we need to elevate the skills within the entire group or organization to ensure that all voices are heard effectively and engaged equitably in a group. Otherwise, there's a risk that either conscious or not, that power dynamics, power asymmetries, for instance, based on different economical powers, but there are other symmetries that get reproduced in the group. So we need to have all stakeholders to have a real chair at the table and not a folding chair. So that's an expression I heard from someone in UNESCO. I really like it. So we really need to make sure that we give the tools to not only have the people at the table to make sure that you really participate. And that's a thing that we need to develop within a group. So that's what I would say.
Thanks very much, Catherine. I do have a couple of more questions that I would love to pose to our panelists, but I am receiving strong signals that the microphones and sound system might go off anytime now because we're over time. So please bear with me for another 4.5 minutes. And please don't run. I have a couple of announcements to make. First off, please join me in giving a hand to our panelists here tonight. And then I would, of course, also like to thank all of the panelists we had throughout the day. This has been a fascinating and day of very rich discussions. I would like to thank the audience for all the many questions that you've posed, and you've truly helped us to deliver what we want the Innovations Dialogue to be, a multi-stakeholder interactive discussion event, and I think it was, so that's all great. Of course, warm thanks I do to the people who've put all of this together and who are behind this event today. The security and technology team at UNIDIR, which is led by Giacomo Percy Paoli, together with Alicia, Venting, Harry, Joanna, and Sarah, all of them. Please, again, join me in giving them a hand for putting all of this together. And now it's a great pleasure, and this is the last thing that I have to say, that I would like to invite you all the in-person participants here, to a reception which is sponsored by the Kingdom of the Netherlands, and we're very grateful for that. I think it's taking place just outside in the inner gardens, so that's a lovely location, and I look forward to seeing you all there, to seeing you at future UNIDIR events, and at the latest at the Innovations Dialogue 23 then. Thank you all very much for having joined us here today.